I had grown used to the soldier's life. Mustering out seemed to panic me. I would need a job, after all. My return to civilian life put me right back where I had been on graduation day. Well, not quite. I had a pile of loot and a generous big payoff in specie for my service, more than my father made in profit at his bakery in 10 years. One of the reasons the Magical Corps was the first unit to be discharged, I've heard, is that we were comparatively expensive to keep. Infantry are cheap. Cavalry, apart from knights acting as officers, of little use to the occupation, so my fellows and I were taking up a large part of the budget. Once the overt magical threat was gone, regular infantry could be used to pacify rebels instead of us. So we were paid off and shipped out as fast as the clerks could write the orders. After that, I had enough treasure for a real stake, capital I could use to pursue just about anything I wanted to do. I just needed to figure out what to do. On the stormy, rat-infested trip back to the duchies, I thought long and hard about my future. I had made up my mind to return to Tulry, visit my folks, and maybe look around for a court job, when a baron from the Gearam Hills, who was also heading back, offered me a handsome sum to help him attack his neighbour's castle, seeing as how the man was still on duty in Ferris. He was willing to pay a premium price for veterans in the surprise campaign. Gearam was on my way, so a small digression was not troubling. While I questioned his ethics, I welcomed his gold. When he stood triumphant on the donjon of his hereditary enemy's stronghold 4 weeks later, I decided to go back to Tulry and visit my folks. On my way out of the keep, a mule bearing my treasure at my side, a fellow war mage mentioned a knight banneret, who was involved in a boundary dispute with his cousin in the coastlands, and was looking for military help resolving the issue. After that, it was a knight who wanted assistance settling an inheritance dispute, and after that, a year and a half later, I had 4 mules to tote my treasure, an account with the Temple of Ifnia, and a growing reputation as a reliable mercenary war mage. Oh, I tried my hand at regular magic between military gigs. I worked with a few spellmongers, studied a few weeks with this court mage or that, but the lure of quick gold for doing a simple, if dirty job, was just too potent to ignore. My reputation was growing. My financial reserves were growing. My skills at war magic were growing. I also felt a growing dissatisfaction with my lifestyle. The problem was simple. I didn't like violence, but I was very good at it. I was right about the War Council meeting on all accounts. It was an obvious opportunity for propaganda, designed to congratulate ourselves for the accomplishment of still being alive. I couldn't argue with Kusi's logic. We needed all the morale we could muster. First, the old knight, sitting on a chair that was 1 point away from being a throne, gave a long, solemn speech about his brave ancestors' first coming to this land, their cunning defeat of the Gavani, their effort to build a peaceful and prosperous domain in this fertile valley, etc., etc. Having waited his lance outside of the castle walls, Kusi looked a little less like a condemned man today, and a little more like the leader he was. He was hopeful. Someone had found a clean surcoat for him, and someone else had shaved his cheeks and brushed his hair. His sword was laying across his knees, and in one hand he held his mace of office, a little ceremonial club given to him by his baronial liege as a symbol of his dominion in the domain. He seemed upbeat and positive, which was a welcomed change from the gloomy melancholia he'd started to sink into. The other members of the council assembled around him included the castle's officers, the leaders of his fighting men, and the elected representatives of the peasants of the outer bailey. Sire Kusi singled me and my magical corps out for special praise, thanks to our creative spellcasting. But the cavalry still got the most glory, as befitted their station. We all cheered at the appropriate times during the speech, and I tapped into the power of the Irianite to make the cheers seem louder than they actually were. It amused me. When Sire Kusi was finished with his speech, he turned the meeting over to a succession of officers for reports: quartermaster, stores, physicians, and pretty much anyone who had a title and wanted to brag about how well they were doing. Then the war leaders had their turn recounting the recent battle in glowing, if not legendary, terms. When they were done, Saakusi finally asked for a report from the Magical Corps, and Garkescu and I stood up at the same time. I gave him a glance. I didn't mean for it to be threatening, and he sat down again. "My lords and good men, the Magical Corps can report that the counter-attack 3 days ago was an utter and absolute success. Due to proper planning and execution, the enemy's means of breaching our defences were taken from the field. Significant casualties were inflicted, and the Corps captured several items which will greatly aid in our future defence."
"Sir Kusi, my lords, if I may,"
Garkescu interrupted, standing again. I felt like glaring at him that time, but I was kind of curious as to what he would say. Reluctantly, I bowed and let him take the floor.
"My good lord, while I have every confidence in Master Minalin's ability to direct our magical defence, he is a trained war mage, after all, and we are all damned lucky to have him here. I feel bound to inquire as to the disposition of the magical items he mentioned in his report. I would not endeavour to bore a layman with the specifics of it, but while I do not question Minalin's ability or genius at the arts of war, I do wonder if he has disposed of the booty of the counter-attack to exploit its maximum effectiveness. Elder and wiser heads, with more experience in such matters, may be better suited to use them better."
I blinked. He wanted the witchstones.
"I think it would be more appropriate," he continued, "to distribute this new bounty of arcane artifacts. Trig forbid that anything dire happen to our leader, but it seems foolish to conserve such power in one pair of hands in such a dire situation."
He was trying, without using spellcraft, just the practiced voice he used on clients in his shop, to sound both apologetic for questioning my command and righteously indignant about not getting the stones. He made my decision a matter of castle security.
"I feel it is in the domain's best interests that Master Minilin should consider how best to distribute these powerful assets among our corps, and not keep them tucked away for protracted study."
He looked at me with raised eyebrows, as innocent as a child. I think the bastard had limed his beard again, too. While he was droning on, I thought about the matter for a moment, and was forced to concede that Garkescu had a point. I had 8 stones in my possession after the battle, and now that they had been in contact with my sphere, they were safe from Gavani influence. I was still getting accustomed to the power available from 1 stone. It was a heady feeling to use such forces, and it was getting easier, but I was far from plumbing the limits of its power. But I did know that trying to use all of them at once would likely burn out my brain. Nor was there any good reason to keep the others from using their vast potential in our defence, after being carefully instructed in their use. I could fall off a battlement any time, after all, and in my absence the rest of the Magical Corps, and likely the entire castle, would be screwed if no one else knew how to use them. I shrugged and did something Garky clearly hadn't expected. I agreed with him. "I don't see why not. Have the Magical Corps convene on the roof of the tower 2 hours before dusk, and I will distribute a witchstone to each of you." He bowed to me graciously, and the meeting continued without further acrimony, even though I was upset about the demand. I sat back down and endured another 12 reports on how successful the fire prevention effort has been, the anti-vermin program, and the distribution of rations, while I brooded over Garky's sense of entitlement. It didn't get interesting until it was time for Acting Petty Captain Goodman Loas to report. Loas was a big man, barrel-chested and broad-shouldered, a well-respected farmer in the Himmas district. He was kind of an aberration in Beauval Vale, in that he raised mostly sheep as opposed to cows, but no one argued with his knowledge of husbandry for either beast. He was regularly consulted for his expertise by everyone in the Vale. He had a prosperous holding, a large family, and brothers-in-law who would follow him in peace or war. In a more prosperous, more civilized domain, he would have been named a yeoman. His military career was less practiced. He had been elected captain of a few dozen men who made up the militia companies from Winnacar. and had led his men bravely in their limited capacity. I had heard that he had kept the band of Gavani from hitting the cavalry's flanks on the battlefield, so even the gentleman knights listened when he spoke. "Sire Kusi, gentlemen, my fellow goodmen, my company performed as well as can be expected. We attacked the foe as ordered and lost only one man, old Banner, who had his neck broken by one of those foul beasties. My son Warren lost a little finger that he'll miss. There were no more serious casualties, thanks to Trigg's grace. But that's neither here nor there. What I want to ask you, Sire Kusi, is just what are we doing?" The old knight was startled, and cleared his throat before he spoke. "Can you be clearer, good man? We are defending ourselves against a vicious invader. I would think that would be obvious. Or perhaps I have misunderstood your question." Loas leaned on the spear he carried like it was his more accustomed shepherd's staff, and spoke like he was talking about the weather with a neighbour at market, instead of an official military officer contending with his liege during a time of emergency. In a more civilized domain, he might have been dragged away and hanged for his insolence and temerity to his sworn lord in a time of war. Things are a bit looser in Beauval Vale, however. Arbitrary punishments were frowned upon, and the lack of serfs or bondsmen permits plain language that is frowned upon in larger domains. As he glanced around the hall, the crowd looked back at him like he and Kusi were debating in a pub, not as if a commoner had been insolent to his lord. "Sire, I know what we're doing. I'm no simpleton. A month ago, I was worried about how many sheep the wolves would get this winter. Now I'm a soldier in a castle surrounded by enemies, with no help in sight. My poor friend Rollo has lost his entire family in a raid. My fields are in ruins, my home abandoned, and my sheep are destined for slaughter, not the clipping sheds. Yet you yet live," reminded Sir Kay sternly from Sire Kusi's side, "thanks to your liege's foresight and preparation. Not that I'm ungrateful, sire. I do yet live, and my family has lost a finger, is all. And we struck 'em a good one, we did. I killed 7 myself, me who never struck a blow in anger in my life. But for what? We struck them hard, but they are still there, and more arrive every day. We can see that from the walls, my lord. Are we to be rescued? Will the Baron send troops? Will Duke Lenguin? Enough to stop that whopping big army of goblins out there? And what if he does? He can drive those monsters back up into the mountains, but what's to stop them from returning? I can't tend to my stock when I'm worried the likes of them are lurking about, just waiting to brain me with one of their clubs. I love my lands, but my life is worth more to me." "Aye," shouted one of the other farmers-turned-militia. "You sent word to Verone weeks ago. What of it? And what of the spellmonger? Can't he send for help with magic? When will it come?" A raucous murmur built up around the far end of the hall, where the peasants congregated. I watched Sire Kusi struggle to answer the uncomfortable questions, and I could see he was not up to it. He glanced at Sir Kay several times, but the Castellan had no answer. The problem was that Loas, like Garcescu, had a very good and very valid point that made Sire Kusi as uncomfortable as I had been about the witchstones. He could count, as all shepherds can, and he knew roughly how many of the foe faced us. We were already badly outnumbered, and the goblins kept arriving at our doorstep like leaves in autumn. Even if every man in the Alshari wilderlands took up arms and rode to Beauval's defence, it would be hard to drive back a tide that great. The aftermath of such a battle would leave the valley a scorched wasteland, and the prospect of eternal guerrilla raids on the farmsteads and crofts was all too real to Loas and the men he spoke for. So why were we holding out here, instead of making a dash for the passes and living to fight another day? I had been thinking the same thing lately. Currently, Beauval Castle was a lifeboat against the storm, a place of refuge against the onslaught of the Gavani horde. We could wait here safely for some time, thanks to our preparations. But what were we waiting for? Duke Lenguin would see the loss of Beauval a minor concession to the Gavani that could be won back at a later date, after he properly prepared.
But in a feudal society, that might take years, decades, lifetimes, particularly in the sparsely peopled wilderlands. The cavalry would not ride over the hill, swords flashing, any time that I could foresee. We could hold out for a good long time, but for what? The inevitable result would be the same. We'd just be starving when the end came, the longer we held out. That great green glow I had glimpsed in the west was coming toward us, a concentration of Arianite so large that the treefolk had warned of its potential to warp reality itself. A handful of knights, a castle full of peasants, and a couple of spellmongers would not keep it at bay, much less defeat it. That much was clear. It was becoming increasingly obvious that it wouldn't be a question of if we would be overwhelmed, but when. With winter approaching as well, the battlefield victory we'd managed would be a hollow memory in a few short weeks, as the Gavani increased their strength enough to overwhelm us entirely. I watched Sire Kusi try to respond, his face twisted up in a mixture of anger and frustration. I knew an explosion of emotion would be bad for morale, so I intervened. "My lord, I would like to answer Petty Captain Loas, if I may," I said, bowing toward Sire Kusi. The old man looked relieved and anxious at the same time, but nodded permission for me to continue. "You are correct, Petty Captain, but you have confused the subjects of tactics and strategy. Our primary goal has been to persist in this place, which affords us good protection, and defend ourselves against the foe. That is a tactical problem. Where we go from here is a strategic question, and one that has been on all of our minds. Sire Kusi's most of all. But the tactical situation must be settled before we even know what our strategic options are." "What about you, Spellmonger? Have you no spells to send for help?" I nodded solemnly. "Aye, and I have, and help may be on the way. Or it may not. I have not been able to penetrate the magical cloak that the Gavani shamans have placed around the castle to find out. I say to you again, worry about keeping the goblins from our walls, and your lord will worry about our ultimate course." Loas took a long moment before he sighed and nodded his head in agreement. Sire Kusi looked to me gratefully, and asked for the next report. It was a temporary fix to a serious problem, though, and we all knew it. Every day we were here, our odds at survival grew less. That was clear to us all. It would be against human nature to surrender to the inevitable, and rescue seemed a dim hope at best. Flight at this stage was nigh impossible, with the Moor Pass occupied, as well as most of the vale beyond our walls. The more I thought about it, the more I was coming to the realization that we'd made a mistake by deciding to stay and fight against the goblins instead of fleeing. That would have at least preserved the lives of the people. "Damn it, Kusi," I thought to myself as we left the hall. "Just what the hell are we doing here?" "Gentlemen," I began later that evening on the top of the tower as darkness began to fall, "I want to remind you just what titanic forces you are about to encounter. In one moment, you will be as powerful as any mage since the fall of the imperial magocracy. You will be exposed to power you would otherwise never wield. I don't pretend to understand it, how it works, or what eventual dangers lay in its use, but I will give you this caution. Be careful with everything you do. A misstep could burn your brain to a cinder, or make you a hazard to everyone around you." The faces of Garkescu's apprentices were pale, and even their master looked shaken. Tyndall, standing at the end of the line, was trying to decide if he was more scared or more eager. Eager won out, as I knew it would. It's hard to describe to an outsider, but to a mage, this kind of power is more addictive than breathing. The desire to wield the power was palpable. I'd noticed it in myself, and made a point to keep an eye on it. I had the Arianite nuggets in a basket, each wrapped in an insulating layer of cloth. They had spent 2 full days in contact with my sphere, more than long enough to neutralize any hold the shamans might have had over them, but I hadn't wanted to take chances. I had struggled over which stone to give to which mage all afternoon, but I think I finally had decided. Each stone had a particular feel about it that is difficult to describe. I honestly didn't know if that feel made any difference or not,
but my instinct told me to match the stone with the person. I haven't spoken much of Garkescu's apprentices up to now. For the longest time I had lumped them all together in my mind as mere appendages of their sleazy master. They weren't, of course. They had very separate and individual characteristics that I had just started to get to know. Eldest was Fenar, who was becoming a competent spellmonger in his own right. He was about 19, and he could have set up shop on his own had his master allowed it. Fenar didn't excel at any particular thing, unless you counted the snotty attitude his master had taught him. He was really good at that. Fenar was a bit of a bully, I guess, but in every craft the senior apprentices have that kind of overbearing attitude toward their juniors. He was the son of a Himmus fisherman, and he had the same flat-headed view of the world that his father had. He could have made a decent war mage with his temperament. I had selected a centimetre-wide, irregular shard for him that hummed with quiet but thickly available power. Fenar didn't need sophistication to complicate things for him. Garkescu's middle apprentice was around 15, a studious young lad named Rundal. He had been the product of a union between a castle servant and any one of a number of knights, men-at-arms or passing travellers. He bore no stigma of his bastardy. The people of Beauval had pretty relaxed social standards about such things, and I know he held out the hope of the possibility of noble parentage in his mind. Rundal was a bright kid, a little nearsighted, and he excelled in alchemy, for which I envied him. I'd never done very well at the subject myself. He was smart and talented enough that I had toyed with the idea of sponsoring Rundal at the academy to fully develop his abilities, but I hadn't wanted to piss in Garkescu's front yard. He was still growing into his full adult shape, but he had a lot of promise. I had selected the largest chunk that was flat on one side for Rundal. It seethed with power, but had more focus than the other pieces. Lastly was Uric, a 12-year-old, whiny little snot who was chubby, bordering on fat, and a little more excitable than the others. He had an intermittent talent that seemed to favour telekinetic abilities. It might develop into something pretty impressive someday, but at 12, when your talent is first manifesting itself, it often appears sporadically. Some days it's almost overwhelming, and others it won't appear at all. That can be pretty frustrating for a mageling, and between that and the constant abuse from the two older apprentices and their pompous master, I couldn't really blame him for whining as much as he did. I had reserved the smallest piece for him. As I handed it to him, I stumbled briefly, realizing that I had just given a child a weapon more powerful than the mad mage had used against an army of magi. He accepted it eagerly. I hoped I knew what I was doing. For Garkescu I had selected the largest piece. It was almost as big as my sphere, and I had picked it for him not only because of its size, but also because of its relatively low power. I don't know if there were impurities in the nugget, or if it had somehow lost a little of its magical efficacy, but I hoped that by limiting his access a bit, I might rein in his ego. He had a solemn look on his face, but there was a gleam in those eyes that made me uncomfortable. I tried to quell the doubt I felt about giving it to him. Desperate measures for desperate times, I suppose. Tyndall had earned a special reward, I had decided, and so I had given him what was, to my mind, the most potent of the remaining stones. A cautious and good-hearted boy. While he was headstrong and impulsive, I still trusted him not to abuse the power I was giving him. He took the green amber as eagerly as the others. For a good 10 minutes they stood around and just stared at the Erionite, exploring the arcane details of their stones with their minds. As they became acclimatized to them, with my encouragement and direction, they started experimenting with drawing forth power. We went through a number of basic drills to practice, and for an hour the tower top was filled with flames and lights and hovering stones and fanciful illusions. I'm sure it looked eerily spectacular from downstairs. Hopefully the arcane display would boost the castle's morale and lower that of the Gavani, whose large nocturnal patrols also witnessed the feats. It was on the Gavani that we next turned our attentions before retiring for the evening. I had each mage prepare and fire a magical bolt at the foe, who were easy to spot in mage sight. The patrols knew enough to keep out of bowshot,
But the stones allowed magical attacks at a much greater range than even the great Wilderland's bows the archers employed. Once my magical corps saw how easy such a thing was, now that their natural talents were augmented, they spent several minutes gleefully showering magical death and mayhem on the patrols outside of the walls, until they sought cover. I doubt they killed more than a score of Gavani during the exercise, but I know it was both instructive and satisfying after the weeks of siege. Even Urik had no trouble conjuring an impressively potent blast. Indeed, he seemed better at it than the scholarly Rondal, which pleased the younger apprentice immensely. Eventually, the harried patrols summoned a shaman, who put up decent enough defences to make the impromptu assaults too difficult to be easy fun. Then the Gavani shaman sent a bolt back toward us. I easily blocked it, but it signalled an end to playtime. You all have been exposed to the power of Irianite now. Keep your stones in their protective wrappings at night, and do not let anyone else handle them. Have a bite to eat and get some rest. These things will wear at you if you're not careful. Tomorrow we will use them to further strengthen our defences. That's all, I said, and watched as the excited magical corps filed down the steps. Tyndall lingered, a fire in his eyes. "Master," he began, "I had no idea how powerful the Irianite makes you. I feel like I could kill every Gavani from here to the other side of the mountains, or fly through the air, or anything." "Easy there, lad," I cautioned patiently. "It will take you months, if not years, to learn how to use it properly. Hells, I don't even know very much about them yet. Let's take it as slow, and explore their potency as the situation warrants." "Master, I have a question," he asked thoughtfully. "With access to this kind of power, why haven't the Gavani levelled this castle by now? How could they not? If they have dozens of shamans using them, then what is preventing our fall? Other than your defence, that is," he added smoothly. "Every apprentice learns how to suck up to his master, I suppose." I shrugged. "Actually, Tyndall, I've wondered about that myself of late. You're right. They should have overwhelmed us long ago. They waste their warriors on their attacks when it would be easy enough to blast their way in here, and it isn't my efforts that have stopped them. Oh, our defensive spells are adequate for most of the more subtle forms of attack, but they would do little against a dozen shamans making an all-out attack on us with their stones. The truth is, I have no idea. I sense that their siege is part of some larger plan. Something to do with the whatever it is that approaches us daily," he whispered. "Yes," I sighed. "I'm afraid so. Our time is running out, and while tonight was fun, I honestly can't see any good way out of our situation. I'm beginning to regret that we stayed to fight." "I'm not," Tyndall declared, holding up his stone to admire it. "I wouldn't have this beauty if that was the case, but I do hope we survive long enough for me to figure out how to use it properly." "If the exposure doesn't send you mad," I cautioned. Tyndall couldn't think of anything to say to that, and neither could I. As powerful as they were, we both knew that power was also very dangerous. We went downstairs and went to bed. Tomorrow would be a long day, and we had yet to realize just how right we were. Sometime long past midnight, I sat bolt upright in shock. If you ever try doing this in a hammock, you will discover that sitting bolt upright is not only difficult, but potentially disastrous. Having someone sharing your hammock while you do so is even less recommended. Alia looked at me angrily, having been rudely woken from a sound sleep and almost dumped on the floor. "Bad dream? Are you feeling randy again?" she asked, irritated, as she struggled to hang on to the sides of the hammock. I ignored her. There was trouble afoot. I could feel the vibrations throb through the tower like a low bass note. Someone was using a lot of magical power around us. It had to be an attack. The shamans had finally found a way past our defences and gotten a strike force inside the castle itself, I reasoned. But the wards were still in place, I saw when I checked. That was even more confusing. I called to Tyndall, who was awake for the same reason I was. That reverberation of power couldn't be ignored by someone with even the smallest talent. He knew there was a problem too, but he didn't panic, as he had the first night of the invasion. With a nod,
He flipped me my mage blade from where it had been hanging while drawing his own. I started for the stairs to the top of the tower.
Minalan,
Alia complained worriedly.
where are you going?
We're under attack, I called back. Stay there until I come back for you. Her pretty eyes went wide and she shivered under the blanket. Tyndall was already starting up the ladder to the fighting deck at the top of the tower when we both realized that the emanations were coming from below, not above. Reversing course immediately, we spilled down the stairs into Garkescu's chambers, and into a scene out of one of the 9 hells. Garkescu was smashed flat against a wall, struggling to move. There didn't seem to be anything holding him up, until you used mage sight. Rundal was floating ineffectually through the air, waving his arms in a manner that would have been hilarious under other circumstances. Fenar was writhing around on the floor, engulfed in bright blue flames, silently screaming as my mage blade quivered in my fist. There weren't any goblins here that I could see. That just left Urik. He was near the arrow slit of the tower, facing the others. The boy was lit with an insane glow that crackled the air around him, so potent were the forces he had unleashed. He had a maniacal expression on his face, a leer of insane satisfaction that I had last seen on the mad mage of Faris while he was hurling bolts of death at my squad. Urik was taller. He had levitated himself about 4 feet off the ground, and had 4 witchstones whirling around his head above his brow, adding to the angry green glow on his face. I stopped dead in the doorway for a second and just stared at the scene.
"Ah, Master Minalan,"
the boy said with relish, his grin broadening in an unpleasant manner.
"How nice of you to join us. I was just telling Master Garkescu and Senior Apprentice Fenar how shitty it was being a junior apprentice."
He glanced at the burning figure of Fenar.
"Let's see. I just finished talking about how educational it was doing all of their fucking laundry. I guess I can talk about how fulfilling it was getting beat up and teased all of the time just 'cause I am youngest. I guess the bloody shoe is on the other bloody foot now, isn't it?"
He laughed giddily as Fenar writhed in agony. Still no screams came out of his mouth, but it wasn't for lack of trying. The flames burned at his flesh, making it smoke and blacken. "Urik, don't!" I yelled, as Tyndall slipped into the room behind me, taking in the situation. He held his sword down at his side, doing his best to conceal it. He had a wand in the other hand. Smart boy. But Urik wasn't watching him. He was focused on me and my blade.
"Fuck you, Master Mage! You thought you were so goddamned superior to us. All you had that we didn't was the witchstones. And I've got 4 of the things now. Do you know how long I've waited for this chance? I waited until they were all asleep before I took them. I always knew I was better than all of them, and they hated me for it. I was better than Fenar, I was better than Rundal, I was better than our vaunted master, and I was even better than you. And you all hated me for it."
"No one hates you, Urik. We know how good you are, but you don't know everything you need to yet," I said soothingly. I was struggling to find a spell that might calm the situation, but nothing was springing to mind. The boy clearly did have talent, perhaps more than I'd realized. I'd had a hard enough time wielding the power of 2 stones, and he had 4 of them now.
"No one hates me?"
He scoffed in disbelief at me, his eyes full of rage.
"Then why did they make me do all of the ship work around the lab? Why did they make me do dishes and sweep night after night? Why did they call me names? Why did they yell at me and beat me up? Why did our master call me stupid and useless when he couldn't wipe his own arse without our help? Why does Fenar bug at me every other night, Master Mage, huh?"
"Urik, just put the stones away," I urged, blanching at the revelation. "We can talk about all of this, but not until—"
"I don't need to talk anymore. I told Garky, and he didn't do anything about it. The senior apprentice's prerogative, he calls it. Says it's part of the price we pay for our magic. Why does Fenar do that, huh? Because he loves me? Oh, Urik,"
he said, in the mocking voice 12-year-old boys everywhere know instinctively, rolling his eyes and fluttering his eyelashes.
"I love you so much that I want to shove my—"
Tyndall chose this moment of distraction to fire a volley of magical bolts at the kid with his wand. The attack took Ulrich by surprise, but he easily blocked it with the sheer power of the stones. I rolled across the room and sent another bolt at him from Slasher's arcane arsenal, summoned on the spur of the moment, and knocked him back a ways. Ulrich recovered quickly, though, and it took every ounce of my power to keep from falling to the bolt he returned at me. The expression of magical power is a function of the mage's emotion. Put enough behind it, and it increases, particularly for war spells. Such rage, such emotion, filtered through the power of 4 stones, was daunting. It was like trying to stand up straight in a windstorm. I'm lucky he didn't blow a hole in my head. Thankfully, Tyndall didn't let up on his attack, searing the air with his just-learned magical strikes. The part of my mind that wasn't preoccupied with staying alive took a moment to appreciate the ease with which he summoned the spells and their apparent elegance, and I felt proud of my apprentice. He fought bravely and cleverly. Every bolt was different, in an attempt to foil the boy's defense, and a few did actually get through. I threw a couple of low-strength attacks at him myself, while I thought furiously, mostly stunning and blinding spells I had hung on Slasher against future need. There was no way that Tyndall and I, even combined, could match the raw power of Ulrich's Irianite halo. Like the Gavani shamans we had faced, I realized in a split second, we would have to finesse an attack. Overpowering the overpowered apprentice was just not a possibility. Hell, it should have been easier than taking out a shaman, as Ulrich wasn't nearly as well trained. Garkescu was pretty stingy with passing on spell work. The problem was the reckless way that the boy was drawing power from the stones, flinging it around without a thought to the consequences, and the random manner in which he fought. It was a wild assault on anything and everything, raw power driven by madness and anger, with little control. How do you fight a bolt of lightning? Twice I tried a frontal assault, and I'm lucky that I wasn't killed in the attempts. The first time he flung me back against the wall, just missing an arrow slit, where I slid to the wooden floor in a daze. I had to dodge a wildly writhing Fenar as I recovered, while Ulrich dealt with Tyndall's latest attack. The second time put me flat on my back, staring up at Rondal floating lazily by. The frightened apprentice tried to say something to me, but the roar of the fight between Tyndall and Ulrich made his words meaningless. I had to stop this now, I realized, or the boy would tear apart the tower itself. I prepared myself for a third direct attack, when I saw what Rondal had been excited about. The shields around Ulrich were solid, almost impenetrable. With the power he had at his disposal, and the will born of adolescent rebellion, he had enveloped his body with a swirling globe of radiance, the thickest defences I'd ever seen. I couldn't have blasted him with anything significant. But Rondal had noticed that Ulrich hadn't thought to extend the protection to the actual stones that powered it. All 4 were orbiting above his head, outside of his robust defences. Perhaps he thought that they would protect themselves. More likely, he had probably overlooked the weakness entirely, the sort of oversight any apprentice can make. That gave me a modicum of an idea. As potent as they were, the witchstones were still only pieces of amber, no harder or more resilient than any other rock. Indeed, much less so than most rocks. With them hovering outside of the defences they powered, they were vulnerable. They could be attacked, even if Ulrich could not. Gathering myself up for the attempt, I nodded to my apprentice, and indicated that he should keep the boy busy. Tyndall redoubled his flurry of assaults, sailing bolt after magical bolt at the glowing spherical shield around the boy, while dodging the raw power Ulrich volleyed back at him. He wasn't entirely successful, but he kept moving. I took a deep breath and cast some war magic, the spell that increased my speed and my agility measurably, and could, perhaps, let me get away with the damn fool stunt I was planning. I waved my sword menacingly as a distraction, and sprung at Ulrich, who was laughing madly at Tyndall's wild dance. The boy gave me a glance, a sneer, tossed a stray bolt in my direction, and returned his attention to my apprentice. I guess it was just more fun to beat up on an older kid than an adult. My enhanced reflexes allowed me to anticipate and deftly dodge the attack, while simultaneously dropping my blade to the floor. If I had tried to do this unenhanced, I probably would have disemboweled myself.
I sped toward the defensive globe of the 12-year-old tyrant, my hands free. That last part is important, because instead of crashing into the boy, which would have been unlikely, if not impossible, considering the potency of his defenses, I crouched at the last second and vaulted over his head, the augmentations of the war magic allowing me to clear the top of the defensive globe by mere inches. I swung my legs up over my head, gave myself a little telekinetic push to ensure I'd make it, and in less than a second, I had 2 of the witchstones in my palms. They burnt my hands with the power that was flowing through them, but they came away from the boy's control as easy as pulling a nail out of wood. When I had landed behind him, I had shifted the balance of power in our favor. Urik's shield weakened considerably, and Tyndall's bolts were starting to have an effect. I had 3 stones in my possession now, and I knew I had to end this thing quickly. The duel was having a profound impact on the integrity of the tower around us. I didn't really think about it. I raised both stones, accessed the one around my neck, and with the combined might of all 3, I unloosed a massive shock bolt directly at one of Urik's remaining stones. It shattered, or more accurately, pulverized into dust-like shards and smoke. In doing so, it released a thunderclap of pure magical power that overtook everyone in the room. Tyndall fell to the floor at the psychic shock, while I was knocked backward by the pure force of the response. Garcescu fell from his uncomfortable perch on the wall, and poor Rondal plummeted a good 15 feet to the hard floor. He took it in the shoulder, which was painful, but spared him any more serious trauma. Fenar was perhaps the least affected, as he was already on the floor and already unconscious, his skin a mass of nasty red welts from the magical blue fire. I saw he was having a hard time breathing, and his limbs spasmed uncontrollably as the blue flame died around him, snuffed out by the wave of power. We were, for the moment, safe. Me? I lost consciousness. It seemed like the right thing to do. 10 minutes later I came to, cradled in Alia's lap and surrounded by Sire Kusi's confused men. Tyndall was still out cold, but Garcescu and Rondal were awake, if shaken. Fenar looked like someone had run him over with a wagon and a team of 4 wild horses, and then backed up. Alia held a cup to my lips and I tasted wine, coughed, and tasted it again. There was a little blood from my lip mixed with it.
"Take it slow, love,"
Alia cooed, worriedly.
"Just go slowly."
Tyndall awoke soon after Sir Kay helped me to my unsteady feet. My hands stung from the raw power of the stones that had passed through them. We all finally gathered around little Urik's body. It was a mess. His head was charred into an unrecognizable mass by the arcane blast, leaving only his blankly staring eyes to show that it once had been a face. All trace of boyishness was gone. He was a corpse, a dead man, whose features had been aged by magic and flame. The air was filled with the aroma of ozone and cooked flesh, and something else. I didn't think about it at the time, but the smell would eventually come back to haunt me later in life. In those nightmares you don't want to mention, lest they come true. Sir Kusi wanted answers, of course, and between Garcescu and myself we tried to inform him about what exactly went wrong. He tried to be understanding, but it was obvious that the duel had deflated his hopes that a creative, magical core would overcome the vast army that besieged us. With Urik dead and Fenar in the infirmary, unlikely to survive the night, our resources had been cut by almost a third. He started to demand someone take responsibility for the disturbance, but I politely stopped him. Recriminations could wait. I didn't have the capacity to argue right then and told him so. He instead had Urik's body removed by a couple of drudges and sent the monkish physician to examine the 2 surviving magi. They would have other quarters to finish up the night, he promised, well away from the traumatic scene. I dragged Tyndall upstairs with Alia's help, drank a draught of spirits, and went back to bed, where horrible nightmares tortured my helpless soul. Urik's dead eyes stared at me, pleading, all night long. I awoke several times, screaming, feeling guilty about sleeping after such a disaster. But hells, what else was I supposed to do? Chapter 10. The Prisoner Speaks. The incident in Garkescu's chambers was later known as Urik's Rebellion, and grew with the telling, as such things do. While most of the particulars of the story, as it is popularly known, are wrong, the one accurate part of the magical folk tale is that it marked the point where I started taking personal responsibility for the disposition of the witchstones. I didn't even realize it myself at the time. All I felt was a deep sense of loss, despair, and personal failure over the tragic death of a poor little boy. Needless to say, I didn't sleep very well for a while, though I was mentally and emotionally exhausted from the unexpected duel. Alia did her maternal best to comfort me, but the dreams were just too vivid, and that was a problem. When a mage's mind becomes that disturbed, bad things can happen. My proximity to the Erinite stones, and, I realized later, even the dust motes of the stone that I had blasted, interacted with my subconscious mind in strange and unexpected ways. Alia woke me twice when objects began flinging themselves around the room, and once when the temperature dropped to below freezing. I considered taking a powerful relaxant from my herbal inventory, but settled for another mug of strong wine. I insisted on examining Urik's body the next morning, over Alia's protests. She felt I had been through enough, and while I didn't really want to argue with her, I felt obligated to the poor lad. Sire Kusi, Sir Kay, and Garkescu came with me. It didn't take long to establish cause of death. Urik had died due to a massive arcane power surge to his brain, kind of like being struck by lightning, only from the inside. Such a thing isn't necessarily fatal, but his only chance of survival from such a surge would have been to channel it, much as I had to my fire demon during that first raid in Minden's Hall. But he had neither the skill nor the sophistication to realize that, or the time to do it properly. As I magically probed what was left of his skull, it became clear to me that I couldn't have saved him, even had I managed to get the rest of his stones away from him. On the contrary, it was likely the theft of the first 2 stones started the cascade that killed him, not the destruction of the third. By the time I blew it into dust, his brain was already burning out from the inside. It was sad. I didn't have the time, energy, or inclination to school Garkescu on how he ran his teaching program, but I think he found a valuable lesson in the experience anyway. He was down to 1 apprentice now, as Fenar was completely incapacitated. While he yet lived, there was an even chance that he would not live to see sunset. Whatever primal forces Urik used against his abuser had irreparably damaged his brain as well as his body. While we took a look at him, too, and did our best to make him comfortable and heal his more superficial wounds, his mind was gone. The senior apprentice was dead in all but name. While I can't say whether or not he deserved it, I knew we could ill afford to lose him. Tyndall and Rondal appeared to both be recovering, as was Garkescu. Urik had spared them for later, I guessed, after he had tormented his tormentor. I pondered the grim situation after looking in on the boys. There had to be a way to control the stones, or their users. Otherwise, they were just too deadly in any hands, mine included. Erinite had turned Oral Pratt into a maniacal killing machine and transformed the bratty little boy into a potent weapon of vengeance. The witchstones were too powerful, even in hands theoretically trained to use them. I started to see why the magocracy was so paranoid about them, and why they had been banned altogether by the censorate. Yet I had not gone mad, yet, I thought. A better way had to be found. How did the tree folk deal with the issue, I wondered? I got the feeling that the Aronin had absolute authority in such things among his people, but then again the abuse of magic was not a serious issue in that wise and ancient culture. I was pretty sure that I knew how the Gurvani dealt with it, that looming presence that was even now skulking its way towards us controlled the shamans with an iron grip. If one went mad, the consequences would likely be swift and dire for the transgressor. I discussed the problem some with Tyndall, who was good at bouncing things off, and even a little with Alia, once I got back to my quarters and assured them that I was all right. It was a surprisingly fruitful discussion between the apprentice, the farm girl, and the spellmonger. We discussed the ethics and responsibility of the Magi in general, and the important ramifications of the stones, and the place of magic in society, and a whole host of things that 3 commoners were not supposed to know much about. As it was mostly common sense we were discussing, it really wasn't that hard. But I'm sure we would have scandalized the nobility had there been any about to overhear us. What came about I will discuss in more detail later, but at the time our discussions were interrupted by Sire Coucy, who was still in shock at seeing the full force of the stones unleashed in his castle. He seemed far, far more respectful of me than before, as if I could turn him into a toad or something. "Master Minelin, I know you have grave matters to consider, and I would not keep you from them," he said, after entering my quarters with a page. "However, for the last several days the keeper of my dungeon has asked about the disposition of the prisoner you took. Shall we execute him now, or did you want to interrogate him first?" It took me a few moments to realize just who he was talking about. Events had been too intense and severe for me to remember quickly. Then it all came back. The aftermath of the Battle of Lights, the fight with the Crinrock, the surrender. It seemed like years ago, not a few days. I blinked. Well, yes, I would like a word with him. He's the only non-shaman Gurvan I've met who speaks our language with any fluency. I didn't add that he might even be able to offer insight about the thing that was leading our enemies here so efficiently. He wasn't a shaman. He was a warrior. But he had to have at least a little intelligence information about his army we could use. The hideous events of the previous night had almost made me forget what dire straits we were in. Our days here were numbered, one way or another, and I had to face that fact before I could get around to restructuring the entire magical hierarchy and regulations of the 5 duchies, dealing with the invasion and other minor issues. But those facts also demonstrated how precious little time we might have left. In fact, I'll see him right now. The dungeons of Sire Coucy were small and, thankfully, mostly unused. In Beauval, after all, punishment for offences was usually meted out by fines, or, if unaffordable, as work detail, not imprisonment, and was a rare occurrence among the prosperous peasantry. But following custom, the knight had built a series of cells and a small persuasion room underneath the main donjon, just in case. Currently the cells were filled with food and supplies, but there were a few empty cells available. My Gurvan occupied one of these. Coucy insisted on sending a couple of arms men down with me, for my safety, which was ludicrous. They had the Gurvan chained to a wall in heavy iron manacles, and if I hadn't proven I could take care of myself by now, I don't know what would convince him. I made the guards wait outside the cell and entered with the jailer, a small and polite man named Leron. He started to bring in a torch, but I knew the light would make the Gurvan uncomfortable. I could use mage sight easily enough, and he would be happier and more cooperative in the dark than under the light and threat of flame. The Gurvan raised his head when I came in, and to his credit, he didn't flinch. He sniffed the air a few times, then relaxed to his fate. I bid Leron to bring me a stool, which he did in short order, and then I began my interrogation. "My name," I said slowly, "is Minelin. I am a spellmonger for the castle. I am the reason your head does not now adorn the castle wall." The shaggy head looked up at me. Sighing, at least I think it was a sigh, the Gurvan straightened a bit. "My name is Gurkal. I am second claw of the Bloody Fist band. I thank you for not executing me. I take it you plan on starving me to death." I realized that it had been at least 4 days since his capture, and Leron, for all his politeness, had neglected to feed the prisoner or provide him much water. I summoned the jailer again and asked him to bring a goodly selection from the supplies we had captured. He slinked off to do so, clearly thinking that feeding one of our foes while we were under rationing was a fundamentally bad idea, while I continued my interrogation, which ran more like a conversation. "I am sorry. I had no intention of starving you. The jailer thought you would be executed in quick order, and did not think to feed you. I would have come sooner, but I was preoccupied with other duties." Gurkal grunted. "It is good to know that you have not totally given up the famed human kindness in the middle of this war. Among my people, if you are going to kill someone, then we at least let him die with a full belly, so that his spirit does not come back to haunt us. I managed to grin, despite myself. That's very wise of you. You earned at least that much by sparing my friend's life. Perhaps you can earn more. I seek information. He nodded slowly. I thought as much. Shall we begin here, or do we proceed directly to torture? Let's start here, I said. I'm not a torturer. And let's start with how you know my language so well. That is not of any military importance, so I'll answer freely. I am originally from a clan of miners in the southern part of the Shulakava range. You call them the Mindans. My father and uncles traded ore from our mine to a human village in a valley south of here, near the land of scars. I spent a lot of time in their village and even worked as a blacksmith apprentice to the smith who bought our ore for a year. I learned the Narasi language from him and his family. He explained reasonably. I see. So why did you take up arms against my people if you knew how harmless they are? He laughed bitterly. Harmless? Perhaps in your eyes. We were interrupted by Leron, who delivered a basket of provisions taken from the Gavani camp. He had included an earthenware jug of that nasty, bitter beer they like so much, as well as a slab of freshly cooked bacon, black bread, and a bunch of the dried roots. Gurkal started for the basket as soon as he saw it, but was caught up by the chains. He sighed with resignation and sat back down. Release him, I commanded. Leron looked at me like I was crazy, but he slowly unlocked the manacles. I will ensure he does not escape. And there are guards right outside. The little jailer skeptically finished unshackling Gurkal and then left the cell in haste. My thanks, Spellmonger, the Gurvan said, rubbing his wrists. In return for your kindness and generosity, I shall tell you everything I know. No need for torture, although I'm sure you'll get around to it eventually. You won't find it very helpful, I'm afraid. I was a minor officer in a unit of shock troops. I know nothing of grand strategy. He dug into the food with the greed of one who has not eaten in days. I can't say that his table manners were impeccable, considering there was no table in sight, but they were no worse than the Crinrock, perhaps better. While he sated the aching in his belly, he started to speak his story in that gravelly voice of his, continuing to eat during pauses. I come from a clan of miners. My clan had operated our iron mine for almost 100 years, Spellmonger. What we did before then, I do not know. Our histories do not go back to a time when we did not mine that vein. I remember picking up stray chunks of ore, even as a pup. My clan lived in the tunnels we had mined before, and after 100 years we had a spacious and comfortable place to live. A clear spring gave us clean water, and the little hollows of soil nearby provided us with roots and vegetables. I was one of 4 pups born to my mother that year. My brother and sisters and I had a good life. Our clan's trade with the Humani made us wealthy, by the standards of my people. Our shaman was a wise old Gurvan who taught us the important lessons, how to read and write our language, how to dance our dances, and how to sing our songs. He told us the stories of our people, of histories and prophecies, and of our gods. My clan was held in high esteem by the other clans, and my uncle, the chief, Karza, was seen as a figure of great importance. No disease or misfortune befell us. We warred with neighbouring clans from time to time, mostly over territory, food, fuel, and mates, but the battles were not fierce, and rarely did anyone die in them. Our warrior society was skilled, but they never fought another Gavani clan with iron. We used wooden clubs, and spared the victims as our slaves. When I was 10 years grown, which is the age of adulthood among my people, I accompanied my father and uncles on their thrice-yearly trips to the Humani village of Yeskot, in a village to the east of our mine. My clan sold their ore to a Humani smith there,
a huge fella named Bolo. Bolo had a big family, many pups, and a good wife. He traded us cloth and grain and such trinkets as my people enjoy in exchange for the ore. When I was old enough, my uncle asked Bolo to let me work with him for a few summers to learn his trade. He made me sleep in the barn, but other than that he treated me well, better than his Humani apprentices. When I had learned all that I could from Bolo, I returned to the mines, where I built a forge and made tools for the clan. It was an honourable life. Smiths are highly regarded, under only shaman in Govani society, and I prospered. For 6 years that was my life. I took a mate. We had a litter and I built a good home for us. But then, things changed. Among my people, Spellmonger, there are 3 types of shaman. There are the Golonosti, those who tend to the needs of the tribe, much the same way you probably do your Humani. The Golonosti are our teachers, our healers, our priests, our history keepers. Then there are the Ragonasti, the wanderers. They are clanless, moving from settlement to settlement, and trading news and songs and spells for food and lodging. There are Ragonasti who have great status among my people, but most of them are simple singers and tricksters whose magic is in their tales. Every clan likes a new Ragonasti to come. And then there are the Urgulnosti, the great shamans. They are the Govani who speak for all clans, whose magic is their wisdom. It is said that they speak to the gods and see spirits constantly. It is a great honour for a clan to produce an Urgulnosti. It is rare that more than a dozen such live at one time. So uncommon is the talent necessary to triumph in the mysteries. One spring, almost a dozen summers ago, my clan was visited by one such Urgulnosti. He was an old Gurvan, with long grey ears and a rheumy eye. He said his name was Horgu, and he preached about a new day. Our tales were full of the olden times, when we were the masters of all of Calador, not simple mountain people. We sang of the times when legions of our folk fought the Furless, the Humani, for the right to live in our own lands. They were sad songs, wistful and vengeful, which they made, but we knew them only as songs. When he sang them, they moved many of us. Horgu vowed that a leader would arise like those of old, like Gurvos the Great, Grogoror, the War Master, and Sherul, the great shaman, and lead us to victory over the Humani devils. Devils? Oh, I knew your folk were no more demonic than my own, but the wars between our people have made you legendary figures of oppression. They are just songs to entertain us around the dawn fires, designed to scare our cubs and make them brave. But Horgu insisted that they were not just songs. He said that the Urgulnosti had worked a mighty magic, and that Sherul, who had been cruelly betrayed by the Humani and slain in the last great war, would soon live again. He said that Sherul would bring back the golden ages of the past, when daylight could pass over our sleeping heads without fear of Humani hunters taking them before dusk. He promised us wealth and prosperity for all Govani, and high honour for all those who served in Sherul's army. Sherul, the great ghost, he called him. He told us to watch for the symbol of the black skull in the future, for that would be the symbol of the new army, the horde of the great ghost. I thought old Horgu a fool. Our shaman are skilled healers and proficient magicians, but they did not have power over death. They surely did not have the power to bring Sherul back from the dead after 200 years. I thought him a fool, but I kept it to myself out of respect for his age and rank. It was a good story, and it gave my clan hope. He left the next night to spread his tales to other clans. Horgu was not the last shaman to visit our clan. Over the next 2 years, a number of shamans came, dressed like Raganasti, but with the powers of the Urgulnosti. They performed mighty feats of skill with their magic, far beyond what our Golonosti were capable of. Warriors who bore the standard of the Black Skull accompanied them. You must understand that in our Govani civilization there are many warrior societies.
When a young Gurvan comes of age, he must pass a series of tests and trials, and he is bid upon by the various societies. I was a member of the Bloody Claw, but there were also members of the Notched Tooth, the Impaled Heart, and the Iron Fist societies represented in my clan. They hadn't been more than social gatherings for generations. When we did battle with other clans, we fought as a clan, not by society. I had never heard of the Black Skulls, but I assumed that they were merely members of a society from a far-off clan. They came in ones or twos at first, then in larger groups. They were all mighty warriors who always wore their armour, real Iron Humani-style armour, and they always slept with their weapons ready. Even I was impressed. Every time they came, they encouraged our young warriors to enlist in the Great Army, away at Black Mountain, Korgolvural, the largest of our ancient fortresses to survive the Great Wars. It is very remote, deep in the spine of Calador. It is said that Korgolvural was the last fortress Gurvos commanded to be built before he ascended among the gods. But I think it is older than even that, Great One. So it is a place of great meaning and myth among my people. The Black Skulls and the Shamans were insistent. They encouraged all warriors to join the cause. A few did, each time they visited. I resisted. I had a family and a good profession and some moderate wealth. Indeed, since the rise of the Black Skulls, the other clans were buying more iron than ever, and I worked at my forge from dusk until dawn for weeks. Demand was so high that we didn't even need to sell our surplus to the Humani towns. Probably a good thing, in light of the evil stories the Black Skulls told of your folk, and what they did with the iron. Every year, more and more of our young folk left to join the Great Army. Even females enlisted, which was against custom, but the power and the majesty of the Skulls was difficult to ignore. Every year, the stories grew more and more fantastic. To hear it, one of the ancient generals had come back to life. Or maybe it was a god. Speculation was rampant. Those who scoffed against them were punished. I was wise. I kept my mouth shut and kept working my forge. Finally, about 5 years ago, a troop of the Black Skulls came by with the Mace of Garl, one of our holiest relics. It was said to have been the weapon of the Garl, the old god, before he was cut up in battle and made into the other gods. The Skulls said that the old god had been reborn in the Great Ghost, and it was time to take back the sacred valley which had been so evilly taken from us. We would use it to see the Great Ghost to the Cavern of Karmala, our lost, most sacred shrine. It was a token that could not be denied, and when they summoned all of our warriors under its shadow, I had no choice but to leave with them. I bid my mates goodbye, put on my armour and weapons, and marched with the other members of my society towards Korgolvural. The next few years, I drilled endlessly in the massive caverns of the fortress, with thousands of warriors from every clan drilling with me. "Tell me about this great cavern," I prompted. Gurkal grunted thoughtfully. "It is a massive underground fortress, deep in the mountains, the greatest of our works of old. Nearly 100 levels, it is said, a place where you could wander from chamber to room and die of old age before you could set eyes on all of them. The upper levels were our barracks, our training ground. The lower levels were the realm of the shamans. We were not allowed there. We practiced under the eyes of the great war masters and the Urgulnosti. They ruled our bands like tyrants, always making them stronger. When we weren't drilling, the shamans preached to us, preached of the coming new age, when we would once again take our birthright. They showed us their stones, the stones of power, and did great magic with them to show us why we would be victorious this time. They taught us the Humani art of war, the war of machines, and swords and armour, not claws, clubs, and bravery. They spoke of the Arisen One, of Garl, the old god reborn, Sherul, the great ghost, who would restore us to our destiny. I went to the sermons and tried to stay awake. I thought the great ghost a mere myth. Unbelievers and deniers were tortured to death for all of us to see.
I kept my mouth shut about my dance, but then I learned that there might be something to the legend. Our generals and our priests ruled over us, but they were not the true powers of Korgal Varul. There was someone else there that not even the officers were allowed to approach, someone who was always surrounded by a dozen black skull bodyguards, a large figure draped with black cloth, round at the top, like he was wearing a helmet of great size. Once a Gurvan from another unit approached it unbidden and was cut down before he had advanced 2 paces. That is our leader, I think. It might have been Garl, the old god. Perhaps it was Sharul, the great shaman. It might have been my Aunt Durga, too, under all that cloth. A year ago, after I had long become accustomed to life in Korgal Vural, the orders came. We were to march. Lots were drawn, and the bloody fist band was chosen to lead the second thrust against the valley. I was a good warrior, and had made second claw in the band. We marched for months through the darkness under the mountains. It was a strange and exciting trip. As part of the second thrust, we were supposed to provide support for the vanguard troops who were supposed to have wiped the Humani out of the way by the time we arrived. We were to garrison this castle until the next thrust came, then move on the mouth of the valley. If it pleases you to hear it, Spellmonger, we were supposed to hold every inch of this valley by the last full moon. Your resistance here has thrown off the shaman's timetable. They are quite irritated with you, so I heard. Glad to hear my efforts are being appreciated, I said finally. The images I had picked up from his mind, through a little interrogation spell I had quietly cast, whirled around my head. The massive armies yet to come, the hundreds of thousands of war clubs prepared for human heads, the grim determination of the generals, the fanatical gleam in the eyes of the shamans, the glow from 100 or more witchstones, all of it pummeled my mind. But in the back of it all was the black-draped figure with the round head, the old god Garl, as Gurkarl had called him, the great ghost. That was the focus of the magic. It was it, that held the reins to the rest. It was he who was making his way toward the valley. "So, what will you do with me, now that I have told you all I know?" the Gurvan asked, licking the last of the foamy beer away from his lips with a sharply pointed tongue. "Torture? Execution?" "Maybe later," I said absently. "Right now you are my only link to the Gurvani. I can't throw you away so lightly. How far will the invasion go, do you think? Assuming for the moment that I cannot stop it somehow?" Gurkarl laughed harshly. "You cannot stop it, Spellmonger. This is only one thrust, and not the best armed. Several more will come to this valley. There are more troops to the north and to the south, already making their way deep into human lands. Eventually we will burst forth and take the battle to you, wherever you might live. You may slow us here, but that is a temporary matter. The great ghost, the old god, comes, and so powerful he is that he can wipe this pile of rocks from the land with a thought. The shamans and the black skulls will not be satisfied until every last Humani is dead. But why? And why now? And why this place?" That gave him pause for thought. "How much do you know of the last war between our races?" I shrugged. "Some, not much. The usual. Your folk invaded our lands, and we drove you back into the mountains." "We were not invading your lands, Spellmonger. We were defending ours from Humani encroachment. My people had an agreement with your empire about where our lands met with theirs. When your tribes conquered them, they ignored the agreement. For years we struggled against their new settlements, fighting tooth and claw to keep our lands intact. Your people don't fight fairly, though, not honorably. You betrayed us time and again. In the last war, you not only betrayed us and executed our leaders under a flag of truce, but you took for your own our holiest of places, after you said you would respect our gods. Pah! Have you no idea what this war is about?" he asked incredulously. "What holy places? I've seen the huts the Gurvani use as temples, and the stones in the fields, but The shamans' huts? No, not those. I am speaking of the lands given to us by our gods, places of great reverence, like the lake of Nara, where the mother goddess was inseminated by the mountain god, and the grove of Gilor, where the old god was born. There are shrines to our gods throughout this valley. But holiest of all is the cavern of Karumala, where Gaal slew the 5 demons and later married the goddess, Bireka. A cavern filled with silver and gold, Bireka's dowry, and holy relics, he said, eyeing me intently in the darkness. A cavern that now has a monstrous, blasphemous castle built over it. It took a moment for that to sink in. The Gurvani were assaulting this worthless province with unbridled ferocity, and this explained why. They wanted their lands back, of course, but there were better lands to be had within their grasp. Their attack made more sense if we were sitting on something else they wanted, some place else, someplace holy. It also explained how Sire Kusi's family, House Brandmount, the lords of a valley with more cows than people, could afford to build a fortress like Beauval Castle, easily a stouter fortification as owned by any great baron of the Wilderlands. They didn't get it by selling cheese. They got it by stealing the accumulated wealth of the Gurvani, which just happened to be stored in the cavern located, say, under the most defensible place in the valley. That explained why Sire Kusi had been so nervous about the prospect of invasion, why he was so adamant that the castle be defended, and why he had built the mighty castle here in the first place. He knew it was coming. That bastard! I swore. Let me guess. The leaders of the Humani, back then, promised that your holy sites in this valley would be honored if you laid down your weapons. Then, while they negotiated with your leaders, a troop of men raided the valley and took control of those sites and your treasury. The gold matters not, Gurkarl countered, nodding. The cavern held holy relics, relics of our past greatness, when we were lords of the world and the Humani had yet to fall from the sky. It was the place where our most sacred mysteries were conducted. Your warriors slew an entire generation of shamans, and then looted our sacred places like the blasphemous bandits they were. If only we had been stronger, smarter. If the 2 brothers had not fallen by your treachery and might, then we would have avenged ourselves, back then. But your people slew our warriors in their sleep and butchered our cubs in front of their mothers. I bear your race no ill, myself, Spellmonger. But my people owe yours no less than the blood we've spilt in revenge for those wrongs. It is why I am prepared to die, now, Spellmonger, because I am the first Gurvan in my lifetime to come so close to the holy cavern of Karumala. I'll not argue against your cause for vengeance, I admitted, suddenly feeling dirty. House Brandmount, Sire Kusi, this out-of-place castle, all made sense now. I could easily see why the Gurvani were angry enough to raise the dead and build an army to retake the place. My indulgence lasted only moments, though, when it was interrupted by an explosion so loud I could feel it even in the depths of the dungeon. It reminded me of the wave of power that Urik had unleashed, but I felt no magic around me. I whirled, thoughts of the horrible previous night filling my head.
What have those idiots done now?
I asked myself. What was that? I asked the guards. That, Gurkarl said sanguinely, was probably the outer wall, falling. We have been building tunnels for weeks now to drop that wall. We are a people of the mountains. Above all, we know how to dig. Perhaps you should go attend to it. Oh, and thanks for the meal. It really hit the spot, he said, with a sigh of satisfaction. Chapter 11. The Mine and the Breach. I cursed myself for my own short-sightedness as I raced up the stairs, the guards just behind me. I could already hear the screams of the victims, the alarmed cries, and the tumult of war through the thick stone walls, and I couldn't help but feel guilty. People were hurt and dying all because I forgot that goblins live underground. I had made an effort to erect a spellwork that was proof against sappers, There are all sorts of nasty things that you can do to someone when they're underground to break their concentration on their digging. But I hadn't emphasized those kind of spells, as I believed that the ground of the valley was too rocky, an eternal complaint of the farmers, to dig through easily. But this was war, and the Gavani were familiar with these rocks. They were the rocks their ancestors preyed on. Tunneling might be a challenge, but not impossible, especially using magic. When I reached the surface, I realized that things were not quite as bad as I had feared, but not by much. True, the outer bailey wall had been breached, but it had not fallen. In the northwest corner of the wall a hole had opened the size of 2 wagons, taking a generous chunk of the wall out in the process. Gavani warriors were streaming through, plying their clubs and swords against the peasants gathered there. It wasn't a slaughter. There were several dozen peasants, now part of the militia, who had grabbed their spears and knives and pitchforks, and were staunchly defending the stalls and tents that had become their homes in the last few fortnights. The sentries at the top of the wall were dropping stones and arrows on the invaders with some effect, but the defence wasn't organised enough to be effective at anything but slowing the advance. With a glance, I could see that it soon would be. Already the warriors from the inner bailey were starting to stream out of the gate in full armour, swords, shields and spears, fighting the dirt-covered goblins wherever they met them, and winning most engagements. Civilians and militia gratefully got behind the quickly forming line, and by the time I got to somewhere I could do some good, there was a kind of rough shield wall protecting most of the residents of the outer bailey. The tide was by no means stemmed, but it had staunched the flow of goblins into a stream, not a flood. That being said, they controlled a significant and growing portion of the courtyard, almost a quarter. I had made a practice of wearing slasher if I left my private quarters at all, and before I realized it, the blade was in my right hand and my spear was in my left, and I was looking for the best place to use them. The swords of the armsmen who had accompanied me were drawn as well, and with a wordless battle cry we ran toward the breach. There was no time for organizing an ordered defense against the unexpected attack. More soldiers from the walls and towers fell in behind me as we met the first of our attackers. By the time I got to the edges of the breach, a place where the Gavani was still moving forward, I had about 2 squadrons of defenders with me. Our strategy was simple. The foe had come in and had to be driven out. I activated the war's magic spells I had hung to be more effective in that endeavour. The power of the sphere allowed me to increase my speed with a thought, and in seconds I was in the thick of the fray, slasher slashing and lightning growing thick from my fist. The next several minutes found me facing fanatical, furry face after furry face. The attackers were determined and deadly, as I passed a dozen human corpses along the route. I strove to be more so. My hands seemed to move of their own volition, as they do when my war magic takes effect. For me, time slowed to a leisurely crawl, allowing my sword and my spells to strike with unerring accuracy. There were plenty of targets for both. I didn't even bother with a rational defence. I avoided their clubs and blades, true, but I never parried. It was easier to just not be where their blows were landing. There was no conscious thought in the fight. Just duck, slash, leap, stab, dodge, blast, spin, kick, turn, smash, swerve, strike, and press forward, ever forward, toward the breach. I slew a score of goblins in 1s and 2s before I had made my way half across the courtyard. A dozen more after I reached the first row of tents and stalls being demolished in the fight. Slasher was dripping with blood and fur, and when I had an instant where I wasn't killing someone, I sent a superheated blast of magical fire to burn the blade clean of the gore. Believe it or not, the weight of blood on your blade has an effect. It slowed me down. Removing it by magic, instead of just wiping it down, had the additional effect of blinding and terrifying a few of those goblins who faced us. It was interesting to note that they had chosen mid-morning to attack. I suppose that made some kind of strategic sense, catching us off guard, but it did seem to waste their warriors in a rather appalling manner. Of course, in a war of attrition, they had us outnumbered handily. The Gavani I faced literally threw themselves savagely at every human they came across, armed and unarmed alike. Their fervour and dedication made more sense now that I knew that they were being led by a revived god and were on a genocidal holy war.
I helped the few more die for their cause. By the time that I had made it to the outer edge of the tent city, reinforcements had arrived in force from the inner bailey, notably the Crinrock infantry with their grim axes. They matched the Gavani in ferocity, attacking wildly and with a casual regard for property damage or bystanders. They grunted savagely as their axes bit flesh, their war cries in their strange tongue at odds with shouts of "Boval Vale" and "Kusi and Boval." The Crinrocks stuck together, though, guarding each other's backs and pushing toward the breach valiantly. Their sudden appearance allowed those few women and children who had not been taken by surprise in the first attack to slip past their lines, and for that I was grateful. But that line kept getting pushed back. I glanced behind me to see that the Black Flag, minus their horses, were forming a more organized defensive line in a rough circle around the incursion, and a glance at the walls told me that more archers, led by the regular castle garrison, were filling the walls and turrets of the castle to snipe at the invaders. This made it more expensive for the goblins to advance, but whoever was in charge didn't seem to mind paying the butcher's bill. Tents obstructed my direct view of the breach, but I could feel the metaphysical tug of magic being hurled around at the base of the wall, bumping against our wards. I ran to the top of a parked wagon to see where I could lead the men following me effectively. My vantage point showed me that our foe had established a firm bridgehead inside the walls, someplace that could be defended against counterattack. There were at least 3 shamans with witchstones, acting under the direction of a huge, nearly man-sized Gurvan in black iron-studded leather armor, and surrounded by a platoon of viscous little devils with spears longer than they were tall. Not all of them were fighting us. Others were moving dirt, stone, and bodies of the slain into a rough defense around the opening of the tunnel. But as I watched, more and more poured through the breach, fresh and ready to fight. The overcast sky made it easier for them, I suppose, and the Gurvan general seemed to know his business. He directed the new shock troops with an expert hand to where they would do us the most harm, while the shamans cast war magic spells, mostly in support and defense, on behalf of the raiders. I tossed a bolt toward the general to test his defenses. It was neatly deflected. For 10-hour-long minutes, the action was furious as we humans fought desperately against the goblin shock troops. The screams of the dying, the wounded, and the merely terrified made it difficult for our valiant defenders to stay organized. But the arrival of the Crinrock and the Black Flag managed to stabilize the situation, if not contain it. After 10 minutes, the fighting had settled down into a rough battle zone comprising about half of the outer bailey. Any civilians that hadn't been able to escape were dead or dying, and many of the tents that had been their temporary homes were broken or burning. The advance had finally been halted. A semicircle of our men prevented any Gavani from pushing any further without paying a price, and our archers were using their shafts liberally from the walls and towers around them. Any goblins who made the attempt to push past the line, the Crinrock were gleefully slicing up. While our pet barbarians were making little real progress toward the breach, around which an increasingly tough defensive line was being erected, they kept it from hemorrhaging further. The knights from the inner bailey finally showed up, armed and armored, and took charge of the situation. Sire Kusi stalked up and down behind the lines, shouting orders and encouragement through the thick wall of smoke that was building up around the breach. Sir Kay was in a tower, directing the archers to focus their fire at specific targets. Sir Ronsil was holding the strategically important section of wall between the breach and the main gate. If that fell, and the gates were flung open, the rest of the battle would have been over in a few hours. Despite the courageous rally and spirited defense of the bailey, my heart was sinking. I felt like a sailor on a boat with a hole in the hull. I took a few moments to breathe and let my senses fade back to normal while I assessed the whole situation. Things were finally stable enough for me to try to decide what to do. But what the hells was I supposed to do? How do you patch a hole when the water keeps rushing in? I was saved from the thought by a runner from Sire Kusi, who had spotted me through the chaos and sought me out. All councillors, he said breathlessly, were to report to the stables, which the Lord of Boval had made into his command post. He particularly wanted to speak to me. No surprise. I nodded and stumbled in that direction. Along the way, I talked a scared little girl of maybe 10 out of a cup from the jug she was carrying. I thought it was water or wine or beer, but it turned out to be this morning's milk, still warm from the udder. Finer milk I have never tasted. I did my best to comfort her, and actually pointed her towards the southeastern wall of the Inner Bailey, where the survivors of the attack were being treated. I also laid a small calming spell on her, almost as an afterthought, as she couldn't find her parents. They had been living under a tarpaulin within a stone's throw of the breach. I told her they were probably waiting for her in the opposite corner, and to not be afraid. They were probably dead, of course, but no need to disturb her with the thought. I wished someone could tell me not to be afraid. My bowels had turned to water, and my breath kept catching in my throat. Sire Kusi and his knights were huddled around a sketch of the situation laid out on a bale of hay with the help of a pile of rocks, horseshoes, tack, harnesses, and other equine paraphernalia. I nodded and leaned into the discussion about the defence. Sire Kusi looked up at me, finished his orders to an ancient, and then spoke to me harshly, fire in his eyes. "Spellmonger, it was your job to prevent something like this," he said, his mustached lip curling in disdain. "What, in the name of Huin's axe, happened?" "The enemy mined the wall and breached it," I reported lamely. The old knight shook his head in disgust. "First last night's debacle, and now this? I thought I had a war mage who could prevent this kind of tragedy. I thought I had a worthy wizard protecting my domain. Is that peasant wench of yours draining your wits as well as your sap?" he asked disdainfully. I let him live. To say I was taken aback is an understatement. I was shocked. His tone was imperious and ungrateful and entirely unwarranted under the circumstances, and it raised my ire. Had I not done the impossible by wrecking 5 massive siege towers? Had I not built a magical core for his pissant little domain out of nothing? Where was the respect I'd come to expect from the knight? Suddenly, Kusi wasn't the noble figure I'd built him up to be in my mind. He was a bully in armour, with a title and a sense of entitlement. This little lordling and his miserable excuse for a homeland would have been carrion right now if it had not been for me. He had no right, nobility or not, to adopt such a manner with me, especially in light of Gurkhal's revelation about his ancestors' role in the conquest of the valley. The son of a treacherous bandit was deigning to be sharp with me, Minilan the war mage, who held now more power in his hands than any living mage. The crack about Alia was particularly unwarranted and ignoble of him. I might not love every woman I've bedded, but my budding relationship with one of his subjects was a sensitive subject, one a gentleman should have known to avoid. I could have burned him down where he stood just for that. I started to seethe, and my mood was evident by the crackle of green lightning that cascaded through my hair. I checked my ire. One effect I'd found of a mage maintaining close proximity with a stone for any extended period of time was his unconscious thoughts and emotions were occasionally expressed magically. Tyndall displayed it a little too, and he's a lot less level-headed than I. While this is impressive while you're having sex or laughing at a jest, I could see already that there were going to be some drawbacks to using Irianite regularly. It is easy, all too easy, to let arcane power obey the whims of your subconscious thoughts, and let your feelings become reality. Had I been raised as he was, that's just what would have happened in that heated moment. I suppose the only thing that saved Sire Kusi from being roasted to a cinder was my own upbringing as a commoner. All through the 5 duchies, the common folk treated the nobility with respect. They were richer, more cultured, and presumably better than us in all ways, after all. And to do otherwise could find you dangling from a tree. That ingrained deference alone allowed me to overlook this son of scoundrels and thieves while he insulted my woman and, damn it, just didn't appreciate me after what I'd done for him. Another peasant myth shattered, that good and loyal service is rewarded handsomely by nobles who are actually noble. The knowledge that 1,000 other human beings beyond Sire Kusi were also in jeopardy intruded into my mind, and that gave me the strength to recognize the importance of not killing him in a fit of rage. I've often wondered since if I made the wrong decision. I chose my words very carefully, as the middle of a battle was not the best time to argue personal matters with one's liege. My eyes narrowed as I stared at him and said, in a slow and deliberate voice, "My lord, it matters little how they did it. The fact is, they did do it, and we must drive them out. I think they are contained for the moment, but come nightfall I'd guess they will try to break out in strength. We must be prepared. I suggest we firm our defensive perimeter around them, move as many civilians as we can into the inner bailey, and prepare to receive their charge." Venom dripped softly from every syllable. Sire Kusi held my eye for a moment, startled at my tone, and realizing the impolitic way he had approached the subject. He grunted a sigh, then, as if I had stated the obvious, which I had, and turned back to his makeshift map. "Agreed. Let's double the number of archers we have on the walls, using the best of the peasant militia for that. I'll have Sir Ronsil gather a work corvée to begin building a field fortification around the outside of our current lines, and include a small redoubt every 20 paces, if we can. Sir Kay can shift the tower ballistae from here and here to here and here, so that they can cover the courtyard. When enough of the fortifications are done, we can retreat our infantry behind them. I'll have the Black Flag break out more pikes as well, and ready torches and watchfires." "A suggestion, sire?" I ventured, acting as if it didn't really matter whether or not he heard it. The men around him looked from me to their lord and back again, seeing the stress between us for themselves. Not a good sign in terms of morale, but I was past caring. Sire Kusi turned back to me, sighed again, and nodded. "As to the disposition of the troops, let's put the garrison soldiers and the Black Flag on the fortifications, and withdraw the Crinrock to behind the front lines until they are needed. The mercenaries and your own troops will be more disciplined in holding the line than the barbarians or the militia, particularly if they are using pikes. If pressed, the militia can reinforce the regulars. But if some Gurvan really wants to get through badly enough, let them. Then close the line back up. The Crinrock will handle them." "And how about our magical corps?" he asked, a hint of a sneer in his voice at the term. "My men will do our best to neutralize the 3 shamans providing magical support. Doubtless there will be more of them there by nightfall, but we can do what we can. We can also provide defenses for our own troops. Indeed, I shall convene my staff immediately in my quarters and prepare contingencies. Then, my lord," I said meaningfully, "I will report back to you as to our preparedness, and inquire about our strategic situation, as well as speak of less pressing matters." I added, my mouth tight. Sire Kusi raised his bushy eyebrows, and with a toss of his grey head dismissed me without another word. I didn't bother to bow when I left. I was finally headed back to Talry to see my folks when I ran across Sire Kusi from the Long March in an inn in Innisby. I'd lost track of most of my old comrades from Ferris after the occupation, and it was a pleasure to encounter the old gentleman again. He was looking to buy copper and rye, sell cheese and garnets, and hire blacksmiths, masons, and carpenters to come to his enchanting little mountain land and improve his holdings. He had a big castle, he boasted, and needed the labour to finish it. He was also investigating the prospects for a second marriage, his first wife having died with a fever, and perhaps one for his younger brother. We sat up late into the night. He was buying the wine, reminiscing, and after telling the usual number of war stories and acquaintances from the campaign, or the regretful loss of comrades in battle, he told me, in glowing detail, about the valley of Beauval, where the women and the cows were renowned for their udders. The majestic views, the beautiful vale pastures, Himmas Lake, steaming fog in the morning's light. He painted a beautiful picture. Sire Kusi told me about his plans to finish his great castle, take another wife, have children. He was still virile at his age, he assured me, and live happily ever after. He told me of the enclave of treefolk and the idyllic existence his subjects enjoyed. He made it sound like a mountainous paradise, and sometime after midnight, and after way too many glasses of wine, I enthusiastically agreed to follow him back to his beautiful land and take a look around. Perhaps become a spellmonger, I mentioned. I was pretty sick of war magic at that point, and even more disgusted with my clientele. I longed for something simpler, more stable, and with better prospects of seeing my next name day. While he already had one in his domain, Kusi assured me that there was a need for another, and plenty of business available for an opportunistic young man. I was sick of warfare. I was tired of excitement. I wanted to find a quiet little place, leagues away from the nearest battlefield, and put my crappy career in war magic far behind me. Even by morning's light the next day, I stuck to my resolve. After 3 years of war, I was entitled to a little rest, a little peace, and idyllic Beauval Vale in the glorious Mindens was the perfect place to find it. It seemed like such a good idea at the time. I was studying the magical diorama, far more comprehensive than the hay bale map Kusi was using, when the rest of the magic corps joined me to plot how to seal the breach. Instead of just sitting in a corner and looking pretty, Alia stared out the arrow slit to the courtyard below, calling out corrections to the map as the situation changed slightly. She was as shocked over the suddenness of the attack as anyone, particularly since she'd lived in the Outer Bailey and knew everyone there, and the job gave her something useful to focus on. She had narrowly escaped the battle herself, having gone to visit her sister while I was in the dungeon with Gurkal, and had just made it back to our quarters. Yes, I guess they were ours by now, I realized with a start. The thought was not displeasing, when the Gavani breached the wall. In a panic she had grabbed my bow and had lobbed a few arrows at them before realizing that she was no more an archer than she was a mage. By the time I had arrived, she was curled up in a corner, crying as she watched the chaos unfold. Her cheeks were still stained with tears as she called out corrections to our map. The others were almost as despondent, and it wasn't all due to the Gavani. Garkescu's face was ashen, and his hair had suddenly developed bright white streaks in it since Urik's rebellion. The scrawny spellmonger paced around the tower chamber like a caged animal about to be sacrificed. His remaining apprentice, bookish Rondal, was sullen, silent, and could scarce drag his eyes from the floor as he sat like a sack in a chair by the diorama. Tyndall, ever faithful, was the most enthusiastic of my men. He knew the gravity of the situation, and had even helped in the counterattack. He had been practicing swordplay with the mercenaries again, and had fought beside the Black Flag, though only with a wooden sword. With 2 of our number gone, I'd have to improvise something within our power to do. That I had little idea of what that was troubled me, but I tried not to let it show on my face. I looked around at all of them and prayed to whoever was listening that the luck that had kept us safe from the goblins and our own shortcomings would continue for a little while longer. "Gentlemen," I began, clearing my throat from the smoke that was still thick in the air, "it has been a very rough few days, and I know we are all tired and afraid. I know I am. But there is no time for wallowing in self-pity. We have a situation that needs to be dealt with by magic, and very little time. Come nightfall, we might well all be dead." Nods and stares. Alia started crying again, and then choked it off. She still hadn't heard from her family after the attack. "This is the situation as it stands. Gurvani have breached here, under the northwest wall, and have built field fortifications to cover a few hundred paces around that breach to prepare it for an extended stay. There might be 500 of the foes now within our walls, behind that line, and they will be reinforced steadily come dusk. Our goal is to stop the flow of Gurvani before it gets that far, and assist in mopping up the ones who have invaded us. Arrayed against us are at least 3 shamans, perhaps many more on the way. They are well protected against direct attack, and our previous tricks are likewise warded against. I am open to suggestions, because I'm fresh out of ideas." Garkescu snorted disdainfully. and then looked away. But he gathered around the model like everyone else. "My specialties do not include repelling invaders," he said flatly. "This is my first siege. I'm not fond of it," he added lightly. "If only we had a giant dog," Tyndall said idly, as he studied the representation of the breach I'd added to the model. "It's like a gopher hole. Our dog used to dig them up all the time." "More like an anthill," Rondal managed. "We've no way to know where their tunnel even originated." "Ants are stupid, though, and these beastly goblins are not. There is no honey that will lure them," Garkescu added. But there was. I thought about the cavern that was hidden somewhere under Beauval Castle, and tried to think of a way to use it to our advantage. Perhaps if we had more time, we could bargain possession of it for our lives, or attempt something daring. But we didn't have that time, and approaching Sakusi with the matter would be difficult in the best of times. The old coot wasn't about to give up his beautiful castle to anyone. Even if I had my way, using the cavern as a bargaining point called for a lot more finesse than I could manage after the hellish time of the last few days. "How about, counter-tunnel?" Rondal asked hesitantly. "What do you mean?" "Dig a tunnel under theirs, and then come up from beneath them, and undermine?" I considered for a moment. It wasn't a bad plan, but too time-consuming and manpower-intensive. Even with magical assistance, Govani were natural diggers. Even aided by magic, there was no way that a counter-tunnel could be dug through the rocky ground in time to do any good. I said as much, but congratulated the boy on his thinking, which earned a sneer from his master. Another 3 or 4 suggestions were bandied about, none of them practical for the situation at hand. We stared at the map and moved pieces representing our forces and the Govani from place to place, but the plans kept getting too elaborate to put into action, or failed for the lack of resources. We did have some useful insights while we worked, though. We took turns scrying the tunnel, and the goblins within, updating our model as we did so. We discovered that it came in from under a nearby hill, where they could dig without much notice. We had noticed it earlier, actually, but to our inexperienced eyes it looked like a bunker against our missiles, or a quarry for the field fortifications they were constructing. The entrance had been disguised from our scrying by magic and activity. Its true purpose was kept hidden from our scrying by a group of privacy-minded shamans, I guessed. But what we did discover was important and impressive. The tunnel was roughly 280 yards long, 6 to 10 feet wide, with pockets every 40 feet or so where gear could be stored and goblins could rest. It was deepest, just under our wall, plunging down almost 100 feet below the surface before sloping back up at a steep angle. The Govani engineers had taken great pains, it seemed, to avoid hurting the castle's physical defences overmuch. The shamans, likewise, had cast spells to keep us from collapsing the tunnel by magic, especially under the moat, which would have conveniently flooded the tunnel. I wasn't sure why they were being so delicate with the mine. Perhaps they planned on making it their summer home next year. The problem was that even if we succeeded in fighting them back into the tunnel, they could easily outflank us by digging around us. Indeed, the tunnel branched out in a few other incomplete forks, prepared as a contingency or as miscalculation, I guessed. But many of them could be continued to penetrate the walls again. Stop one breach, only to be confronted by another in your rear. No, this serpent needed to be cut in half, and quickly, before it grew more heads. I just couldn't think of an easy way to do that, without killing a lot more people than I wanted. I was getting frustrated, as it was starting to get dark outside. People were going to start dying soon if we didn't hit upon anything workable. The heaps of rock and wood that were our next makeshift line of defence were manned and ready, but they wouldn't hold out long against a prolonged assault buoyed by attrition. "If we bring the rocks of the wall down on them, they'll have to retreat," Tyndall offered, eagerly. "And we'll have an even bigger hole for the next lot to worm through," Garkescu pointed out disdainfully. "Perhaps we could just persuade them to go away," suggested Rondal nervously. "Not with those shamans fighting us," Tyndall pointed out. "Just scrying that breach was hard enough." We needed a plan. I looked at the map and scowled. There just wasn't a particularly elegant way to go about this. I came to a conclusion. Okay, we need to quit trying to finesse this thing and just hit it in the head. Won't that just force them to try another approach? Garcescu asked, sourly. Let's just focus on the magic and forget about grand strategy for a while, I cautioned evenly. First, we need to protect our people behind the barricades. The shamans are working defensive and support magic at the moment, but they'll soon move on to offensive magic, unless I miss my guess. Without us, there is nothing that will stop them, and our defenders will be down before they strike another blow. Tyndall, Garcescu, I'm putting you in charge of that. Divide the line in two, starting from the midpoint between these two towers, and start planning magical defences. What kind of defences? Tyndall asked, doubtfully. So far, the shamans have only thrown basic combat magic at us, but you should plan for fire and cold, and lightning, too. I am wagering that they will rely more on the raw power of the stones than subtler spells. Rondal, I want you to go on the offensive. Throw everything at them that you can against that redoubt, and vary it quickly, before they can adapt. Try not to hurt the wall, but if that's what it takes, then so be it. Cover any weaknesses in the centre, between Tyndall and your master, but mostly stay on their furry black asses like an obsessed flea, and try not to get in the way of the infantry, will you? The longer they stay alive, the more effective a shield for your attack. If the tide seems to be turning your way, do not be fooled. Do not, under any circumstances, follow the Gavani back into their tunnels. Even an enhanced war mage would have a hard time fighting clear. Rondal nodded, squinting thoughtfully at the map. "And what about you, Master?" Tyndall asked, expectantly. I stared back at him and sighed. He expected some intricately plotted spell that I would pull out of my ass and save the day with, like I had with the unfastening spell. There was no reason why he shouldn't. So far, that's exactly what had happened. The fact that inspiration wasn't exactly lighting up my mind meant that perhaps today he would be disappointed. I hate to disappoint a doting apprentice. Tunnels have two ends. I'm going to sneak over the wall tonight and see if I can't stop the flow of enemies from the other end, I said confidently. Dear gods, don't ask me how, I prayed, as the other magi nodded in appreciation, because I don't have the faintest idea. Thankfully, they didn't. Instead, they all looked at me as if I had the perfect plan in mind, parts of which were just too complicated to reveal. I wasn't about to discourage the notion, especially not before a battle in which their confidence would play a crucial role. If they fought like demons because they thought I was out there valiantly slaying goblins by the horde, then I wasn't going to tell them otherwise. All right, then. We have our basic assignments. Let's talk tactics. For my part of the mission, I chose an escort of 10 fast black flag troopers, the best that Captain Ferrando could loan me. I had to admire the man. He was way out of his element, which was normally charging gallantly into battle on the field of combat. Instead, he was plotting the intricacies of a siege, with which he had little experience. Yet he had not once lost command of his wits or his morale. He was approaching the situation as a problem to be solved, not a certain fight to the last man, which I could appreciate. The 10 men he loaned me were veterans unafraid of the dangers of goblins at night. At least, that's what he told me. We would go on horse to try to cover the relatively unguarded stretch of land between the wall and the hill. Before I left, I checked in with my magic corps in their designated positions and made certain they knew what they were supposed to do. I gave Alia a kiss and a long embrace at the gatehouse before I departed, wondering if I'd ever see her again. Finally, I hung a dozen of my own spells, checked the war wands in my harness, loosed Slasher in its scabbard on my back, and sped off on Traveller, out the front gate, like a real gentleman, the black flag troopers following behind me. The sun was already setting, and I could hear the disturbing sound of Gavani war drums from their great encampments ringing the castle. They played those drums every night, for some reason. It's a spooky sound when you first hear it, but over the course of the last weeks, it had become a familiar part of the background noise, until everyone in the castle had grown used to it. We even started to criticize the various drummers' performances with the peculiar sort of gallows humor that the besieged quickly develop. Tonight was one of their better, more dramatic percussionists, I noted, quite fitting for one likely riding off to his death. I called the men into a gallop, maintaining a tight formation, and cast some simple wards around us that would discourage any Gavani from noticing us as out of the ordinary. We galloped to a point about halfway between the castle and the small hill that concealed their digging, encountering few pickets. The field was fairly clear of Gavani patrols, which I thought odd, but welcomed all the same. I had loaded up on additional and more complex concealment spells before we departed, but I was unsure of their effectiveness, and overuse of such spells can attract as much attention as carrying torches as we rode. Even with the remnants of spells and counterspells overhanging the land around the castle, like smoke from fires, providing some residual interference against casual scrying, I didn't want to take any chances. Stray magics can have a subtle impact on even the most potent and well-directed of spells. Calling attention to ourselves by casting spells to not call attention to ourselves is one of those subtle points good war magi learn early on. Poor war magi usually don't live long enough to develop that subtle sophistication. I led the troops quickly and directly to our business, portraying an outward confidence that I now wore like a favourite hat. Truthfully, I had only the barest hint of an idea for a plan. I barely understood what I was going to do, much less knew how I was to do it. I was kind of hoping something would occur to me before I got to the spot I had picked. It didn't. At least not immediately. We slowed to a trot, dismounted, and then walked the horses until I was over the spot I'd chosen. There was a weakness here that we'd theorized might be exploited. Perhaps not, but that's what I was here to figure out. I muttered in the Black Flag officer's ear as the first of the stars came out. "Keep on guard, petty captain, and keep your men quiet. See that I am undisturbed for a few moments, would you?" The man nodded, and then ordered the men into a casual defensive position around me while I prepared my spell. Scrying from a distance, we had noticed, actually Rondal had noticed, something interesting about one particular bend in the tunnel. It veered left, as I faced the castle, for about 35 feet, then back again for about 20. There was no obvious reason for it. Ideally, a mining shaft should travel in as straight a line as possible. A 50-foot spur broke off to the right, and then stopped. I had thought it a contingency tunnel, until Rondal pointed out that it was probably a simple jog around a rock too big to move. Apart from cows and lusty peasant girls, such rocks are one of the things Beauval grows in abundance. Upon further examination closer to the site, directly over it, actually, the small scrying glass I carried showed that the obstacle the Gavani had avoided was not merely a rock, but a seam of low-grade coal, not uncommon in this area, though rarely exploited. That gave me an idea. While I know coal is mined in the south, in the Wilderlands, where wood is so plentiful for fuel, mining coal for the purpose of heating and cooking was rare. It's used by smithies and occasionally by doctors and barbers, but the Wilderlands has plenty of trees to get through before the common folk relied upon it for heat. I paced it off as the spell showed me what I wanted to see in the glass. The seam carried on for about 90 feet, roughly parallel to the wall of the castle, then petered out to the northeast and southwest. The Gavani were smart sappers. Going around the seam was easier and safer than going through it. But their excavations around it had exposed a considerable portion of the seam inside the tunnel as they sought its end. And coal burns, if you can heat it up enough, I reminded myself. That was pretty much the gist of my plan. The tunnel itself was protected against casual scrying, but I was right over it, and powered through that spell. It had a few other enchantments here and there that I guessed were safety-related, such as anti-cave-in spells, spells against water pooling, that sort of thing. Mining magic isn't really a specialty of mine. I could tell that one kept fresh air flowing from the tunnel head, allowing the sappers to work without having to open ventilation shafts, which would have given their position away to our observers. The spells they were using were pretty powerful, too, from what I could understand of them. Too powerful to break them up lightly without them noticing almost immediately. But I wasn't going to try to dispel it. Indeed, I hoped to use it, and that seam of coal, to make things very uncomfortable in that tunnel before long. It took me a few moments to piece together what needed to be done before I did it, but it was a basic alchemy thaumaturgic magic, something I could have done in my 3rd year at the academy, if they had taught such useful applications for spells, and I had access to almost limitless energy. Concentrating very hard, I brought into being a spell component that did nothing but dig. Sort of. It was a variation of the grinding spells war magi used to keep their mage blades razor-sharp, wherein tiny swirls of magical energy abrade the steel the same way a good whetstone does, only a lot more thoroughly and completely. It was also something the Gurvan had not protected against. After all, who would want to make their ugly tunnel more polished? Casting it was easy. Nothing interfered in the area under my feet. Expanding it to a massive area was harder, and harder still was linking it alchemically just to the coal. But with enough power and enough desperation, you'd be surprised what unlikely things you can accomplish. Like a rough rock across soft wood, I sent the spell past their basic subterranean defenses and started it working on the exposed face of the vein. It was completely invisible to those who weren't gifted, soundless, and should not cause any particular notice even upon close inspection. I wasn't worried about more invasive scrutiny from magical professionals either. From the locations of the sparks of their stones, all the shaman were clustered at either end of the tunnel. The busy little souls who toiled under our feet, like so many ants, were sappers and shock troops preparing for an invasion, and they had better things to do than notice a little more dust in the air than normal. Hey, it was a tunnel. Tunnels are supposed to be dirty and dusty. That's what I was counting on. I set up an independent guidance component to the spell so that it would continue without my direct supervision, and then turned my focus toward a second spell. This was something that I hadn't done since the academy, in a lab, in broad daylight, with a qualified master overseeing me. I was doing it now in the dark, surrounded by enemies, under immense pressure. My only advantage was the power I could throw at the spell. It was basic alchemy. If one takes certain rocks or natural mineral-based oils and applies various forces of nature to them, they behave in interesting ways, according to their alchemical nature. Most people are almost entirely ignorant of these things, except when a craft has a need for them and learns to exploit the alchemy of nature. For example, among its other properties, coal has within its dark exterior certain gases which, when released and properly mixed with air, are flammable, even explosive. Indeed, I was fairly certain that the Gavani air circulation spell was designed as much to keep such gases from pooling up dangerously as it was to allow the sappers to breathe fresh air. Coal normally outgasses fairly slowly. I needed to improvise something to make it do so rapidly. Applying pressure to it arcanely and increasing the surface area affected should theoretically increase the rate of outgassing. Call it inspiration or intuition or genius or pure rutting luck, but I came up with a perfect spell. It was semi-autonomous, like a leak-seeking spell I used for thatched roofs, and hurried along the outgassing by very rapid vibration. It mimicked the actions of a bug, eating its way through the coal seam like a termite in moist wood, and leaving behind tiny invisible wisps of volatile gases in its wake. If I could wait long enough for the right amount of gases to build up. My spell work had taken a while, and the men in my escort were getting nervous. Goblin patrols had come within 50 feet of our party without discovering us, but they made the horses skittish. The sun was already behind the mountains, and twilight was upon us. Before very long it would be dark enough for the Gavani assault to begin in earnest, and if the traffic below our feet was any indication, it would be an impressive one. But there are some things you just can't hurry. I checked on the progress of my spell, scried the tunnel, and generally killed time. I was almost getting bored when our horses neighed, and 2 of the beasts went down with black-fletched arrows jutting out of them. A Gavani patrol, complete with a witchstone-wielding shaman, had eluded my "please don't notice us" saboteurs spell and had successfully snuck up on us. If the horses hadn't caught their scent, the goblins are generally unfamiliar with horses, and horses react poorly to the dank odour of goblins, we might have been completely surprised. The attack gave me something with which to occupy my time while my spells were working. It certainly broke up the boredom. I almost smiled behind my snarl as I drew Slasher, wrapped my fist around my sphere, and guided Traveller into battle against the goblins with my knees. I could spot the entire patrol with mage sight, without using a light of any sort, and it wasn't that large. I had worked up a fair bit of anger and frustration the last couple of days, and I almost welcomed the simple clash of steel on steel as an opportunity to vent. Besides, I carried a fair bit of guilt, knowing that I had left my apprentice and the other odds and sods of Beauval Valley's magical core the fairly hopeless task of stopping a concentrated assault through the breach. By all rights, I should have been the one facing down the coming attack. Perhaps I could expunge my soul by dying valiantly in battle, I reasoned. Then, at least, the responsibility would be someone else's. Garky's, for instance. That brought a genuine smile to my lips as I charged into battle. The contest was fairly one-sided at first. Our mounted troopers were in relatively open country and able to maneuver. The score of goblin light infantry we faced was outnumbered and outpowered, and their first few ranks fell before our lances and swords before they could be reinforced. I had a grand time letting fly with bolt and flame and blast in those heated moments. I was far more used to the flow of power from the sphere now, and I felt more comfortable using it, particularly with the war magic spells I'd been using so frequently. But the Black Flag troopers were stumbling around, not always able to defend themselves in the dusky twilight against naturally darkened foes. Not everyone has the benefit of mage sight in battle. Almost as an afterthought, I hung a big flare spell over the skirmish so that the troopers could see their targets, a mage light designed to glow fiercely and then fade. It provided light for my bodyguard and temporarily blinded the patrol. But I was not the only wizard on the battlefield. The opposing shaman held back at first, too, to see where he'd be of the most use. Apparently he was taking my measure, seeing just how adept I was using the Erionite, observing what kind of mage was messing with his tunnel. I didn't even spot him among his fellows until I was about 2 ranks into their flank, chewing up their left side, while my men did similarly to their right. But then he revealed himself, throwing back a dark mantle he'd taken from some poor human victim and revealing his power. Suddenly I had a bad feeling about the battle, kind of like when your mother catches you playing in the mud in your festival clothes. The other shamans I had faced had been provincial rubes compared to this fellow. He was large. He stood almost 5.5 feet tall, and was visibly well-muscled, even under all of that hair. And what hair it was! Unlike his fellows, it wasn't as black as midnight. He had taken lye or some other strong chemical and bleached his pelt a ghastly shade of dirty white, much like Garky did with his beard, all except for a skull-like patch around his face, which he left black. When compared to the writhing mass of black fur that opposed us, he stood out like a beacon. Perhaps that made him more of a target, but he never seemed concerned about the possibility that he might be slain, because his coat was more reflective. Nor was he naked and unarmed, as many of the other shamans had been. He was wearing a boiled leather cuirass, dyed jet black, and heavily tooled with snaky patterns of Gavani fashion that seemed to writhe in the flare light. He held a black iron mace, all forged of one piece of metal, and around his neck was a smooth bead of Erionite, glowing eerily as he worked his spells. He wore on his head not the animal skulls of his low-rent colleagues, but a well-wrought helm of black iron, fashioned in the stylized likeness of a darkened skull. A shaman of the Black Skulls. The Gavani elite warrior society driving the invasion, of whom Gurkal spoke. This would be fun. I didn't say a word, nor uttered any war cry, as I prepared myself for the coming fight. The time for soliloquy and psyching myself up was past. By my rough calculations, I had another 4 or 5 minutes before the gas levels in the tunnel would demand for further action. I should have plenty of time to finish him off and still complete the spell, and if I didn't, that meant I was dead, and this mission would not be my concern anymore. So I bore down on the shaman with everything I had. I sent a hail of magical bolts at him from the spells on Slasher, and he shrugged them off like annoying mayflies. In return, he lashed me with a whip of blue lightning, which my own personal defences were hard-pressed to handle. I countered with both a shower of black fire from Slasher and a bolt of searing heat from my left hand, and we were off. A straightforward magical duel is a thing of beauty for the participants, a little less aesthetic and potentially more dangerous for any bystanders. Both human cavalry trooper and goblin light infantry hurried away from the space between us, and none on either side would dare interrupt, for fear of getting caught in the magical mayhem sure to ensue. While a few continued to engage each other here and there, most contented themselves with watching the fight between magi. That left us plenty of room to try to take each other apart, while our forces fought their separate battle. This guy was good, too, compared to his fellows. He was calm and unemotional, and acted with a preternatural sense of what I was going to do next that unnerved me. He was intently focused, his black, beady little eyes staring beyond me as he cast attack after determined attack. I was hard-pressed to defend them all, and only by relying on brute force and lavish amounts of energy from my stone was I able to counter at all. Unaugmented by Erionite, I would have fallen in the first minute. I was in full battle mode, of course, my sense of time slowed to the utmost limit of my control, but there was no disguising how close to getting me he got, moment to moment. When I actually had a half a second to throw an attack, it was as if he had already figured out what I was doing, and had a counterspell in the works. Frustrated, I began concentrating on avoiding his attacks, rather than beating them back. That gave me a little more time to plan my own attack on the Black Skull Shaman. Imagine a 10-year-old armed with rotten eggs, all throwing them at you at once. Then imagine that you have a pot lid no bigger than your head to protect yourself. Sure, you can stop most of the eggs with your shield, but sooner or later someone will get lucky and get to go home smelling like putrid sulphur. It was like that. I found myself slipping into a deep war magic trance like I hadn't really been in since the Parisian campaign, not really recommended while on horseback. But it was necessary, if I was going to unseat the goblin mage. I tried to look beyond his attacks, beyond his patterns of defense, and discover exactly why this furry little witch doctor was dueling like an accomplished adept. There was something off about him, I noticed, and between volleys I tried to realize what it was. Then I realized the problem. This shaman wasn't the only one riding around in his skull. He was being possessed, I guessed, by the old god, the great ghost, the dead god, that super shaman that started this whole invasion. I was up against a serious power, and I knew from that moment on that I would lose this fight. Oh, I tried even harder, but I realized that I could try as hard as I wanted and never get any closer to destroying the Black Skull Shaman than I was when I first saw him. The old god was feeding him direction and power in a way that none of my tricks could match, even with Erionite. About the only way I could possibly counter was with the help of another god, a human god, and there didn't seem to be one handy. The Black Flag Riders had been forced to retreat further back in the field as Gavani reinforcements started to arrive. I didn't blame the men. Had I the time and the strength, I would have screamed at them to ride as far and as fast as possible. Fly, you fools, back to the illusory safety of Beauval Castle. But they wouldn't abandon me, curse their stupid little warriors' hearts. A few of them died as a result. As the duel got more desperate, I closed with the Black Skull until I could try to strike directly with Slasher, but he was as ready for a physical attack as a metaphysical one. The iron mace met my steel in a soul-rending crash of sound, and then we were dueling in earnest. It's hard to cast spells while you're fencing, even with a mage blade. That's why we hang them before battle, not try casting them in the middle of one. But I was inspired by desperation and the potential for failure. I kept up the power of the magical assault as much as I could, while I tried to cut his heart out with my blade. He defended admirably, occasionally taking a hit, more often dishing one out. But nothing lamentably ensued. We danced to the ring of steel and iron for endless minutes. Our duel was a complicated series of strikes and spells, met almost perfectly by a complementary series of parries and counterspells. Even with war magic augmenting my strength and stamina, I soon tired. His mace landed, albeit glancingly, on my shins, my ribs, my shoulder, but I kept it away from my face and head and spine. I tried for every advantage, resorting to cheap cantrips to distract him when more potent spells were useless. I even tried to step on his toes. The result was inevitable. Exhausted, wounded in a dozen places, my chest beating like a bellows, I, on Traveller, looking down on the white goblin as he looked up at me thoughtfully. Had I the moisture to do so, I would have spit at him. But then that ghostly, horrific voice sounded out of the Gurvan's mouth, and that put aside my personal feelings. Traveller was already lathered. He was a Rouncy, not a warhorse. The shaman wanted to take a moment to gloat. It was hard to not let him.
"So, you are the mortal mage who impedes me,"
the shaman said in my own language. His voice was the low, gravelly tone of his people, but it was augmented somehow, and in perfect Narasi. I felt it in my bones. "Minilan, the spellmonger, at your service," I gasped, affecting the brogue of the Wilderland countryfolk. Poorly. I don't think he got the joke.
"Spellmonger,"
the voice asked, while the black skull's lips moved, and someone else's words came out. Don't ask me how I knew. I just knew it wasn't his. "Licensed by the Censorate for General Practical Magic," I boasted. "Master Minilan of Minden's Hall. Do you need magical help? Perhaps you're lost and need help finding your way. Have a missing chicken or other livestock? A wife with a straying eye? Warts? Unsightly blemishes? Need a charm against fire, flood, or mange? Something to get that woolly white pecker up, perhaps? I'm your man. Reasonable rates. Negotiable terms. Payments in kind gladly accepted." I don't often run my mouth in the middle of battle, but I needed a chance to catch my breath, and if this clown was stupid enough to offer me one, I was going to take it. But then the thing had the nerve to laugh at my joke. Sort of.
"You are no country mage, are you, Master Minilan?
You have access to powers far beyond your colleagues, and the stink of the Alcaelon about you. A war mage, I would guess, or a court wizard on holiday. No, I really am a spellmonger. I can show you my credentials if you like. Still, I was enough to bury Kairen and his fellows handily. A simpleton with no real potency, save what I granted him and his brothers. Nor does your own power make you his better. Your title makes no difference. 100 human adepts would be no match for me," he boasted. "You really don't look like much. From up here," I pointed out, finally catching my breath. "No, not this shell, as you have guessed. I am still far from this sacred valley, but I am coming. Soon. If you survive this contest, then you and I shall become very well acquainted, Master Minilan. I shall delight in taking you apart like a child's toy, and putting you back together in a way more to my liking." "Well, wait. I don't think we have been properly introduced," I called back weakly. I had bruises starting to blossom everywhere. "I didn't catch your name."
"My people call me the Great Ghost,"
he said, that iron-headed mace slung defiantly over his shoulder.
"The old god, Sherul the Deathless, among other names. That shall be sufficient for now."
"But you're not just old, you're also dead. Or didn't you realize that?" "Yes, I know all about the cave," I said, desperately grasping at straws.
"The cavern is sacred,"
the shaman insisted. I know. I understand. I know that's what you're after, and it's not grazing rights for your goat herds. Sarkozy's ancestors betrayed you and your people, and you want your holy cave back. I can even understand that. I'd be pretty pissed off, too. Look, you can have it. You can have the whole damn valley. Just let my people go forth from here in peace.
In peace,
said the terrible voice with a mocking laugh, a sound so painful I would have torn off my ears if I could have moved my hands to do so. But the voice commanded your attention, if not your obedience.
I will leave you alive, Minilin,
and as many of the others in that pitiful pile of rocks as can survive the assault. That's incredibly generous of you, but
I will need you all as a sacrifice to reconsecrate our holy sites, he finished. But even that is not why I am here, Minilin. I am here for revenge. I do not care if your people stay or go. I will find them eventually. Every Humani will be found, every last whimpering child of yours, and they shall all be sacrificed upon my altar. Their blood shall sanctify our gods, and their flesh shall feed my troops.
You're making a terrible mistake, I gasped, trying to figure out a way I could kill him without moving too much. We taste awful. He ignored my feeble jibes.
As for Kusi and his kin, I have special plans for them. They will repay us for their line's treachery, and the price will be more than they can bear.
Take him. Just let the rest of us go.
Let you go. You do not amuse me. Do not arouse my ire. My ancestors may have been foolish enough to treat with your kind, but I will show none of their weaknesses. The Sacred Valley is only the beginning, mageling. All of the lands of Calador will one day be my dominion. You have fought well. I grant you that. You have bested several of my chosen priests. I will make your death a quick and merciful one on the sacrificial stone, after you have witnessed all the other Humani deaths, of course. Such is your reward for your temerity and your success.
Isn't that selling the colt before the mare has been brought to stud? I said, trying to regain even a shadow of strength. Slasher lay on the ground at my feet, and my sphere was dark in my palm, its power nearly spent from the lavish way I'd fought the duel. The power was still there, but it took a lot more time to access. Who was I kidding? I was running on sheer bluff now.
Hardly. Your folk lie at the beginning of ruin. You will soon capitulate.
Really? Because you still haven't taken the castle, after months of trying, and we only have a pitiful few Wilderlords guarding it. You have raised mighty armies, and they have broken against it like waves on the shore. And you know what has been stopping your incredible war machine? Me. A village spellmonger. A few other bumpkins, a handful of cheap mercenaries, and sheer human determination. We can drive you back. We can hold out. Help is coming.
Help? What help? Your fellow Humani have sealed the mouth of the valley against us, and cower in fear at our mention. They prepare for our onslaught, though it will do them little good. We have already outflanked their defences.
Any man is worth any 3 Gavani, I sneered, and a human spellmonger can trounce any Gavani shaman. That was pure bullshit, but the longer I kept him talking, the longer I had to recover. War magic takes it out of you. So does getting beat with an iron club. The black skull showed his teeth, and it wasn't a pleasant smile. You have seen less than a tithe of my forces, Minilin the spellmonger, and yet but little of my magic. The power stones you seek so greedily on the battlefield, the ones you pull from the corpses of the least of my followers, stones like these I have by the 100, mere shavings and gravel doled out to my lesser minions. You crave their insignificant power and think yourself mighty. But you are a fool, chasing a fool's power. Even the charm borne by this loyal girl Van is meek compared to what I have at my disposal,
and that is only the beginning. You shall see, Minelin, when I arrive, should you yet breathe. At last you shall—" I never found out what he had planned for me. His gloating speech was cut off by the crackle of arcane lightning that surprised us both. A powerful magical bolt came out of nowhere and neatly severed the Black Skull's spine, about halfway down his back, leaving a smoking black hole in his dirty white chest. It killed him instantly, I'm certain, but his jaw kept speaking long after his lungs could no longer fill his mouth with air. A side effect of this welcome development was the ending of the spell that had held me so securely in my saddle as I lost consciousness for a split second. I plummeted onto the rocky ground, spraining a wrist as I landed and adding abundantly to my growing collection of bruises. I considered not getting up again. After being faced with another round with that powerful shaman and near certain death, however, I welcomed the stimulation. It also gave me the opportunity that I was looking for to launch my attack on the tunnel. I wasted no time. I summoned every last bit of power I could muster from my depleted stone and blasted a bolt of white-hot heat straight down through the earth, into the heart of the coal vein. The gases I had been releasing into the tunnel started to burn instantly, which ignited the large volume of coal dust I had created. Like a flour mill bursting with dust, the air in the tunnel was thick with gas and raw, flammable surface area. The resulting explosion stole my hearing away for a few moments and sent me sprawling to the shaking earth. I dug my face out of the dirt to greet my rescuers, sure that my apprentice had somehow managed to cut his way through the entire army of goblins to come to my aid. I was moderately surprised that it wasn't Tyndall. Instead, it was a tall, lanky man with dark hair, a cheesy moustache, holding a staff that was taller than he was. Over his shoulder was the hilt of a mage blade that looked nearly enough like Slasher to be its twin. I had trouble placing the man's face, familiar though it was. I hadn't seen it every day for the last few months, and I had almost forgotten I'd had a life before the siege. His name was Terleman, and he was a war mage I'd fought beside and bunked with in Faris. The moustache was new. Standing behind him was Pentandra, dressed in black riding leathers and carrying a short sword and a smoking war wand. Others milled behind her in the darkness, making the Black Flag mercenaries a little nervous at the unexpected rescue. I didn't feel very rescued. I didn't even have the strength to summon mage sight. Penny looked concerned and kneeled by my head.
"Aren't you happy to see me, lover?"
she said in that too happy tone of voice that people use in the presence of the dying. I examined her face.
"Penny, about fucking time you showed up,"
I growled, and threw up in her lap. After that, I passed out. Again. Chapter 12. The War Magi. We were saved. Only not really. Around noon the next day I stalked from one end of my tower to the other, looking alternatively at the work parties trying doggedly to fill the vacant hole under the wall in the outer bailey, and the seething mass of short, black, hairy troops just out of bowshot beyond the castle wall. I thought back on the last few days' events, and was torn between giddy excitement and hopeless despair. Funny story, that. While I was out trying to get myself gallantly killed, my little magical corps, 2 traumatized children and a hopelessly scheming poseur, had scored surprisingly well against the foe. I think part of it was that they didn't know how difficult the task should have been. Assaulting a bridgehead is a daunting prospect for the veteran war magi. The 3 had come up with a simple strategy of varying the types of spells they threw at the invading force within their limited capacity, and likewise limited how much force they put behind each new casting. Never throw the same spell twice, was the idea, and don't focus overmuch on power as much as speed. With that kind of nuisance harassment, the Gavani shamans had to summon a different defense each volley, which is time-consuming and drains power. It kept them busy and didn't leave them much time to support their troops effectively with scouting and scrying. When their infantry advanced too carelessly into the area between their field fortifications and ours, hilarity ensued. When the vanguard of their troops had crossed into that area, Tyndall threw an activation spell that detonated his war wand, placed there for that purpose, not the one I bought for him.
Remember the first war wand he built? That rough-hewn, overstuffed twig I cautioned him about? All those spells, packed as tight as a cork in a bottle, were bound up into that little unstable piece of wood. Well, my smart-ass apprentice decided to experiment with dangerous mystical forces while my back was turned. He continued to power the thing, enchanting it as frequently as he increased the bindings to the straining point, and then cast an almost elegant meta-spell to allow the wand to discharge all at once, in a loud, devastating discharge. The shaman's defensive spells, toned down to deal with the various low-power bolts harassing them, were neither prepared nor positioned properly to avoid the blast. Over 100 Gavani were slain in the outer bailey at one instant, and thrice that many were wounded. At least one of the shamans was standing in close proximity to the blast and was killed. While the defences built up around his witchstone absorbed a portion of the force, it wasn't enough to save him, though thankfully his Irianite was not destroyed. The whole thing was as dangerous and stupid a stunt as you could ask for, and would have made Tyndall subject to military justice in a real army. But it did have the twin saving graces of both working as planned and saving the day. Immediately after the blast, while the smoke and dust were still billowing, the castle's archers discharged a volley just over the rough stone redoubt that encircled the breach, at near point-blank range. My irregular magical corps increased the ferocity of their attacks, augmenting it with blinding and deafening effects in the air over the confused and demoralized goblins, while the mercenary pikemen pushed forward all around the circle, interspersed with shield men braced on the redoubt. The Crinrock were chanting a hauntingly discordant hymn, or dirge, or jolly drinking song in their native tongue, and waiting for anything uglier than they were to get through the pikes. The sudden, ferocious attack was enough to begin a general retreat around the mouth of the tunnel. The congestion between incoming and outgoing troops was chaotic. The Gavani captains were still trying to regroup and counterattack when my bit of tunnel alchemy overtook them. The explosion was so powerful that a dozen Gavani had been blown clear into the surprised ranks of the Crinrock, far behind our makeshift wall. They welcomed the practice. They were starting to get bored. While some of the surviving Gavani still fought hard and furiously, our people were able to mop up much of the rest of the force before my battered body was returned to the castle by my rescuers. No quarter. But then the castle rejoiced, Tyndall told me, when they saw the triumphant return of the spellmonger at the head of a column of reinforcements. They even chanted, "Spellmonger," as we rode in, and there was no doubt who they were talking about. Despite Garki's presence and demonstrated magical competence in the defence of the castle, when someone in the bailey said the spellmonger, they meant me. That proved to be a metaphorical burr under his saddle. Penny and Tellerman weren't alone. Plucky little Penny had brought 19 itinerant war magi, mostly young veterans of the Parisian campaign, looking for trouble and hungry for a chance at a witchstone. Among them were some old friends, some acquaintances of note, and a few strangers. They all wanted Irianite, and were willing to do just about anything to get it. They had heard Penny's message, and word had spread among my former colleagues like a flux on a ship. Before she left Ramir, she had 6 eager hotshots ready to ride to the ends of Calador, and they weren't far wrong, if it meant Irianite. Her cousin Planos, nice fellow, I'd met him, was green with envy that he could not accompany them. The rest were recruited along the way. Her father, Osirio, had insisted on sending 100 mounted household troops as a personal guard, presumably to protect his little darling's non-existent virtue, led by a grizzled old one-eyed Ramirian mercenary captain, veteran of 100 campaigns. Pentandra had started out with another 300 mercenary mounted archers from Faranal, but they were commandeered by the Lord of Gens, and not allowed to pass beyond the River Tar. There was an invasion of the Wilderlands going on, he explained. He would have taken her company of guards, too, had they not threatened to attack. Penny brought the disappointing news that, while no one else was riding to our rescue, the menace in the west had not gone unnoticed at the ducal level. Goblins ranged in war bands all across the Alshari Wilderlands, as far east as Tudri. The ducal warlord was finally taking an interest in the threat of invasion. Nice to know we weren't completely forgotten. They shot their way through Moor Pass, noting that Moor Tower was now in possession of the Gavani, though many less Gavani than had previously occupied it after the War Magi forced their way through the pass. From the moment they entered the valley, they had been fighting one long-running skirmish. Gavani were everywhere. Only by stealth, superior skill, and timely illusion did they push on through. Penny's band had stopped first at the Brandmount fortress and rescued the last 900 survivors, 300 of whom were in fighting shape. A small guard was detailed to escort the wounded and civilians to Moor Pass, while the rest of the troops pushed on to Beauval Castle. It was uncertain whether or not they would be able to force their way through, but they had no desire to remain, and chose the chance at death on the road to death in the castle. Hard to blame them. The smaller keep did not fare as well as we had, even though the force that faced them was a tenth the size of the army that besieged Beauval Castle. Brandmount's walls had been breached repeatedly by siege engines flinging stones, and mobbed with wild Gavani troops. At first they were able to drive the invaders back at great cost, until they couldn't maintain the outer defences, and were forced to retreat further into the keep. Had Penny and her expedition not shown up when they had, the defenders could not have held out, for all their tenacity, for more than another week. Kusi's brother had made it, though he was now missing his left hand and burdened with a nasty infection, or poison, or both. Zagor and a surviving fragment of the Gobarba order, still singing hymns in devotion to a long-dead god, had survived. The Boliek sisters had not been so lucky. As hedge witches, it turned out that they were far better at curing gout than clobbering goblins. They weren't alone on the casualty list. The siege of Brandmount had been deadly, and the evacuation had been costly. Considering the odds they were facing, it was no minor miracle that anyone escaped at all. I have to hand it to Penny. For someone who wasn't a war mage, who had, literally, never been in any sort of fight in her life, she had plunged into the heat of battle with a cool head and a good eye for carnage. Tarleman told me later that she acted as if she had been disposing of troops and building strategies all of her life. She was no slouch, tactically, either. In a daring raid on the Gavani command post overseeing Brandmount's siege, Penny had captured a shaman's witchstone, and with its power and some skillful tactics, she led her people in through the lightly manned siege lines to liberate the fortress. After that, things get fuzzy, but there were some powerful illusions involved, some quick and efficient strikes by her guards, plus a commando raid by the 6 war magi who specialized in that sort of thing, on top of some inspired mayhem from Zagor, who showed what a lifetime of attunement to a witchstone could do for a mage. The result of the daring plan was the destruction of the command structure of the besiegers, the glorious sight of their own infantry attacking and slaughtering their own artillery, and 3 more witchstones captured. All the while, Penny led the column of survivors out through the lines. I almost wish I had been there. Zagor had put the Gavani into a situation where they could either quell a magically induced rebellion from their fiercest fighters, or go after the fleeing humans. The confusion allowed Penny to lead them on a mad dash through more hostile territory to Beauval Castle, only to save me and the besieged at the nick of time. What a girl. The castle was a little more crowded now, but the breath of fresh hope everyone felt, not to mention the close brush with total destruction, gave us a good reason to be accommodating to the new arrivals. They wasted no time and pitched in with the defence right away. Within a day, the repair work on the failed breach was underway, and the sentries on the walls were doubled, with one of Penny's fresh veteran guards shadowing every 2 militiamen or mercenaries. Those Ramiran soldiers were for more than show. The luxury-loving imperial-descended Ramirans have an undeserved reputation for being effete cowards, but when it came to the fighting men from Pentandra's family estates, they were every bit as tough and adept at their art as the Wilderlords. Those dusky, war-eyed bastards were as tough as anyone I'd fought with in Faris. Not that the goblins cared. The goblin army was keeping its distance after their defeat at the breach, no doubt regrouping and preparing for yet another assault. Their numbers had not visibly suffered from either Penny's strike or my pyrotechnics. Indeed, more troops were arriving every day. I didn't much care. Being outnumbered 50 to 1 or 500 to 1 didn't really matter anymore. I was just happy to see a few more warm bodies manning the battlements, and they were happy to see some sturdier battlements to man. But otherwise their arrival proved a bittersweet reunion. Many of the Bovali of the northern valley had not survived, and those who had made it had lost family and friends in the siege. Kusi and his brother were visibly moved to see each other again, though his brother was on a stretcher, too sick from his wounds to mount a horse. Peasant militiamen searched for news of relatives, and were often told the worst. There was much weeping in both joy and sadness. The tower opposite mine was vacated and devoted to housing many of the new war magi, led by Penny, while space was made in the inner bailey for Penny's guard, and in the outer bailey for the surviving commoners from Brandmount Keep. Snug quarters, but it beat the alternative. So it would seem as if we were rescued, this being the first sign of outside help. But not really. Penny filled me in on the military situation in the rest of the duchy, while I recovered from my exertions. We weren't the only ones getting clobbered, apparently. Comparatively large bands of Gavani had burst out past Moor Tower and invaded Gans, Presan, and beyond. Even Tudri was starting to get raids on the outlands of the city, she reported. There were all the signs of a major invasion, and everyone was taking the idea seriously now. She also told me that His Grace, Duke Lengin of Alshar, had been informed, and was feeling far more anxious about the other goblin incursions into his profitable lands north and south of Boval than our desperate plight. That was timber and iron country, after all, the basis for Alshar's mighty fleet. Nor was he sitting on his hands. The Duke had put out the call to his vassals to assemble his troops, a long, complicated and politically delicate process in a feudal government, and in the meantime he was hiring mercenaries and impressing peasants to fill in gaps. But things just weren't moving fast enough, and before any army of note could be brought to bear on the problem, the goblins were taking advantage of the feeble defences of the Wilderlands. The western barony of Dunal and the entire northern county of Lokar were both now battlefields, though the invaders had nowhere near the numbers that were rapidly filling up Boval. The entire duchy was arming, supposedly, but His Grace had already written us off as lost. What was one little Wilderland's domain compared to the rest of his realm? The navy needed timber and iron, not cheese. If it hadn't been for Penny's noble bearing and absolute insistence, and her escort of powerful war magi, she never would have been allowed beyond Tudri, much less gained entrance past the towers at the pass. So we could expect no further help. The news had come as a crushing blow to some in the castle, but for others, myself included, it was actually a relief to hear. The failed breach in the wall was just the most recent reminder that our siege was becoming more and more a losing proposition. If there was no relief in sight, and with battle elsewhere now, how could we hope to survive? There was no way that I could see, not with a bucket full of Irianites and a squad of adepts. Boval Vale was lost. But how do you explain that to the lord of the domain? Sire Kusi was strutting around the halls and baileys of the castle like a proud little cockerel, as if he had pulled the Ramirans out of his own purse and rescued his northern keep by himself. Not even the battered image of his younger brother on a stretcher, arm in sling, racked with fever, seemed to have much of an effect on his outlook. To hear Kusi tell it, the Gavani had gotten licked so badly that they were packing up and going home, right after they all lined up and swore eternal peace to the people of Boval Vale. While hope was a much-needed commodity around the castle, what he was doing went beyond good leadership. It was a blatant disregard of the reality. There are limits to faith, and he shamelessly crossed them and never looked over his shoulder. Now, I admit, I was still irate over his very public blame of me for the breach, and after hearing how his ancestors conquered the province, I was even less inclined to be deferent to him. But by claiming that salvation was at hand, when it was clearly not, was almost criminal. It was certainly irrational. Even Sir Kay, his trusted castellan, looked concerned, though he refused to speak an ill word against his liege. Sir Ronsil had no such qualms. He quietly came to me with a pair of his chivalrous brethren and asked about my plans for escaping the situation. But Kusi, he thought the day all but won. Perhaps it was my commoner's upbringing, but while I had always been taught to be respectful and slightly in awe of the nobility, I was coming to realize that the relationship worked in both directions. When a leader you are sworn to respect and obey comes out and simply lies about things you know are untrue, and does it to your face, it is a fundamental betrayal of trust that destroys the peasant-warrior relationship. Huin the tiller and Duin the destroyer are brothers in the pantheon. Duin is only elevated as a god of the nobility because he supposedly destroys only to protect or conquer. He does not seek to mislead his own people. Similarly, when the folk of the Riverlands are faced with a dishonest, corrupt, or even openly arrogant lord, there is a long tradition of the peasantry rising in arms. That happens much less often in the Wilderlands, due to the different social structure. Villeins and serfs are rare. Most of the Wilderland peasants are freemen, and the sparser population. To my knowledge, Beauval Vale had never enjoyed a peasant uprising before, but every time Coucy crowed about our impending victory, in defiance of the observable truth, I was becoming more tempted to lead one. I had more important duties that morning. After resting and healing for a dozen all too brief hours, I had the responsibility for distributing the captured Irianite to the war magi who had risked life and limb to get it. More importantly, I had to instruct them on their use. I'd begun to notice a strange feeling that had developed when using my sphere, a feeling as if reality itself was a little warped around me. Of course, I worried about Gavani magic and the influence of the Great Ghost, or whatever he liked to be called. I had already taken the precaution of associating the 2 pieces of Irianite that Penny's troops had captured with my sphere, to shield it from Gavani influences. But I was starting to think that the effect was a product of just using the stone itself. I consulted with Zagor about this, when he felt up to the conversation. He was still recovering from the siege at Brandmount, and the difficult journey south. Seeing so many of his friends perish had been hard on him, but he was an invaluable research tool, as he was the only human being I knew about who had grown up in close proximity to it, and had mastered its control. I hated to put the man to use like that, after what he had been through, but I really didn't have a choice. The problem with Zagor was he either knew a tree-folk term for something, which wasn't particularly helpful, or he would just shrug, because he didn't have the vocabulary to describe what he knew. That being said, he was helpful in advising us on the basic attunement and use of the witchstones. He did agree that there was a special feeling that built up when you used the stones overmuch, something to be avoided. It was one reason why he was stingy with its power, to avoid the addictive properties of Irianite. He watched me pass out the stones with a certain wry amusement, and enjoyed the reaction of the Magi as if they were children getting toys at Yule. The 19 war Magi, plus our homespun magical corps, had assembled on the roof of the tower in a neat semicircle around me, everyone within earshot, as I passed out the magical bounty. There weren't enough for everyone, of course. Beyond the stones held by Tyndall, Garkescu, and Rondal, there were 9 stones to go around, and 19 war Magi, plus Penny to wield them. I took a moment to inspect the eager wizards as I distributed the stones. Several I knew from Therese, or working as a war mage myself. Some I was just meeting. Professional war magi are an odd lot. When you can make a good living as a trained mage pretty much anywhere in the 5 duchies, it takes a special kind of person to voluntarily give that up for the hard, violent, but lucrative lifestyle of the professional war mage. I guess war magi come in 2 sorts. Those who get off on the pure adrenaline rush you get from charging an enemy line, and those who lusted after the powerful forces involved in war magic. Stuff the average spellmonger or court wizard just doesn't use in daily practice. War magi also differ from non-magical soldiers in that they have style. That is, they tend to go out of their way to make themselves individually distinctive in dress, mannerisms, and behavior, in order to increase their reputations, which in turn leads to more contracts. For example, Garki was gaudy, even for a spellmonger. Most of these mercenaries had adopted garb that was sleek or deadly-looking, high-grade leather, ornamented armor, dashing accessories of polished steel and such. In general, they're good dressers and adopt an arrogant attitude when they work. I suppose it stems from their unshakable belief that they are superior to any other soldiers in all respects. Egotistical bastards. I was grateful for every one. The 17 men and 2 women assembled before me wore a variety of robes and armours, ranging from the menacingly stark to the outrageously ornate. Various personal liveries and family mascots were emblazoned on some. Others focused more on clothes and accessories that made them seem more dangerous to the untrained eye. A few, as I said, I recognized. Azar, a slim, tall young man dressed in tight-fitting black leather over loose black Parisian silks, had patrolled the occupied city of Faris with me only a few years ago. He was a deadly fighter, I knew from personal experience, the kind who doesn't see enemies, he sees obstacles to be overcome. There was Wennick, a small, mean-looking little man with a tendency toward portliness and a penchant for plaid wools. I'd played dice with him a few times while we waited for work down in Barrowbell, and despite his scowling, gruff manner, he was a pretty decent guy. His specialty was nasty offensive magics, the sort that make you start bleeding from every pore, or turn the air in your lungs solid. He'd been in the thick of the Battle of the Tower, in another squad, and counted himself lucky to be alive. I was very pleased to see Hessia, a girlfriend of Penny's who had a spectacular knack for disabling defensive spells, particularly the kind that strengthened fortifications. She was also adept at magically augmenting siege engines. Indeed, she loved the things. She was standing up front, swathed in a flowing red robe chased with golden griffins. Then there was Horka, whom the jongleurs of Castabriel had said is a grandson of Duin the Destroyer, on his mother's side. War incarnate, a one-mage army invincible to any foe. I know this for a fact, because I was with him when he paid the jongleurs of Castabriel to say it. He had a nondescript peasant's face, and a quiver on his back that held a variety of wands. His mage blade was a foot longer than mine, and he had strapped daggers to every limb. Penny had mentioned that he had been plying his trade as an assassin and saboteur the last year or so in the eastern duchies, adding a little dark spice to the various inheritance feuds that were the main entertainment there, some of which dated back to imperial times. Off the field, he was a good, if sombre, companion. On the field, he nearly lived up to his inflated reputation. Telemann, of course, I knew from the long march down the Parisian peninsula. I even bunked with him for a brief stint during the occupation. He's a good mage, good war captain, good friend, with absolutely no fashion sense. He wore a pale yellow cloak and tight-fitting blue leather pants under a shimmering hauberk of the finest mail I'd ever seen, heavily enchanted, and he wielded a powerful battle-staff that doubled as a spear. He had a jawline like a mountain, and he was an adept soldier and decent captain, and he loved his work. Telemann was the type of mage who got into war magic because he liked the powerful spells. His idea of a good time is watching stone battlements crumble to dust under a powerful aging spell. He's also one of the few war magi I knew who took an academic interest in war magic. He was writing a book on the subject, he bragged. Mavone was another war mage with whom I'd worked, both in Faris and in a few freelance assignments. He was a genteel Gilmoran mage, softly spoken but very subtle, not the type of man you want to cross. Of course, one could say that about most Gilmorans, for whom duelling is as much a recreation as a heritage. The others were a mystery to me, though I knew a few of them by reputation alone. But they were an impressive-looking lot, even to my eye. What impressed me more was that Penny had been able to get such a large, deadly group of individuals to come to my rescue on such short notice. They didn't come into this hopeless siege out of a sense of duty, compassion, or obligation. They wanted to get paid in Irianites, of course. That was the only reason they were there. When the word had gone out from Penny, who has a habit of exaggerating just enough to motivate someone to do what she wants, the war magi who heard it had lined up from all over the duchies. In one case, the magical corps on both sides of a lagging territorial dispute in Castellon had simply quit, refunded their employers' fees, and made for the rendezvous point together. That brought me 4 war magi: Astriel, Cornmore, Carmela, a specialist in castle construction and repair, and the only other female war mage of the group, and Roloff. Enough stories about the Mad Mage's defence of Faris had circulated to inflame the whole twisted little war mage community. "Masters," I began politely, "and ladies, my name is Minelin, and until 2 months ago I was the spellmonger for a little village not far from here. Before you start making jokes about smelling horseshit when I'm around, let me add that I am also a graduate of the War College and the Inarian Academy. I put in my time in Faris, and for the last several weeks I have been responsible for keeping that horde out there at bay. So, if you feel I'm a complete idiot, please keep it to yourself, because I might just blast you where you stand out of pure malicious spite." That earned me a chorus of chuckles and several appreciative nods. You can't earn the trust of a war mage by being obsequious, but crediting them with common sense works. They were warming up to me. "It doesn't take a military genius to see what the situation here is. I appreciate your efforts on our behalf, so far, and hope that you find the proposed compensation adequate." That brought more giggles. "I remind you that by accepting these stones from me, you are technically in violation of the Royal Censorate's bans on magic, and may be subject to professional and civil penalties. I'll also mention that there is a dearth of actual censors in the Wilderlands, so your chances of being tracked down here are negligible, and any censor would have to fight his way through that lot before he could attempt to question you." "Now," I said, taking the big leather pouch with the unclaimed stones from Tyndall, who stood by, "there are not currently enough of these to go around, so we will have to share, at least until we can increase the supply." There were grumbles in the ranks, and a few sour faces. "The good news is that there are more on the way. The bad news is that you will have to hack your way through 1,000 Gavani and duel an enthusiastically patriotic Gavani shaman to get one." More wry chuckles. "Now, before we begin," I said, withdrawing the first stone from the bag, "some ground rules. I have no doubt that you all are far, far better war magi than I am. I am not here to debate that. I am here to tell you that, to my knowledge, I am the greatest living human academic authority on the subject of Arianite since the recent death of Oral Pratt, in that I have had the most experience and instruction with the stuff, and you should listen to me for your own safety and benefit. Zagor over there actually has possessed the stone since childhood, and has received instruction in its use from the Alka Alon." That impressed them. Any mage who had studied with the Alka Alon, even briefly, tended to be held in esteem by magi. "While he has the experience to use it," I continued, "he isn't classically trained, and may find it difficult to speak on the subject in terms we could understand. Nor is he a war mage. He's a hedge wizard. He has agreed, however, to sit in and assist in your introduction to the stones. We are dealing with potent forces here, more than you've ever used in your lives. They are haphazard and dangerous. Already there has been one unintentional death, and a vicious maiming due to the improper use of these stones." That caught everyone's attention, and I gave a sketchy account of Urik's rebellion, leaving out parts that would be embarrassing to Garkescu. The old man was still in a state of shock about the whole thing. I was hoping he would recover. The rest of the lesson was similar to the one I gave to my original magical corps a week before, and so does not bear repeating. One item of note, though, was the dramatic proficiency the war magi showed at using the stones. While Garkescu and his boys had clumsily lobbed uncomplicated bolts of pure magical force at the hapless goblin infantry, this new bunch began sending a sophisticated variety of nasty offensive spells to rain down on our foe almost immediately. Augmented by the power of the stones, their attacks had a visible effect on the distant Gavani lines. We all watched with amusement, through mage sight, as they practiced on living creatures. In some places they were stricken with bouts of coughing, or oppressive heat, or a maddening screech that made it impossible to sleep or concentrate. The shamans on the day shift put up defensive spells in a hurry, but they didn't do much against the skills of the wizards. My new magical corps was used to evading such inconveniences, and they quickly came up with counterspells. They were like kids with new toys, trying out subtle variations of their favourite spells that were profoundly effective when powered by Erionite. And I made everyone take turns on them. I let them play like that for 2 or 3 hours. Then I ordered them to do the more serious job of erecting a real magical defence over Beauval Castle. The thaumaturgical field, dome of power to the layman, that had surrounded it was reinforced in manifold ways, as each war mage added his or her special spells to it. When they were done, it was so strong and devious that it could be seen even without mage sight. It would stop most regular magical attacks now, and keep anyone from magical reconnaissance too. Even arrows and missiles flung from siege engines had a hard time targeting any place significant within after they improved the defences. I put 3 men on harassment duty, making life difficult and occasionally dangerous to our foe by dropping lethal bits of magic in their midst, just to be annoying. That was a popular job, as they could try out theories and iterations of power on a real, live foe. I had 2 magi on surveillance duty at all times, scrying for minute movements in enemy troop formations and pinpointing the location of our opponents' witchstone-wielding shamans in the camps all around us. That last bit was important, because we planned to hunt them relentlessly. I wouldn't be happy until every one of them got a piece of Erionite, as promised. The rest of them I returned to their tower, where they could take turns practicing with their stones, or sleep. Most of them slept. Some didn't. Charlemagne, for example, wanted to talk strategy, particularly in light of the approaching force, not the huge army of Gavani, but the undead thing that led it. They had all detected the advance of the old god's avatar, like the wake of a great ship, and worriedly asked me more about it. I tried to be vague about my answer, but they could smell the bullshit, and pinned me down about it. So I eventually admitted that this massive power was only days away from us, likely with another horde at his back, and regardless of what Sire Kusi might say, our time here was limited. That troubled them, but these men were used to risk, even magical risk. They got back to work with a shrug instead of packing their bags like sane people. Like I said, war magi are strange. After I dismissed the class, I joined Penny on the edge of the wall where Tyndall had been thoughtful enough to provide a small and simple supper. She was a bit older, more mature, than when I'd last seen her. She was almost 21, she bragged, as she caught me up on gossip from our mutual friends. She looked as elegant eating cold rations in a siege as she had dining at the Academy solstice ball. She was still wearing her black riding leathers, but had added a rakish black mantle cut in a masculine style. Ordinarily that would seem an unnecessary fabrication. On her, it worked. "It's a lovely group I've put together, eh?" she asked, one eyebrow raised as she poured the beer daintily into a mug. Comparatively speaking, I cannot argue with that. You saw what I had been working with. A spellmonger and a couple of apprentices. The amazing thing about a dancing bear is not how gracefully it dances, but that it dances at all, she finished. Agreed. Min, I'm so happy to see you alive I could bust. It was the closest to an admission of admiration I'd get from her. Like the war magi, I accepted it graciously and gratefully. Same here, I nodded, smiling. I can't believe that you actually came to rescue me. To be honest, I did it for the jewellery. Like this lovely necklace, she said, touching the Erionite bead that had recently graced the neck of the Black Skull shaman. I've always been a sucker for jewellery. It was more powerful than the other pebbles, I'd determined, and while it might prove deadlier than other stones in the hands of other magi, she had earned it. In truth, I came as quick as I could, and would have brought more help if I could have. That whoin-be-damned little lordling. I had a crack unit of mercenary horse archers under contract, and he had the nerve to— I know, I said, putting up a hand to halt her tantrum. That's just how war works, Penny. The rules are fluid, but you did make it through, despite all odds. That brought me to another point. Look, as long as you have that pretty necklace, you'd better start learning to control your emotions. Witchstones have so much power that once you are attuned to a piece, it will start powering even casual thoughts and emotions like spells. What do you mean? If you get pissed off at the chambermaid once too often, you really might burn her down before you knew what was happening. You heard what happened to Ulrich, and then the servants will talk," I said, adopting the air of one of the old imperial nobility who still thought of gossiping servants as the epitome of evil. "Yes, you are right," she admitted, after blushing just a bit. "We wouldn't want the servants to talk, now would we? But I think you'll find that I've mellowed in the last few years. A lot of that youthful impetuousness is tempered with mature wisdom," she added. I didn't believe a word of it. The difference is that before, if you wanted to fuel a spell that could, say, burn a chambermaid alive, you had to make a conscious effort to raise that kind of power. You know that. Now, it's there, around your neck, just begging for a place to go. And it is very, very seductive. I catch myself using it even for things that I don't need to. I can see how it could become terribly easy to grow dependent upon it. Point taken. I can see that already. When we assailed the besiegers at the keep, and I used one for the first time, it was exhilarating. I felt like an avenging goddess. And I'm not even a war mage. Exactly, I nodded sagely. You have to be cautious with the stuff, for your own sake, as much as others. Remember what happened to Oroprat. He wasn't known as the Mad Mage of Faris because of his penchant for collecting rare art. The power of the stone drove him crazy. I wouldn't want to explain to your folks how you burned out your brain one day because you were throwing a fit. By the way, how did you sneak away from your folks as quickly as you did? I thought Daddy was being protective. Penny chewed for a few moments, swallowed, and took much longer than she really needed to chase it with beer. She stared at me sharply the whole time, and I wonder to this day just what she was thinking. Finally, she sighed and said, "Actually, it was my father who sent me." That admission hit me like a thunderclap. I'd met Penny's father, Master Osorio, when I had stayed at her family's estate. He was the very picture of an old imperial lineage Remiran practical adept, which is what respectable professional magi are called in Remir instead of spellmonger. He had sharp features he'd passed down to Pentandra, and an impressive, neatly combed goatee. He never failed to dress in the most expensive fine silks, and wore more gold jewellery than most women. He looked just like an archmage of old, though he acted like a social climbing adept, keen to expand his house and firm's interests no matter what. His magically talented little girl was his pride and joy. Pentandra's older sister was untalented, the family disappointment. She was also incredibly beautiful, which I'm sure was fun for Pentandra. But the admission just didn't sound like the Osorio I had met. Has Daddy been drinking again?" Penny giggled. "No, nothing like that. Actually, he did not want to send me, but he was compelled to do so by the order." "Which order?" I asked, there being hundreds of orders organized for chivalrous, magical, and religious purposes. There was even a mystical order associated with bakers, which my father had joined during his apprenticeship. They got together the day before Brigger's Day, and wore funny hats and drank a lot of liquor. I always loved the funny hats. "The Order of the Secret Tower." "Never heard of it," I admitted. "If you had, it wouldn't be much of a secret now, would it?" She countered wryly. Good point. So why and how did the Order get your father to send you to come to rescue me? I didn't think I made that good of an impression." Actually, Penny's dad thought I was a decent enough fellow, and he respected my academic and professional capabilities, but he made a point during my visit to inform me, in no uncertain terms, that he had no desire to see his daughter allied with a common Arasi baker's son with few prospects beyond village spellmonger. Her mother had been slightly less diplomatic. To her, I'd always be that nice barbarian boy. It wasn't you, silly. It was the allure of the stones. I guess I'm going to have to trust you on this. And by telling you what I'm about to tell you, I am guilty of treason to the Five Duchies, violating the royal bans on magic, and could be marked for assassination by the members of the Order. I glanced over the wall, where 100,000 Gavani were lurking, just itching to see our bleached bones gaily decorate their ancestral homeland. Ishi's pretty toes, I'm really worried about being arrested or assassinated right now." She grinned, which made her look like a teenager again, and brought back a flood of fond memories from school. "The reason that the Order of the Secret Tower is secret is because a few centuries ago it was known as the Imperial Collegium of Magi, the Prince's Elector of the Archmage." "Oh. Oh! Wait, I thought, when your barbarian ancestors crossed the Vor and conquered the Magocracy," she explained, "it was one of only a few imperial institutions to be banned outright by the dukes. It was one of the main reasons the censorate was created. For nearly 400 years, it has been punishable by death to be known a member. The dukes thought that it had died out, but the order has been kept alive in a few of the old imperial families, mine included. We stay very quiet about it, taking a pretty passive role in politics. Mostly it's just for teaching some of the old family techniques in secret, and watching and waiting. For the last 400 years, the Order has maintained a tight organization, but did very little beyond avoid the notice of the censorate and throw regular, secret parties. When I told Daddy about the Erionite, he immediately convened the inner council of the tower, and after due deliberation they authorized this fishing expedition, even funded it, under the condition that at least one piece of Erionite be returned to them. That started my suspicions running rampant. While I appreciated the bailout, I was wary of secret groups of old Imperials plotting gods knew what kind of mischief with one of these stones. Perhaps it's the skeptical Narasi in me, but that just didn't sound like much good could come from it. There was still considerable resentment against my people by the Imperials, I knew, even though the two peoples had been regularly intermarrying for centuries, and I can't say I blamed them. While our occupation and usurpation of their country hadn't been particularly brutal, it had still been oppressive in spots, particularly against the Magi who had made our lives difficult out on the steppes. But hells, this was my country too. I had been born here, not on some arid steppes to the north of Vor. I had no great love for the Five Duchies as a political construct, but I would hate to be called up to fight a determined group of disciplined Magi with that kind of power at their disposal. But then again, I had just handed over more power than the whole Magocracy had been able to generate in its defense to a mercenary bunch of power-hungry young hellions, turning them loose on the world, so my moral judgment might be considered impaired. I'm sure the censors would see it that way. Who was I to judge? I was just trying to survive. "Agreed," I said finally. "I think we can work something out. Can we expect more magical reinforcements?" I asked, hopefully. "No, not really. While the council was generous, they were also cautious. If we get wiped out to the last man, then they remained hidden from ducal scrutiny, and no one will be the wiser. You have to understand how paranoid, justifiably, I might add, these people are, Min. They are masters at the long game. The Order traces its past back to Lost Perwyn, and has all the patience it needs." "Great," I sighed. "Well, I don't see how I can say no, seeing as how you just saved our asses and all. I still can't believe that Osorio risked his fainting flower of a daughter in a war zone in the Wilderlands. It wasn't easy, but Daddy is a professional. He couldn't pass up this opportunity. And it's not like I would have listened to him anyway. Besides, you know how fanatical us Imperials can be about magic. We've been using it for 9 centuries now. And I know how you used it on my ancestors to keep us in line. Felt lot of good it did us in the end." I couldn't argue with that. It was, in fact, an old argument between us. Instead, I took a bite out of an apple that I wouldn't have paid an iron penny for at market, and savoured the overripe juices. I was ravenous. I looked forward to my next big meal, which wouldn't be until... "Just thinking," I said thoughtfully. "Did you have an idea of how to get back out when you came into the valley?" "This operation wasn't stifled by over-planning," she said airily. "No, not really." "So how do we get a few thousand humans past a few 100,000 Gavani without them noticing?" "Hey, I'm not a war mage. You barbaric types can figure it out," she answered defensively. "Just asking." That would be a problem, and one that would take quite a bit of finesse and subtlety. It would be a question of united strength and imagination of the new magic corps, no doubt. A corridor of flame 100 feet high, leading to the valley's mouth, 1,000,000 birds to fly us all over the mountains. By the way, Penny said conversationally, trying to change the subject, I had my valet bring my bags to your quarters and told your serving girl to see to them. She seemed annoyed. I know that this isn't Ramir, and these are not the best of circumstances, but you may want to have a word with her about her attitude. Or I will, if you'd like. I know you're squeamish about that sort of thing. I stopped chewing and stared at Penny. An idiotic look plastered across my face. Alia. She was talking about Alia. The ramifications of Penny's arrival on a personal level suddenly leaped out from hiding and pounced on me, beating me about the head and shoulders. How does one do this? Ex-girlfriend meets new girlfriend. I'm sure you will get along famously. It was a stickier diplomatic situation than a meeting of the Coronet Council. Penny. That wasn't my serving girl. At least, not officially. Her eyes widened as it dawned on her what I was saying, and, by extension, what she had done. You mean to tell me that you are involved with that girl? Yeah, a bit. Well, more than a bit. You're blushing, she accused, grinning wickedly. Oh, you dear, dear boy. I'm sorry, Pen. It's just been a long siege, and after the interrogation that your parents gave me, I figured that waiting for you would be... Goddess! You don't think I'm jealous, do you? Me? Min, you've known me for years. How could I be jealous of... Careful. That's my girlfriend you're talking about. Girlfriend. And I'm sure that she's a very sweet girl. And from your reaction, I can see that you have some deep feelings about her. I think that's great, Min. You're a wonderful catch. And whether or not circumstances pushed you together, I can tell by your reaction that you obviously care for her. The feelings are returned? They appear to be, I admitted. I haven't any pretensions about you and me, and I have no desire to intrude in your affairs. I shall have my bags moved over to the other tower at once. I regarded her with deep relief, tainted with just a twinge of suspicion. Penny isn't usually this gracious about such things, but, a part of me reasoned, perhaps her post-academy training had mellowed her a little. Yeah, right, a little voice whispered in my head. I nodded pleasantly and thanked her for her understanding, while simultaneously vowing to keep a close eye on her when she was around Alia. And now I'd have to explain things to Alia that, honestly, I didn't need to deal with right now. Perhaps I did my old friend a disservice. After all, Penny's specialty was sex magic, and she rarely formed emotional attachments with her partners. That had been one thing that had kind of bothered me, her cavalier attitude toward affairs of the heart. But then again, most of Penny's affairs had less to do with her heart than parts further south. I secretly hoped that I had been an exception. She seemed to have some kind of affection for me. But even for a lusty peasant lad, such as myself, Penny's sexual openness was a bit scandalous. My barbarian ancestors might have been lusty, but they tended to be sexually conservative, compared to the culture of the magocracy. But imperial-style mores or not, Penny was still a woman, and women have a tendency to get territorial about the men in their lives. Perhaps you might think it odd that I was dwelling on personal problems during a siege, but when faced with the prospect of fighting rabid Gavani and negotiating a truce between two strong-willed women who both had a claim on me, well, give me a sword and let the fur fly. The Gavani are far more forgiving than a woman with hurt feelings. The next night, we struck back. It was refreshing, being able to go on the offence, after dealing with siege towers, the tunnel, and various attempts to scale the walls. It didn't take much persuasion to get Kusi to agree to it. He was far too occupied with the recovery effort and settling the new arrivals in their posts to object when I suggested a raid. He muttered something about it being good for morale, and continued his talk with the quartermaster and the castellan. Calling it a military raid is kind of dishonest. This was nothing short of a bald-faced robbery. I had a gang of eager cutthroats who were acting like parched men fighting for a drink. So anxious were they to capture more witchstones. Our scrying sentries had located at least 24 within a 7-mile area, and the only thing standing between the War Magi and their prize were a few thousand goblins. The Gavani never had a chance. That first foray we split up into 3 teams of 6 men, or women, each. Each party would venture out against a reported cluster of stones, sneak or fight their way into the enemy line, duel magically with the possessors of the Irianite, vanquish them, take their stones, and withdraw in good order, presumably doing much harm to the foe. My first outing was pretty typical. We chose a spot about a mile away from Beauvau Castle, a farmstead that had become a kind of supply depot and field hospital for the goblins. While there were, reportedly, only 2 stones there, it seemed like a strategically important and vulnerable spot to hit, a good place for newly powered War Magi to try out their spurs. We used stealth spells to steal our way past sentry after sentry, in full daylight, while the camps were sleepily alive with activity. I had Azar and Hessia with me, as well as 3 young noblemen from Gilmora, 2 of whom, Mavon and Asterol, had been in the amphibious landing in Faris. We slipped through line after line of defences, clothed in a sophisticated illusion spell that made us appear to be a nondescript squad of goblin infantry on some errand. Hessia did a mistressful job of shredding the enemy wards without alarming anyone, and one of the Gilmorans magically distracted anyone who actually noticed us. We came to the little cottage that I recalled used to be the Goodman House, but was now the centrepiece of an encampment vast in its own right. It took us little time to spread out around the house and prepare our spells according to the hastily made attack plan we had improvised. The 2 stones inside the cottage were in the hands of shamans who had appropriated the cot as a command centre. There were 2 bored-looking sentries outside the door, but otherwise security was generally lax. Maidsight revealed 2 simple little wards and an alarm spell, all 3 of which Hessia dropped like a broken clothesline. Attacking them while they were inside was not our first choice, so we lured them outside with distracting cantrips, screams, small explosions, that sort of thing, and then pounced on them. 2 of the Gilmorans cast paralyzing spells on the nearby sentries, keeping them out of mischief, while Azar and I calmly walked up to the shamans. They were the country bumpkin variety, not black skulls, dropped our illusions, and quickly cut them down with our mage blades before they could react. Hessia had thoughtfully dismantled their personal security spells before we went in, and we slaughtered them like barnyard fowl in the confusion. In seconds, we had their stones, and in minutes we were moving as a group towards the next site, even as the 2 befuddled sentries were trying to figure out how their bosses had gotten sliced up so viciously, right there in front of them. I think their chances of promotion looked slim. While we trekked, we had a grand old time littering the area with nasty little spells that were delayed by time, or activated by proximity, or sound, or something. We cast war magic spells of a special potency around their stinking latrines. Under the influence of the stone, I was feeling giddy with power, and just a hair sadistic, and I hope no one ever does that to me. I have no desire to have my arse burned off when I sit down on the pot in the morning. The second attack zone was a little more complex, and involved an actual duel between 2 shamans and Azar, while the Gilmorans and I kept the guards off of his back, and Hessia sheared off his defences like fresh wool. Azar was a wonder to behold when he was in action, plying his blade like a dancer's flag, and pulling his war wands at tactically opportune moments. He blasted one foe's head clean off, and impaled the other on his sword at the exact same time, a maniacal grin lighting up his face. For a moment I almost mistook him for war incarnate, and then he sneezed, which kind of ruined the effect. Luckily, the attack had been vicious and sudden enough that it drew little attention until it was over. Hessia had a small burn on the outside of her thigh, but that was the extent of our injuries. The final attack zone was much closer to the front lines, and centered on one particular stone. It belonged to the shaman who was apparently in charge of scrying our defences, which made this as much a strategic strike as a robbery. With a delicate combination of distraction and misdirection, I was able to sneak up on the old fellow and slit his throat. It was almost anticlimactic, the way we stole his stone. To make up for it, Azar and the Gilmorans trashed a 100-yard stretch of Gavani fortifications dug in around their perimeter. Bolts of fire, clouds of acrid smoke, chains of magical death. It was truly beautiful to behold, in a horrifying sort of way. We quit the field and headed home before the survivors were able to send for reinforcements. That first night, Azar made a point to carve the Ilnathi rune for death in everything in sight, in an effort to instill an element of terror into the foe. The Ilnathi tribes of the peninsula were savage warriors, and their script is reflective of their delight in brutality. The Parisian sentries did that to us, back in the war, and I know the sight of that jagged spiral made my spine run cold when I had seen it carved into a tree next to a tortured comrade. The Gavani had no way to know what it meant, but neither had we. But leaving some obscure and vicious-looking mark like that helped with psychological warfare. That became our custom in Beauval Vale, and we didn't leave a fight thereafter without scrawling that dread symbol somewhere at the scene. From what I was able to learn later, it had a similar discouraging effect on the Gavani as it had on ducal troops in Faris. The next 2 nights were a nightmarish play of escalating violence, with our Magi going out and hammering the enemy lines in terror raids, stealing Irianite, and littering the fields with bodies of the dead, crazed and maimed. Each night we struck farther and farther afield, coordinating our attacks and using our best intelligence to strike where the goblin hordes were most vulnerable. We took a few casualties, but in general we were just too good for them. A well-trained war mage with a rock of green amber was almost unstoppable against any number of goblin infantry. Horka, especially, went out of his way to increase his nightly body count, employing larger and more elaborate death spells. I was almost tempted to rein him in, but upon further consideration I decided that if there ever was a time to experiment with such wanton slaughter, this was it. I hope I won't be eternally damned for that, but then again I've warranted damnation for so much else that one atrocity, more or less, would do little against the weight of my soul in the afterlife. Besides, I was more concerned with strategy than I was with tactics. Fate, or whatever was in charge of my destiny, had put me in command of these lethal children. That was on fate. The raids were highly successful. After 2 nights, every mage in the castle had his or her own chunk of Irianite, with 3 to spare. Everything after that was gravy, and I was holding the gravy boat. Those stones stayed in my quarters. Much to my dismay, I was apparently in charge. To be honest, half of my relief at Penny's timely arrival had been at the possibility of turning over the responsibilities of command to someone more experienced. That didn't happen, though. Most of the war magi were as young, if not younger, than I was, and the few old-timers among us were more than happy to work at my direction. They were far more used to taking orders than giving them. Even Turleman, who looks a lot more like an officer than I do, and actually has talent for it. I was astonished that even Penny was deferring to my judgment in martial matters. I was even more amazed to discover how many of my peers looked to me for real leadership. These sons of lords and barons followed the son of a baker, without a quibble, our profession sanding away all but the barest vestiges of our original stations in society. It kind of became official at a late breakfast in the other tower, as the barracks of the Magi had come to be called. I was sitting down to polish off a huge plate of bacon and scrambled eggs, seasoned with mushrooms and precious little else, when a squad led by a young tough named Rustallo returned from their mission. I don't know if the kid was drunk or tired, or just filled with the uncertainty and idealism of youth, but he stopped in front of my table and bowed. I nodded back, confused. We tended to be pretty casual around the Magi Towers, and resumed eating. He then cleared his throat and addressed me. "Captain Menelon," he asked. I swallowed too hard in surprise. That was the first time I had heard that title used in conjunction with my name. "Can I help you, Rusty?" "Yes, sir. Me and the boys just got back from a little picnic, and we found some things of value." He reached into his broad leather belt and took out a small cloth pouch. Upending it in front of me, he dumped 12 verdant stones on the table. Their colour caught the dim light for a moment, and my heart skipped a beat. But the flash of green that bedazzled me was not accompanied by the mental tug I had come to associate with witchstones. These were raw, uncut emeralds, not erionite. A small fortune in raw emeralds, perhaps enough to buy an estate or a poor barony, if I was any judge. Some chieftain of theirs was carrying it around his neck. I thought he might be a shaman, but they were just jewels. Rustallo sounded almost disappointed. I guess they dug them up in their mines, away back in the mountains. Still, I didn't want to leave them there. Some people, he said, glancing accusingly back towards his mates, wanted to keep them, but the war codes say that the captain of the unit is in charge of disposing of all loot. I suppose that's you. I stared at the pile of pebbles that could buy my dad's village thrice over, and considered the matter. Next to erionite, these were small beer, and considering the fact that they were nearly worthless in a war zone made this discussion almost seem funny. But the lad did have a point. So far all the extra witchstones had been given over to me, now that every mage had his or her own. I did that for the sake of order, and because my sphere was the only one able to remove the old god's taint. It was only logical that other loot be given to me for redistribution. I guess that is me, I finally agreed, but maybe not. I didn't hire you, and while I did invite you, I never claimed to command over you. The war codes say that as mercenaries, you get to elect your own leader. If that's me, fine. I'll divide up the loot. If not, get whoever you elect to do it. I don't want to be responsible for duels over who got what. Rustallo looked around at his squad, then at the others in the room, another half-dozen or so who were just coming off watches on the wards and the scrying pools. They nodded to him. You're elected, Captain. Hell, we've been calling you Captain since we got here. Captain Spellmonger, sometimes. Didn't you know? I shrugged. Nobody tells me anything, which makes me perfect for command, I guess. Okay, I'll split the loot. I divided the piles into roughly equal thirds. 1/3 goes to your squad, I dictated, and 1/3 goes to the rest of the unit. I take the last third. Sound okay to you? If not, call a meeting and elect yourself a new captain. It was Rustallo's turn to shrug. I've got no problems with that. Hells, they're just emeralds. We could find a whole barrel of them and they still wouldn't be worth one pebble of glass. The youngsters had taken to calling the green amber they sought glass, as the young and stylish often do. I took my portion of the stones and tucked it away in my pouch. Should we ever get out of here alive, I vowed, I'd have some of them made into a necklace for Alia as a peace offering. She was just now starting to speak to me again after the argument we'd had over Penny's arrival. While I didn't think she was the type of woman to be bought off with jewellery, it couldn't hurt to try. But that served as the only confirmation of my command I ever received. A couple of the boys had taken to wearing the jagged spiral rune of death as a badge of sorts, to set them apart from the regular troops. But apart from that and our living quarters, there wasn't much structural organisation. I was too busy planning and plotting to pay much attention to those I was commanding. But in the few short days the War Magi had been at Beauval Castle, they had coalesced as a military unit, with me as their fearless leader. I had expected my comrades from Faris to listen to me, or at least not to do anything too crazy without letting me know. But somewhere between raids, I had earned the respect of the others, including these kids. I didn't realize just how seriously they took this until later. I had a hard time taking anything particularly seriously, since the old god's arrival was becoming increasingly imminent. That was a well-known, if little discussed fact around the other tower. Under my direction, every mage in the castle took a turn on scrying and onwards, and there was no way that an Erionite-enhanced mage could fail to notice that malevolent presence getting closer and closer. If the witchstones showed up like bright torches in the scrying pools, the old god was like a blazing forest fire. The War Magi were currently happy to loot the enemy lines of Erionite. The duels with the shamans were seen as pleasant exercise, but no one had any illusions about their chances against that terrible power. Talk around the dinner table turned increasingly to packing and preparing to vacate. And they didn't even know the whole story. The secret cave that was the focus of the enemy's attention, and the major factor of the motivation of their morale. the birthplace of goblin gods that was in the heart of the hill upon which the castle sat. Nor did they know about the betrayal of the truce by Coucy's family. They found out soon enough, though. The fourth evening I led my squad back to the gates, just before dusk, only to find my apprentice skulking about in the shadows. He wore his mage blade and an expression of deep concern, though he tried to hide it behind a stoic mask. I handed him my war-staff, and began to take off my weapon's belt when Tyndall stopped me. "Master," he said worriedly, "I tried to come find you, but they wouldn't let me. You must go see Sire Coucy at once." "What's happened?" I asked, concerned. "Another breach?" "No, master. Sire Coucy and Lady Pentendre had a falling out." "Did she blast him?" I asked, my heart sinking. Damn her. I warned her about idle flashes of temper. "No, master," he said, his eyes wide with fear. "Sire Coucy had her arrested. She sits in a cell in the dungeon beneath the castle, even as we speak."
Chapter 13. I stage a peasants' rebellion. I found Sire Coucy meeting with a group of his cronies in the main hall of the donjon. They were clustered around the ornate chair. I couldn't bring myself to call it a throne, in which Coucy sat, arguing and chatting and laughing and whispering amongst themselves. All of them, I noted, wore their blades, and more than half of them were armoured. There were 2 sentries posted at the door when we came in. Sire Coucy's regular men-at-arms, I noted, not militia or mercenaries. I was not alone myself. Wenneck and Turleman had accompanied me, eager to see the show and willing to fight, if need be. They were both armed with mage blades and war wands, and both looked imposing in their way. The glow of twilight was fading through the arrow slits, and a small fire was crackling to one side of the mammoth hearth. Coucy was enjoying a late supper of roasted capon, with a bowl of fresh fruit and cheese, along with a ewer of wine. I recognized the bottle, an old vintage from the south. For no special reason, that pissed me off even more. I pushed my way through that crowd of lackeys and stood directly in front of the seated lordling. He raised his eyebrows in that sarcastic way that even country lords affect. "Yes, Master Minelin, you have news? You wish to see me?" He knew exactly why I was there. He was trying to goad me. Bastard. "Yes, sire. I have heard disturbing rumours that I think must be addressed." "Rumours?" he asked, pretending surprise. "And what rumours are these, spellmonger?" While not outright insulting, his tone was unpleasant in my ears. "It is rumoured that the Lady Pentendre was lost within the castle, and found her way into the dungeon, and accidentally locked herself within a cell." There was a general chuckle among the knights and squires, though my men were silent, grimly silent. I was giving Sire Coucy a gift here, if he was smart enough to take it. I was giving him a chance to let Penny out of the dungeon and avoid a confrontation. "I had no idea such a rumour had been started. That's outrageous. Sir Kay," he said, calling to his castellan, "have it announced in both the inner and the outer bailies that Lady Pentendre has been arrested for failure to obey an order of her rightful lord during a time of war. Let us put an end to these rumours." He hadn't been smart enough to take my gift. As Sir Kay scurried off to do his master's bidding, I did not move one muscle, though my eyes flamed, they tell me. "My lord, if I might ask, just what order did Lady Pentendre disobey?" "She refused to subordinate command of her troops to my officers. It is vital that we press home this timely advantage against our foes. With the mischief your men have been able to make amongst the enemy, we feel it is time to pressure them to quit the field. I have been preparing to mount an attack on their headquarters with an aim to capturing it. I have ordered all my forces readied for the assault. When I informed the witch of my orders, she refused to cooperate. I was polite at first, but I had to insist." "Insist, sire?" "She persisted in denying me what is mine by right. Worse yet, she demanded we begin preparations to abandon the castle and retreat, which caused unrest and alarm among the civilians. I had no choice but to arrest her for rebellion. I would do the same, or worse, for anyone who would impede our defence."
The old bastard was smug as he said it, as if he had come up with a brilliant solution to a difficult problem. With the greatest restraint, I took another step forward, my eyes fixing on his. "My lord," I began with greatest deliberation, "the Lady Pentandra took great personal risk and expense, venturing incredible peril and spending her own coin to bring succour to us in our hour of need. At our request. We would all likely be dead right now if she had not come when she did. Leaving aside for the moment the fact that her family is a powerful one, unused to such rough treatment. Might I suggest that we do ourselves and our honour a disservice by imprisoning our agent of salvation?" "Certainly not," the old knight said scornfully. "Should I ever meet her family, I shall make all due apologies for any such perceptions. I am a gentleman, sir. But we are besieged at the moment, at war with an implacable foe, and I alone command here. I will not sit here on the eve of victory and be imperilled by the whims of one silly, obstinate girl, no matter how high-born or well-schooled. As a mage, she is not, in fact, ennobled, but a commoner, as you all are. In truth, it was her noble lineage alone that stayed my hand from more dire punishment for her defiance, and brought whatever shreds of hope of survival that we had crashing down around us," I volleyed back. "Those men you have assumed would follow you as lord and war leader are not mercenaries, Sire Gousy. They are members of her family's household guard. They will not willingly follow the man who imprisoned their liege. If they ever want to see their charge again, they had best do as I command. She is a hostage to their obedience, and your own." "I wouldn't count on either, my lord," I said quietly. "Such dishonourable behaviour stinks before the thrones of the gods, who dislike the taking of hostages." "You speak to me of honour, spellmonger?" he scoffed angrily. "This is outrageous. I alone am Lord in Beauval. Forget that not," he warned. "All lives within these walls live or die on my word, including the lives of the Lady Pentandra, yours, your apprentice, and your peasant slut." Oh, I wanted to incinerate him, as did the war magi behind me. I could feel their loathing grow for the Wilderlord. "These are not meek men, my lord. They will not agree to such dishonourable tactics." I was at a good seethe now. Imprisoning Penny was bad enough, but insulting Alia in the same sentence? There were sparks in my hair, it was said. "You challenge my honour?" he asked. His brother, still pale from loss of blood and infection, drew his sword left-handed, as his other arm was still in a sling, and took a guardian position in front of Gousy. I could have kicked him in the knee and he would have fallen down. A few of the other Wilderlords also drew, though many looked worried and confused. Sir Kay returned, and witnessing the scene, he seemed genuinely perplexed. I did my best to stay calm and reason with the man. That doesn't mean I wasn't willing to provoke him. "Nay, Sire Gousy, you challenge your own honour by this deed. To make a man fight against his will, by threatening to murder what he holds dear, is as base a deed as any roadside bandit could boast of." My own men had not yet touched a weapon, but I could feel a dozen spells snap into place around me. Sire Gousy stood, his own hand on his sword hilt, and glared viciously at me. "And who are you to lecture me on the finer points of honour? A baker's son from the Riverlands with the lecherous habits of a goat. Perhaps you did serve in the wars, and your talent as a mage is clear. But blood will tell, it is said. You can dress a goat in silks, and a goat it remains. Remember your station, peasant," he spat. "And you remember your lineage, Gousy. Better the honourable sweat of flower and fire than the stink of treachery that lies on your house." Now I addressed the rest of the hall. "There is a reason there are 100,000 goblins outside the door right now, isn't there, Lord of Beauval? A reason of which you are entirely aware?" "Silence, you filthy little churl," he said, his face awash in red anger. Now he drew his blade. I kept mine sheathed on my back. Tell your men of the shame of House Brandmount, Cousy. Tell them how your ancestors violated the truce between the Duke and the goblins, slaying them under a flag of truce in an act of base treachery. Tell them how your great-grandsire slit the throat of the goblin witch-lord after he had pledged peace on his word of honour. Tell them of your house's shame. "Silence!" he shouted. The tip of his sword was quivering. I did not relent. Tell them how his men slaughtered the females and cubs in their camps where they were assured by the Duke that they were safe from harm. Tell them how your great-grandsire schemed to steal this land from them to raise his own station. Peasant, silence, or you will lie tonight in chains beside your bitch and feel the axe on your neck at the dawn. Despite his harsh words, I could see the fear in his eyes. Not the fear for his life. He was a brave man, after all, but the fear of the truth. To men such as Sire Cousy, their reputation is worth more than their lives. His brother looked even more stricken at my words. Apparently the family's history had not been shared with him. Tell them, you old fool! Tell them where the treasure came from to build this very keep. The rents your farms pay you and your cut from the cheese merchants could not have paid for this keep in 1,000 years. Where did that gold come from? Your house stole it. That's where. Your sires wanted this land because it held a hoard, didn't it? The wealth of the goblin lords. My lord, is this true? Sir Onsel asked, his eyes wide. Cousy said nothing. He wasn't quite angry enough yet. So I did. The truth. Your house was founded by thieves and murderers, Sire Cousy, and all your pretensions of nobility cannot change that. But your actions today have told you out, you arrogant old bastard. You've proven yourself as vile in the eyes of truly honourable men as your ancestors were. They were merely goblins. They weren't people, so the codes of honour do not apply, he argued, as much to his men as to me. They were innocent women and children, for all their black hair and yellow eyes. No code of honour allows their slaughter, not the Book of Huin, nor the Book of Luin, nor the codes of chivalry which you cleave to, not any code of war I have heard of. But gold is gold, and land is land, and your house wanted both, at the price of its honour. Not even base treachery would have mobilized so many Gurvani to invade the duchy, though. They don't want their gold back. They want revenge, and something else. Revenge for the slaughter? Asked Sir Kay distastefully. He might be a doorman, but Sir Kay was an idealistic knight. It occurs to me, my lord, that such incitement may last more than a lifetime, and grow in the telling. Tell them, Lord Brandmount, tell them the truth. That gold came from some place special, didn't it? Not just a treasury, but a shrine, a temple holy to the Gurvani, pillaged by your ancestors, the Cavern of Karamala, birthplace and bridal grotto of the old god, their most sacred shrine. Somewhere under our feet is the real reason your men have died. They want it back. They shall not have it, he declared, his eyes flashing with a fanatical sheen. It was not holy. It was a den of stinking evil. My sires built this keep to keep them from it. It was thought that a strong military presence here would deter any future incursions into the duchy and keep the goblins in the mountains where they belong. They must not regain it, not while a single man in this vale draws breath. So, how is that working out? It succeeded brilliantly, didn't it? I said. To say my words were dripping with sarcasm would be dramatically understating the truth. For 150 years it did, he insisted, and it will work yet. We were not ready for this, not yet, that is true. The castle was finished, and I was beginning to school my people into becoming warriors as my sires instructed. But the goblins struck too soon, and in too great a force. How did we know that they had these witch stones, or so many numbers? We should have had another 20 years before they could have rebuilt their armies after the last war, and they should have forgotten about that pit by now. Your ancestors didn't think that they would still be pissed off after you killed their young and stole their gold and defiled their shrine. They could be controlled, it was thought. His manner changed from angry to apologetic, but for the entirely wrong reasons. Minilan, I didn't create this situation. I was born into it. But in reflection, I agree with the policies of my fathers. The goblins had no need for this valley. They do not farm or ranch. They are happier in the mountains. We have only taken what they could not properly use. It was their sacred valley, which housed a sacred shrine. That's what they used it for. How would you feel if one of them took a shit in one of Ineri's sacred wells, spilled spirits in pious Ifnir's counting house, or turned a temple of Trig into a brothel? This vale was hallowed. Even the tree folk know this, and respected and honoured it. To pillage a hallowed space, even of a god of goblins, is forbidden by the gods. There were worried glances around the room from the rest of the Wilderlords. No soldier, and particularly not knights, want to be on the wrong side of the gods. Desecration such as Brandmount had visited on the Gavani was strictly forbidden under the codes of war. It was a military decision, not a religious one, the Wilderlord insisted. The Duke did not approve at first, but the Baron didn't want a ready-made staging area for invasion left on his borders, not one the Scruggs would defend so potently. He bid my house to take the valley, despoil the cavern, and slay its defenders. He pledged the Vale to us as an independent domain in return. The duchy and his barony suffered greatly in that war, and leaving an intact foe in a protected area was not the way to avoid a second one. So it was a military decision, he rationalized. From the faces of his knights, they looked unconvinced. It was a poor military decision, as it turns out, I observed. That cave is evil, I tell you. We must keep them from regaining it at all costs, he insisted. It was where the horrors of the last war issued from. Undead? Terrors of the night? Even dragons, it is said. Left alone, in time they would have grown yet stronger, and unleashed them on us again. Building this castle was the only way to deny it from them. They must not be allowed to return to that vile place. He paused dramatically, and looked around the room for support. To be honest, his men were too confused and preoccupied to raise much of a cheer. Mine were like statues. During our heated debate, not one had moved their position an inch. I don't think you have much of a choice, I said sadly. There are 100,000 Gavani outside your castle now. But do you know what is out there? Do you know what's coming this way? The old god of the Gavani is even now headed through the mountains. I don't know what kind of super shaman he is, or even if he isn't the real divine thing. But when he gets here, that massive army out there will be redundant. If the old god, the great ghost, shows the same magnitude of power as his priests, then one old man in one little castle won't stop him from taking whatever he desires. But we are more now than one old man, Kusi insisted. Can't you see that? With the power of the witch stones and the additional troops, you and your comrades can rout this creature, whatever it is, and send these dogs back to their caves. Why can't you see that? Because I know what I'm talking about, and you don't. Sure, we have Erionite, and now we have trained war magi who know how to use it. We might even stand a chance against that army out there, although I hope I never find out. But that thing, who desires back the caverns of Karomala, who covets revenge on House Brandmount and all of humanity, that is headed this way, is like a thunderstorm, Kusi. It's a big, fat, powerful, magical force of nature, and even with a bucket full of witch stones, I'd have as little chance against it as you would fighting a thunderstorm without getting wet. But we must, he pleaded. All of our hard work depends upon it. Can't you see that? We must defeat this goblin god, or all is lost. His mad insistence finally had worked me to the breaking point. Whose hard work? Yours? Your houses? The duchies? What about my hard work? I came here at your bequest because you needed a spellmonger, and that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to cure warts and sell love potions and maybe meet some nice miller's daughter and raise a family. That was the hard work I wanted. But I remember how eager you were to have me after our service in Ferris. You set me up to get caught in an invasion and fight for my life. There are horrors in that cave? Well, perhaps we deserve a few, for letting ourselves be ruled by the scheming of petty Wilderlords who would lead us into death and ruin for the price of their broken honor. The truth is, I don't give a damn about your ancestors, your honor, this castle, or that cave. I'm fighting for my life and the lives of those other peasants you suckered into your bullshit cause. I sighed, tired of the posturing and the threats. The truth of the matter, Kusi, is that I insist that you release the Lady Pentandra from her cell, and I recommend, in the strongest possible terms, that you order preparations be made to evacuate the castle. Need I remind you that I still rule here? That has not changed. That is the truth of the matter, spellmonger. My heritage aside, my worthiness aside, I am still lord here. I laughed in his face. And do you think that really means something anymore? Who will do your bidding, O righteous lord? Your lackeys here? I said, all pretense of civility gone. The mercenaries in the Inner Bailey who took coin from my hand? The Crinrock, who have sworn an oath to their own gods to obey me? The peasants who already look up to me? The war magi? My comrades? I had briefly met with representatives of all four groups before I entered his chamber, to let them know that there might be some political fireworks, while at the same time feeling them out on the matter. While no one wanted trouble, except maybe for the war magi, who were pretty pissed that this hayseed lordling had imprisoned a popular fellow mage on such a pretext, but all four groups had given me unofficial pledges of support. They were all concerned about Kusi's inability to grasp the strategic situation adequately. Kusi could count perhaps on his piecemeal mercenary outfits, his fellow nobles, and a few score of his regular household armsmen if it came to a fight inside the castle. I reminded him of the possibility of an uprising, every noble's worst nightmare, in a last-ditch attempt to release Penny. You may be lord in name, Sire Kusi, but a lord who ceases to act as one deserves not the title. History is replete with such fools. Forget that at your peril. I felt hot. The air around me crackled and danced as stray bits of magic leaked from my sphere, through the primal part of my mind that gave it thoughtless form. It was becoming increasingly difficult to not exercise that dark part of my mind. With a single thought, I could have erased this man from existence. It was tempting. "So it comes to this," Sire Kusi said through gritted teeth as he lowered his sword, but did not sheathe it. I let him talk. I was silently arranging some last-minute spells while he spoke. "Base rebellion. I had thought that you were a loyal and worthy ally, Minelin. It was whispered by some that I placed too much trust in you, that you had designs of your own on my lands, that you used your vaunted imperial training to becharm my people and turn their hearts away from me. I didn't want to believe it, but it is true. You lust not only for the loins of peasant sluts, but for my very seat of power, my lands and my sword. You will not be content with plying your trade honestly, serving a just lord. You will not rest until you are called lord in my place," they said. "It has been suggested that the influence of the stones have made you mad, like poor Uruk, and that you were using them to influence my people and turn them against me. I have heard the stories, the true story, not the tales you have spread." "And what would that be?" I asked, amused. Well, perhaps not that amused. My pride does not rest on the foundation of my reputation. How your disgusting lusts drove you to work a charm on poor Uruk, and how, under your influence, he turned against his own master and brother apprentices. How he paid for it with his life when you feared the truth getting out. "Really?" I asked, my eyes narrowing. I barely spoke to the lad before that night. I know that you keep an agent of the enemy here to spy upon us. That, at least, will be taken care of. That stinking goblin dies within the hour. I have heard of the perversities in which you indulge in your tower, the sordid play you indulge in with your apprentice and your peasant whore. You speak of betrayal, but who betrays us now? Who betrays the laws of gods and men? With your vile perversions, you might as well go throw open the gates and invite the old god in yourself. And just who whispers such jagged lies into your ears? I hissed. Who regrets my presence here so much, and feels so ungrateful for the life I've given him by my actions, that he wishes to see us all to ruin before his own reputation is damaged? My eyes caught the movement of someone trying very hard to stay hidden in the far recesses of the great hall. But you can't easily hide from a mage with a witchstone, even if you have one yourself. "Master Garkescu," I called, "come out and face me." I kept my voice even. At first he hesitated, and I could see the debate whether to run or fight play out across his features. Then he came to some resolution, straightened himself and swaggered over. "You rebellious upstart!" He spat at me. He wore his Irianite shard in a silken pouch around his neck, and a dagger at his belt, but made no move toward either one. "This is the loyal man who spoke to me of your true inclinations," declared Sire Kusi, "a man with no incentive to lie." "He has every incentive," I said, my voice filled with contempt. If he blamed Urik's accusations on my bewitchment, then he could escape blame for the disorder in his own house, and tarnish my reputation at the same time. "As I warned you before, he is a rebel, my lord," he said to Sire Kusi out of the side of his mouth, "and he is dangerously willful. You were quite right to imprison his foreign witch in your dungeon. Perhaps the threat of losing her will keep him in line. Together they would have wrought even more mischief, even ruin, if I am any judge." "Garki, you're mad," I sighed. "He speaks of madness. Such temerity. I once hoped the boy would look to me for guidance, become a protégé, if you will. He has some goodly store of talent, after all. But I can see now that he is unpardonably corrupted. His morals and behaviour is repugnant." He stuttered between the knight and I, secure in the protection of the Lord, and I prepared for an attack spell. It didn't come. Garkescu wasn't a war mage after all. He was a third-rate village spellmonger with delusions of grandeur. He was depending, I realized, on my willingness to participate in the politics of the situation. Despite his occasionally skillful use of the art, magic wasn't something he relied on in a conflict. He was a small-time shopkeeper, using intimidation and verbal bullying to maintain his position in society, relying on magic for his status. But he angered me, worse even than Kusi. I had put in Garkescu's hand enough power to rival the greatest magi in the duchy, and he was resentful, not grateful. I raised my finger, and blue lightning crackled along its length. "You lying, chicken-fornicating old—" "See the disrespect, my lord! From the first day he arrived in this vale, he has treated me commonly, even basely. He was jealous of me and covets my power, so jealous that he was loath to part with the stones for fear my greater experience with the art would upstage him." Garkescu's eyes lit up, just mentioning Irianite. The power had a potent hold over the little man, I could see. When at last he relented, he still refused to fully instruct me in their use, weakening our defence. So jealous is he. I did not want to level blame at such a time as we find ourselves in, but it is obvious that his misuse of his power has put us all in jeopardy, especially my poor young apprentices," he added sorrowfully. "I suspect he used the youngest one damnably until the poor lad broke under the dishonour and slew the eldest." I kept my peace and let him talk. Every moment that Garki spoke, he was giving me more rope to hang him with. "Urik certainly showed no signs of disobedience, much less rebellion, until he was under Minaland's influence," he recounted. "Indeed, Urik was always a friendly and obedient apprentice. If his other habits are any measure, then I have no doubt that he attempted to seduce the boy, succeeded, and convinced the lad to strike out against me. He certainly makes enough noise with that slut. My chambers are directly below his, and the noise is interminable. Are you even certain you know what you're hearing? I taunted the old lecher. He ignored me. Minilan also failed to detect the breach in our walls. Or did he? He brought a prisoner into our keep, and has him treated like an honoured guest. And then he has a troop of mercenary magi show up, seemingly in the nick of time, gives these war magi what should belong to the domain, while he riles the peasantry to the point of rebellion over trifles.
That he has, sire, Sir Kay agreed, his eyes narrowing. I feel compelled to explain that last charge. A few days before this meeting, I had been returning to the castle from one of our terror raids, only to be met by a delegation from the Outer Bailey. It seems that Sir Kay, the castellan, had ordered a supply of bacon, originally intended for the rations of the common folk, to be diverted to the castle garrison in the Inner Bailey. The bacon in question, a few £100, had originally been brought from one of the prosperous nearby farmholds, not purchased by the castellan. The farmer in question had objected strenuously. Either the bacon was for the people, or it was available for purchase by the castle garrison. Sir Kay balked at either option, and turned the man away. The farmer had taken his problem to the quartermaster, Sir Olver, and when the old knight proved unwilling to listen to his case, he brought the matter to the attention of the informal council that governed the Outer Bailey. Before going directly to Coucy about it, they wanted my advice. I considered the matter, then pointed out that the garrison stored a few supplies in a shed next to the stables, and that I knew for a fact that 2 barrels of beer were stashed there for the refreshment of returning cavalry. I then mentioned that those 2 barrels of beer were probably worth about as much as 100 weight of bacon. As Sir Kay had been getting stricter with dispensing beer as supplies slowly dried up, they took this news gleefully, and, I realized, saw it as a suggestion that I condoned, which, in retrospect, I did. As I went by to check on Traveller that day, I watched them attack the shed and liberate the beer barrels over the objections of a young guard, a militia soldier of 16 years, who was not about to draw his blade on such respected members of his community. The small mob took the 2 barrels, and only the 2 barrels, over to their encampment, and began to have a party. News spread quickly of the deed, and before long there was a crowd of very happy and defiant peasants gathered. Sir Kay came himself with 4 guards to fetch the beer back and punish the wrongdoers. An argument ensued. Sir Kay threatened to have them all imprisoned, whereupon 20 volunteers offered to stuff the 4 small cells under the castle, certainly the safest place to be in a siege. Sir Kay changed his mind, and threatened work details for all of them, and they just laughed. All of them had worked harder on repairing the breach than anything in their lives, and the thought of even cleaning latrines seemed like easy work in comparison. Finally, Sir Kay made noises about having the perpetrators thrashed. That got everyone's attention. But the menacing mass of common folk intimidated the guards into inaction, and in the end, Sir Kay himself had to retreat, with whatever shreds of dignity were still intact, while the farmers sang a rather rough little country drinking song about the stupidity of the nobility. As the castellan left, red-faced, he looked to me for support. I just shrugged and went back to my quarters, eager for a status report and a nap. Hell, I had more important things to think about than bacon and beer. It was a minor squabble, the sort of thing to expect from a group of regular people under enormous stress and the threat of dire peril. Castle life fluctuated back and forth from mind-numbing fear to absolute boredom, and little episodes like that relieved stress. But Sir Kay had obviously taken it wrong, reported to Sire Coucy, and when the Wilderlord heard about my little role in the incident, he had Sir Kay chew me out about it. I ignored him. Kay is a perfect castellan, keeping everything running as efficiently as possible under duress, but that also means that he's a complete asshole most of the time. In any case, Garcescu had apparently jumped on that as a sign of my rebellious nature, and got a complete agreement from Sir Kay. Garcescu is an asshole too. I let him continue. I wanted to hear every vitriolic word.
I wonder just where his loyalties truly lie, my lord. As do you. By his own admission, He merely wishes to preserve his own neck. He has no interest in you or your interests, my lord, except his envy of your position. I expect that when the time was right, he would do anything in his power to usurp your seat. Anything from a complex spell to a dagger in the back. He is dangerous, he hissed. And letting him at large to continue to make trouble is an unwise course of action. I suggest, my lord, that you strip him of his witchstone and have him confined. You just try it, I sneered. Come and try to take it. That's what the Lady Pentandra said as well, noted Sir Kay darkly. And did she give it up? I asked, curious. Well, no, he admitted, but she pledged not to use it to escape. She gave her word as a noblewoman. I could see that Penny and I would have to have a talk. You are indeed rebellious, Minilan, and I cannot tolerate it, Kusi pronounced, a mocking tone of false sadness in his voice. If you beg my pardon now, and surrender your witchstone to Master Garkesco, then I will only sentence you to exile outside of the walls. You may take your sword and your horse, but nothing else. Which brings us back to the matter of enforcement, I replied. Are you going to try to take my stone from me? With my mates at my back, similarly armed? On the off chance that you survive such an encounter, are you going to be the one to explain to the War Magi, and the Crinrock, and the others, how you slew their captain? Or the peasant militia, who has come to see me as a leader? Those troops are not loyal to you. Try to enforce your gracious sentence, and it will be your own head that adorns a spike above the gate. Next to Garkescu's, of course. You dare threaten me in my own chamber? Kusi asked, aghast. I do, I said coolly. I gave you full opportunity to release Lady Pentandra without losing face. I asked you, and when you said no, I insisted. This is your last chance, old man. Release her, or I will tear this castle down stone by stone, and damn you and your cursed cave with every breath. Kusi's face twisted in anger, his eyes wide with rage at my threat. I've had quite enough of this, you promiscuous peasant bastard. You can join your slut in the darkness until I decide to take your head. Seize him, he ordered. 2 or 3 men-at-arms started to do so, as did Kusi's brother, when the first of my spells went off. A long tendril of magical energy reached out and grabbed Kusi and lifted him about a foot off of the floor. His feverish brother suddenly found his sword too hot to hold, and the few others who had bravely and stupidly tried to execute his order were on the ground and writhing in pain. They were not being injured in any way. They just hurt. One of Wenek's favourite spells. I could almost hear him grinning behind me. If anyone else wants to try to seize me, they are welcome to try. No takers? Just as well. I've wasted enough valuable time with this foolishness. Let's take a walk, you and I, sire. My men will stay here with yours to keep them company and avoid any unpleasantness. Talaman had drawn his mage blade, which glowed brightly, while Wenek merely thumped his thick-set war wand into his palm over and over again. They were sufficiently intimidating that I wasn't worried about them getting rushed by the knights and men-at-arms, even if I'd just essentially declared a rebellion. While Kusi hung struggling in the air, his sword dropped on the floor, forgotten. I walked straight up to Garkescu and looked him in the eye. I have special plans for you, Master Garkescu, I said, softly, to his fear-stricken eyes. I reached out and plucked the pouch from around his neck. You are stripped of my gift. You are unworthy of it. By all rights, I could put a blade in your belly for the insult you have given me, and no one would object, nor would you be missed. You are a disgrace to the profession. Not only could you not keep order in your own house, which cost you the lives of 2 apprentices, but you are dabbling in the dark magic of politics. You know as well as I that the bans prohibit this. As a chartered mage of the realm, in the absence of a royal censor, I have the right to burn out your brain, keeping you from ever casting a spell again. Or I could kill you in a duel for the insult you have given me. But I won't do either. Instead, you may go for the rest of your life, remembering the power that you lost the day you betrayed me. You will never again have access to Irianite. You could have rivaled the finest magi of the age, Garcescu. Now you will never be anything more than a spellmonger, with only the powers within you at your disposal. I turned on my heel and faced the still dangling Kusi. "Come, my lord," I said gently, "your rule here is ended for now. I am in charge. And as my first act, let us tour your cellar." The guards wisely stood aside as we descended the stairs to the cells under the donjon. I almost wanted them to start something that I could finish. I had a lot of pent-up frustration to be worked out. We found Pentandra in her cell, the nicest of the four, as it had a kind of window in both the thick redwood door and also a vent above her, levitating about a foot off the filthy ground. There was a wry smile on her face as I made Kusi himself open the door. He did so quietly. I had tired of his babbling on the way down into the dungeon, and quieted his voice with a spell. But his eyes still blazed in righteous indignation, and his mouth still moved in silent curses as he was compelled to do my bidding.
"About time you showed up,"
was all Penny said. She lowered her feet until they touched the floor, then stood up.
"You took a lot longer than you should have."
"I was distracted," I said as I embraced her.
"So what possessed the little runt to get rough with me?"
"Fear of losing his place to me. Garcescu and Kay, that's the Castellan, convinced him that I had designs on his miserable little fief, and suggested that he take direct command of the war magi. He also didn't like the way you kept prattling on about us being all doomed if we stayed at Beauval Castle. Ironically, they put me into a position where I had to essentially take over and depose him to undo their mess."
"Idiots," she breathed. "It hasn't been a total waste, however. I've become well acquainted with your friend Gurkal. Charming fellow for a Gurvan. So what is all this about a sacred cave? It's fascinating. Gurkal tried to explain it, but he doesn't know much outside of hagiography and propaganda."
"The old god's cave, the cavern of Karamala, is under this castle," I explained. "It's the most sacred of Gurvani holy sites. As a matter of fact, we were just going to visit this lost wonder, weren't we, Kusi?" The old knight's eyes continued to blaze, and his mouth worked rapidly. Thankfully, nothing came out. I had had some initial misgivings about deposing the man, but the longer I dwelt on it, the better I felt about it. As long as I had my witchstone, the chances of me hanging or being decapitated were acceptably low.
"You go to see the sacred cavern of Karamala?"
came a gravelly voice from the next cell over.
"Take me, I beg of you. Slay me afterward, if you so desire. But let my last sight in this world be to look upon it."
Gurkal begged, his furry black hands protruding through the bars, beckoning. "What do you think?" I asked Penny. She shrugged. "Do you give me your parole?"
Yes, 1,000 times.
"You will not try to escape?"
Dragons could not drag me away from this holy place.
There was no trace of deceit in his voice. "Okay," I said. I nodded towards Kusi, who objected silently but fervently. I arranged for him to get a little jolt of pain up and down his spine, and after enduring a moment of that, he hurried to comply. The massive wooden door squeaked open, and Gurkal bounded out, no worse for wear for his captivity that I could see.
"I thank you, Minalan. You are truly a credit to your species."
"It's nothing," I said as graciously as I could. "Okay, Kusi, let's go to this place. Where is it?" He looked at me blankly for a moment. I then realized what was wrong, and with a wave of my hand I dropped the spell that bound him.
"I had it sealed up behind a wall down here."
"Which wall?" He hesitated, and I raised my hand. He sighed and relented. "At the end of the corridor. The original entrance was there. We built around it and tried to destroy it, but no hammer could break the stone, so I sealed it."
"Sounds like a magical cave to me,"
observed Penny, nodding her head. "Lead on," I commanded him gruffly. We found the spot, and sure enough it had been thoroughly bricked over. It looked like a mere blank wall, the end of a corridor. I got out a work wand, as opposed to a war wand, and traced a rough outline of a doorway on it. Using the power of the stone, I pushed against the line, and in a few moments the blocks of stone tumbled away, revealing a dark and foreboding hole. "A little light, Penny?" "My pleasure." In moments, a brightly glowing globe appeared between her hands, a perfect mage light, and with a shove it dove into the hole. Suddenly the interior of the cave was illuminated, and we peered in. It was majestic, in a goblin sort of way. The cavern was a roughly elongated oval about 60 paces long by 40 paces wide, with a slight bend toward the centre. The sides sloped gently up toward the roof, and crystals had been set at regular intervals, reflecting the glow of the mage light like 1,000 tiny mirrors. The floor was mostly flat and covered in sand, but at the far end it sloped up, and toward the middle it was broken by a rock formation of some sort. Every wall and the ceiling was covered by pictograms and hieroglyphs, either carved or painted into the stone, and runic Govani letters filled the space between them. As exhibitions of Govani art go, it was impressive. Some of the designs were obvious, like the Govani thunder god, complete with stylized thunderbolt, leering down from a carefully painted mountaintop. Some were abstract to the extreme, lines and swirls that had no readily apparent meaning. It could have been some ancient language, I suppose. The floor was littered with debris, most heaped into sorted piles. I could make out boot prints, perhaps of Kusi's father or grandfather, wandering the chamber from pile to pile. The cave had an empty feel to it at the moment, but I could tell it had once been a centre of activity and storage of important things. There was a cluster of little stone altars to my right, for example, that had obvious holes in them for some type of implements. There were spaces where objects had clearly rested for display in the past. Our goblin companion fell to his knees in awe. "Gods of my fathers," Gurkal croaked, "I am the first Gurvan to view this cavern in almost 200 years. Blessed am I." "When I was a boy," Kusi ventured tentatively, "this chamber was filled with all sorts of foul junk. Much of it was gold and silver. There were many jewels. My father ordered it sorted. The valuables we sold to merchants. Some of the more vile creations were burnt. The rest we just left." "It must have been impressive, once upon a time," I commented, stepping through the new-made doorway. I cast my own mage light to improve the illumination, and the shadows faded in its light. "It was impressive and thoroughly evil. They sacrificed even their own kind to their foul gods. We found dozens of goblin heads in niches all along this wall, no doubt victims of barbaric sacrifice." "Those were the heads of my ancestors," Gurkal snarled. "They were the king and great shamans of the past. Their heads were placed here as a token of highest honor." "I've heard of the skull cult in the Govani," Penny mentioned conversationally. "They believe the spirit of their ancestors reside in the head, rather than the heart." "The custom is not limited to the Govani," I replied. "The Crinrock have a cult of skulls, as do some of the other barbarian tribes in the Wilderlands and among the East Islanders." "And like your Narasi ancestors?" she asked, eyebrows cocked jauntily. This was an old game that we played. She would advance the cause of imperial culture, while I championed, weakly, the sometimes confusing customs of my people. She was correct in this instance. My forefathers had a fetish about collecting the severed heads of the imperial soldiers who opposed them and stacking them in huge pyramids, and occasionally turning them into garish, ghoulish drinking vessels. So her comment stung a bit. Yes, actually, much like the head-collecting, horse-loving steppe barbarians who toppled the magocracy. "A disgusting habit," Kusi hissed bitterly. "Depends on your culture," Pentandra shrugged. "The Cormorans do some pretty icky things with their dead. They are considered an ancient and highly civilized people." I walked over and began to examine the piles of cast-off ritual rubbish. The largest was mostly trash, bits of cloth and leather and bone, broken pottery and the like. I tugged out my blade and poked through it, while Penny looked at another pile, as Gurkal gazed adoringly at the pictographs in the mage light. Kusi stood near the entrance and pouted angrily. I wasn't particularly worried that he would start anything. I had dropped most of the control spells for him, but I had a few left that would snap back into place like a dog's leash at the first sign of trouble. He was behaving himself for now, but I knew he would try something eventually. I picked up 2 large pottery shards and fit them together. It was beautiful work, probably an oil lamp, with a primitive but vibrant design in vermilion and jet, showing dancing Gavani figures and strange beasts intertwined. It spoke of a sophisticated culture, perhaps more advanced than where the Gavani found themselves today. I felt the faint remnants of the magic that had once inhabited them. Gurkhal was right. This had been a reverent and holy place for many, many generations. Religious magic always has a certain feel about it, and this place felt like I was wading in it up to my hips. I moved on to a charred and broken section of wood, some ancient shaman staff, I gathered, from the shape and feel of it. There were no remaining spells, and it felt as if the entire thing had been expended in one last desperate act of defiance. I pictured gnarled, black, furry hands clutching the thing, as the original owner fought to protect this shrine from defilement. "Hey, what about these?" called Penny from one of the other piles. I dropped the shard of staff and came to look at what she had found. It proved to be a pile of parchment, well-cured animal skins, actually, covered with the runic Gavani language. In the absence of moisture and vermin, and perhaps because of the innate power within this place, they had remained relatively intact, though spots were burned here and there. "Can you read Gavani?" I asked her. "No. Can you?" "Nope. Gurkhal, come here a moment, would you?" The Gurvan ambled over, a profound sense of contentment surrounding him despite the state of the temple. He halted at the pile and furrowed his brow at it. "Holy books?" he asked. "We were hoping you would know." "I was a smith, not a shaman. I know my letters, but this is more than I can read. Without a lot of work," he amended. "And you're not particularly anxious to provide aid and comfort to the enemy. I understand." He shrugged his shaggy shoulders. "In a few days it will not matter. The old god is coming. The great ghost returns." "Stop saying that!" Kusi howled from where he had slunk. "He is not! That is merely an evil heathen superstition, a damned lie to try to make us yield out of fear." The Gurvan and I looked at each other, then at Kusi. "Well, there is something coming," I said, slowly and deliberately, "and based on the magical power it has shown so far, it will flatten us like so many bugs, superstition or not." I turned back to the pile and Gurkhal. "Can you even tell me what they might be? I don't want to take a lot of trouble for your great-great-great-aunt's gingerbread recipe. Well, I might, for the novelty value. My dad might be interested, but it would be helpful if I knew what they said." He appeared to give it great thought, then nodded. "I will try. It will take me a while, and more light would be helpful." I raised my hand, and another globe, smaller by half but twice as bright, came into existence over the pile. The Gurvan grunted, then began sorting through the papers. Penny moved on from the pile, more like she was eagerly moving through a busy market looking for a particular bolt of cloth than searching an ancient shrine for occult secrets. She didn't seem to be bothered by the ancient bones strewn about, or the musty smell of the cavern. I shrugged. Penny responded unusually in any situation. She had seemed perfectly content to languish in a prison cell, but I've seen her thrash a lazy serving girl for spilling soup, and publicly humiliate tavern owners over the cleanliness of their establishments. We continued poking around the cave, noting a number of points of interest. Shrines to Gavani gods, ancient stories told out in pictures, and plenty of magical enchantments written into the stone walls. There were strong sorceries still woven into the very rocks around us, I could feel. When I found broken and abandoned mining tools of human make, I was able to verify that Kusi had sealed the place because he was, indeed, unable to destroy it. That cave was a magical wonder. It was a fascinating study of Gavani magic and window on their ancient culture. I'd gotten mere glimpses of the subject before now, enough flashes of their magical methods during combat and the power of their enchantments on the goblin stones. I'd even started to recognize a few of their techniques, I'd thought, becoming familiar enough with them to perhaps find weaknesses. The magic in the cave thoroughly dismissed that notion as naive. This was Gavani magic at its peak. The spells woven into the fabric of that space were complex tapestries of subtle spells, every bit as elaborate, ornate, and functional as the imperial style of magic, in their way. Or, hell, I admitted to myself, as good as the tree folk's unique and potent system. The entire cave was a complex and delicate magical device, with hundreds, nay, thousands of possible uses. The runes, so painstakingly painted or carved on the walls, had bound within them intricate spells for working the weather, charms assisting the growth of crops, promoting fertility among the people, healing disease and wounds taken in battle, and appeals directly to the gods, from what I was able to determine with Gurkhal's help. He might not have been a shaman, but he was knowledgeable enough to point out that spells for healing were held within the crystal formations. Spells for religious initiation were worked into the walls in iron, and copper, the Gavani metal associated with fertility, was used to create a complex series of spells in the ceiling of the place. I couldn't resist examining the place with a simple thaumaturgic essay, and neither could Pentandra. What amazed me the most was how many of the formations seemed to have multiple uses. It rivaled the fabled Palace of the Archmage before my people ruined it, or the Tower of Gelmari at the peak of its power. But it was also a terrible weapon. While I could not really say for certain, a good third of the spells about me had the sleek and deadly feel of war magic. Some required living sacrifice, that much I could see, and some were so obscure and powerful that I classed them as martial by default. There were amplifiers and dampers and filters and all sorts of magical control mechanisms that would allow a little power to go a long way, and a lot of power to be devastating to their foes. Us, in other words. I realized that a talented mage, if assisted with Irianite, could be able to do a serious amount of damage to someone with those enchantments. A dozen or so magi who knew what they were doing would become unstoppable, and the old god had hundreds of shamans. Was this then the answer to our prayers? This wonderful set of artifacts, this product of lifetimes of Gavani wizardry, would it allow us to turn the tide and throw the old god back into whatever crack he crawled from? No, not really. This was goblin magic, and I knew nothing about it beyond basic arcane cognates and the occasional real-world experience. I considered it eagerly, though, just for some respite to the hopelessness I was feeling. The thought of using the cave to strike down the old god, to drive his armies back and destroy him utterly, was pretty appealing. But I would have been a fool to mess around with a magical style I wasn't familiar with, even as a trained thaumaturge with Irianite. I couldn't even read or speak their language, and that would be essential if I was to understand the basics about how that cavern worked. Sure, there were a few things that I was pretty sure I could use, given time to study them, like the spells for prosperity and fecundity and increasing the fish supply. But that dark tangle of war spells scared me. I would use them only in a suicidal rage. "While you are down here," Kusi said after clearing his throat loudly, "perhaps your brilliant mind could clear up a mystery." He walked over to a roundish hillock of rock that sloped up from the floor and into a flat, clear space on the wall. "We always thought that this altar was used for a particularly cruel, sacrificial death, hanging upside down while disemboweled, for example. But that never seemed to be right. There was no idol, see, in front of it, just a circle cut into the rock, ringed by stones. Some of them were precious, and removed, as was the gold. But why would anyone sacrifice to a god of nothing? There were some old imperial cults who worshipped Radha, goddess of emptiness, back during the early Marjocracy's decadent period," Penny offered. "It was stylish for a while, but she was never popular. Who wants to go talk about nothing all night?" "I can see this being a salon for the sophisticated courtiers of the imperial nobility," I replied dryly. "Of course, your folk did have some pretty depraved ideas during that period." "No, Kusi is right. I studied the thing more closely, slipping up a more and more detailed form of mage sight as I did so. As it settled over me, I was startled nearly into speechlessness. This was no ordinary altar. I did some cursory thaumaturgic essays and swallowed hard. I quickly came to the conclusion that the area around the blankness was also the center of what the Imperials call a molopar, or arcane spatial insecurity. This is a complex subject which I'm going to attempt to paraphrase, so don't get upset if you don't understand it the first few times around. I know I had several sleepless nights wrestling with this concept back when I was taking advanced magical theory during my thaumaturgy courses at the Academy. Consider a piece of cloth. From 5 feet away, it appears solid, a sheet of fabric. From 2 inches away, it becomes a rolling landscape of intertwining threads. Get even closer, and it becomes something else entirely. No matter how sturdy the cloth, there are going to be places where it is weaker than others, nor will it be uniform. Take my sister's first piece of loom work, for example. In places, the threads were so thick that they formed lumps, while in others the threads were so thin that you could see through them. Even the best pieces of storm-rated sailcloth will develop rips and tears along weak spots, and there are always weak spots, no matter how masterful the weaver. If you looked very carefully at a piece of cloth, you could find the thinnest spot and push a needle or something right through it with very little effort. Reality is like that cloth, except that it isn't flat, it isn't woven, and it isn't particularly cloth-like in any other way, save to poets and to weavers. But in this case, it's a useful metaphor. Without devolving into technical jargon, there are places where the very fibers of reality are so thick that magic has trouble working there. There are also places where reality is so weak that it occasionally rips and tears for an instant, and sometimes things slip through, tear, or other catastrophes occur. This was all theory, mind you, but it was theory backed up by centuries of thaumaturgical experimentation. Lodestones had something to do with it, it was thought, as were the arcane mathematics of astrology. But the standing theory had been that it was possible to discover naturally occurring thin spots in reality. The theory also suggests that if one had masterful control and access to a gargantuan amount of power, one could press a metaphysical needle through it. Why one would want to do this, except for the pure curiosity of it, is beyond me. Molopar isn't really a thing, an event, or even a place, but it can be all of them. The thaumaturges of the magocracy loved hunting them down and cataloguing them, though why one would want to do this outside of pure curiosity is beyond me. There are variations. There are even regularly occurring, fairly stable molopars which seem to move and transform with the regularity of the planets and tides. A molopar is, first and foremost, an extreme condition of reality, and the truth is we really don't know shit about them, save how to occasionally identify them. Some are famous, like the 2 called the Twins, near a waterfall in Sabra, where strange bolts of fire sometimes shoot out into the river for no good reason, or the irregularly appearing thing out over the ocean the sea magi know as the Stormbringer, because it was supposed to, surprise, affect the weather. You can't move one, and they rarely move themselves, though it has happened. There have been others recorded, but most were unstable, fleeting affairs that could rain fish on a town or create enigmatic patterns in wheat fields overnight, hang around for a few hours, days, or weeks, then fade into existence. Simply put, a molopar is a weak spot that could theoretically be connected to any conceivable point, points, places, time, or times in the universe. Magic worked easier around the vicinity of most molopars, it had been suggested, due to the more plastic nature of reality in the area. Needless to say, they are extremely rare and difficult to detect, and their very existence had sparked centuries-old controversies in erudite circles about the very nature of the universe. A stable molopar, and its equally immovable anti-magical opposite, the Jevalar, like the famous Tamagi, one on the island of Unstara, was a natural curiosity. This one was massive, compared to the reports of others I'd read, and it had been discovered by the Gavani and improved. If a regular molopar was a thin spot, then this thin spot had been reinforced. Consider it a grommet in the fabric of space-time. In effect, a portal to where? Or when? Or what? The possibilities taxed my imagination, and I realized then why the old god wanted the place back so badly. If the great ghost had as much power at his disposal as he seemed to, then this place would make him about as omnipotent as a deity could ask for. With power, the theory runs, you can use an arcane needle to traverse through, or around, opinions varied, the Malapar to elsewhere, and possibly get back with stuff. A Malapar this size, arcane reinforced as it was, had enormous potential, I realized. Here the old god had a direct connection to worlds and planes of his choosing. It would take a lot of power and some seriously sophisticated spell work, but he seemed to have an endless supply of Irianite and an army of devoted, nay, fanatical followers. A pity he wanted to kill off my entire race. With this, he might be able to manage to. "So," Sire Kusi asked after he had decided I had studied it enough, "what is it?" I sat down in front of it and tried to remain calm. In the proximity of my sphere, it could be quite dangerous to let the absolute fear that was rising up my gullet manifest itself magically if I was too close to it. But the consequences were clear enough. I began to feel old and tired, so very tired of all of this. Despair beckoned to me, inviting me to just give up, while anger and fear insisted that my tired body and my overwrought mind do everything in its power to keep the old god and the Malapar from ever meeting. Somewhere in the middle they crashed, and there was little I could do about it. But at least a few more things made sense. It's a magical gateway to pretty much anywhere, if you can find a way through. I can't tell without a far better understanding of Gavani magic, but I believe that this portal, when activated, could lead to anywhere in the world, or any other world, or to a lake of fire, the bottom of an ocean, a poisonous hell, or to nothing at all. This hole in the wall surrounds a rip in reality, or something like that. When the old god gets here, he will be able to use it to do pretty much anything he wants. Kusi looked shocked. "Then we must destroy it." "Impossible. Nothing is impossible," he said gallantly. Actually, destroying the Malapar would be. You see, there isn't an it to be destroyed. Even if you could disable the protection spells and bring this cavern down around it, it would still be here. You could flood it, burn it, hit it with a rock or pelt it with pillows, it still would be there. It will be here long after these mountains have eroded away. You can do anything to it because there's nothing to act upon, just through. So it's dangerous. Not on its own, I don't think. But yes, this Malapar could well be our doom if old Grouchy gets control of it. "Then the old god must be stopped," Kusi announced, as if by will alone it could be accomplished. Plenty of noble fighting spirit left in the old bird. "The old god cannot be stopped," Gokal called out from where he was crouched by the manuscripts. Penny returned from her snooping to see what all the commotion was about. "Both of you shut up!" While it felt good to say it, my feelings fueled the desire. The silence spell that I'd used so recently on Kusi was back up and extended to the Gurvan as well. I shook my head when I'd realized what I'd done and started to take it down when I stopped. A few moments of peace would be welcome, I decided. I didn't get it. Pentandra had overheard us. "This is a Malapar?" she asked, intensely interested. "Like the twins?" "Yes, it is. At least I think it is. A real honest-to-God stable Malapar, augmented by ancient Govani shamans to let them travel anywhere and bring anything to them that they wanted, I think. Probably an artifact left over from the wars between the Alka Alon and the Govani a few thousand years ago. By itself, that would be amazing. Put it together with the magic in this cavern, and it's a wonder how the Govani ever lost any war. I think it could be that they forgot how to use it. Min, some of these enchantments are thousands of years old. I'm not a specialist in magical archaeology, or even as good a thaumaturge as you are. But if the results of my tests are correct, the most recent spells used here were the ones devoted to fertility and prosperity, along with the war spells. Primitive tribal magic. I nodded. It also explains why it's so easy to do magic in this vale. Not much in the way of resistance, thanks to this thing. Yes,
But there are great works here that haven't been used in millennia, truly sophisticated spells. It hints at a much more sophisticated thaumaturgy than the shamanic magic they practice now. The Gavani seem to have had a pretty advanced civilization once, but that was a long time ago. Long before the Magocracy, even. Possibly before humanity came from the void. I wonder if the old god could date from that time. It would make a lot of sense. But how, exactly? Time travel? With the Molopar, that would be theoretically possible, and it would explain why he wants it back so badly. Or perhaps he's just been asleep. There are theoretical stasis spells that would preserve someone in a time-free environment. Sir Lan did some impressive experiments a few decades ago. Such a spell would not be beyond the ancient Gavani, if these enchantments are any example of their craft. And of course, there is the possibility that he is just a regular old pissed-off deity of vengeance. "Does it matter?" she asked, shaking her head so her hair flopped gracefully over her shoulder. "If he's coming here, we can assume for the sake of argument that it isn't for the mystical and cultural importance of the site. He's after that thing. So we had better decide if there is some way we can use it against him." "It won't hurt to look," I said, grinning wryly. There was no reason that the Molopar wouldn't react poorly to our examination and fry us in the process, but I was becoming so accustomed to fatalistic despair that I was unconcerned with the possibility. Considering our situation, accidental death suddenly looked pretty appealing. I turned back to the Molopar and reflected on this force of nature that was neither matter nor energy, but mere potential. In mage sight, it barely registered. It didn't glow with brightness of magic, except at the perimeter. It merely glowered darkly, a faint dark purple disk, hovering in space. But the tracery of spells around the perimeter, which I assumed were designed to control the manner and type of magical force employed, made a brilliant and elaborate spiderweb that stretched the length of the cavern. I tried to trace the lines of control that emanated from the rim of the stone, and gave it up as futile a moment later. Gavani magic was just too strange for me to recognize more than basic lines of force. Finding the device was academically fascinating, and certainly strategically significant, I knew, but how could I turn this to my advantage? If I couldn't keep the great ghost away from it, was there any way I could use it myself to good effect? I could try to open the portal myself, I reasoned, and by force of will alone have it transport me someplace safe, like under my parents' bed back home. Without the supporting enchantments the Gavani had used to refine its use, however, I doubted I would have the strength or the control to undertake such a potent spell. Thaumaturgy demands that a spell of that kind needs an abundance of both, and you don't mess around with something as powerful and unknown as a Molopar. More likely, I would be killed in the attempt. The forces involved were titanic, and if I was already casting spells without conscious thought, then I wasn't nearly focused enough to even give it a try. There were limits to the capacities of my Irianite, I knew, and we'd bump into those fairly quickly if we tried to use it. Not to mention my personal limits. That kind of powerful spell takes a toll on the mage, and the human body, not to mention the human mind, has limits. But perhaps one of the other magi would have an idea about that. True, most of the war magi were young and experienced only in war spells, but many of them had studied particularly arcane areas. Telemann might have some thoughts on it. I wish Sandoval was here. He was a great thaumaturge, almost as good as I was. But we had a wealth of talent to work with, and I was hopeful. A meeting of the minds might produce a better answer, I reasoned. My thoughts were interrupted by Penny, who was thoughtfully chewing her lip. I still found that adorable, despite my feelings for Alia. "Min, you mentioned something about Kirsieth, that evergreen tree?" "Yeah. My research shows strong support for the theory that Kirsieth sap is the building block for Irianite. Why do you ask?" Don't quote me on this," she said carefully, "but I think I can design a spell that will actually activate this thing and control it. That's the good news. But it depends upon whether or not we can generate sufficient power and hold it for enough time. But if we did, then we might be able to establish a kind of portal to, well, to somewhere else. Anywhere else." "Exactly," she sighed. That's bloody great news, I answered cautiously. How much power are you talking? She told me in technical thaumaturgical jargon. It was a lot. More than our individual stones were capable of, I was certain. There are other ways to manifest and augment power, though, as any good thaumaturge knows. Ishi's tits! Are you considering a human sacrifice, then? That's about the only thing I know of that... If we had the power to... Oh, I think I see what you... Oh, well, I guess... I stumbled as my questions answered themselves. What seems to be the problem? Asked Sire Kusi. Can't do whatever it is without sacrificing babies? He asked curiously. That would be one way to do it, admitted Penny, but it wouldn't be my first choice. Then what? Kusi asked insistently. Penny and I looked at each other, a long and searching look. Yes, that's what she was thinking. I heaved a great sigh. This was going to take some serious explanation.
Chapter 14. A Plan to Escape.
Now tell me again how nailing your old girlfriend is going to save all our lives,
asked Alia with a sarcastic toss of her head. There was a blaze behind her eyes that made me uncomfortable. Hell, it scared me. I'd rather fight a squad of black skulls than face a wronged woman. It has to do with the nature of magical power, I tried to explain for the 4th or 5th time. In order to open one of these portals, you need a truly massive amount of energy, properly tuned and augmented, more than even a highly trained group of magi could generate on their own.
But you have witch stones, she said angrily. I thought...
The Arianite gives us a way of amplifying that power, certainly. I wouldn't even make the attempt without it. But even when we are using the stones, they are not exactly producing arcane energy, merely amplifying the energy we send through them. If we want to open this portal and keep it open long enough to do any good, then it will require every shred of power that we can muster, and iron control over that power, tuned properly and directed with incredible precision. Now, I could lecture you for hours about the various ways to raise power. Drugs can be used, when you have the right ones in the right dosage and you know what you are doing. Chanting works if you have a few weeks and a devout enough group who likewise knows what they are doing, and we just don't have the time for that. A lot of tribes use dancing, but that takes years of practice to do effectively.
I don't really see you as much of a dancer, she said.
I didn't know if she was trying to be mean or humorous or both. You'd be surprised. No, there are only 2 ways that I know of to generate a tremendous amount of raw arcane power in a short period of time. Blood sacrifice works terrifically well, and is possibly how the Gavani who found this cave did it at first. But I don't see anyone volunteering, and to be honest, I'm just not the kind of mage that can handle the ethical questions involved. Never mind the fact that it's been banned since Imperial times. Death magic is a potent and dangerous realm, but it's one way to achieve our means. The other is by tapping into the opposite realm, the realm of creation and procreation, from the sacred fount of life itself. Enormous amounts of power are available there, if you know how to capture it and make use of it. Every time a baby is born, there is a powerful release of arcane energy from that side of things, and occasionally it can manifest magically. I suppose if we had a few dozen pregnant women who could all go into labor at once, that might work. But there aren't that many here, and trying to arrange that kind of timing is just impractical.
So that leaves banging your old girlfriend? I'm starting to favor human sacrifice.
Well, yes. Sex magic pulls the same kind of power, but it's a lot easier to arrange and maintain. And sexual magic has other advantages as well, I said, as enthusiastically as I could. It can be sustained over time, whereas blood sacrifice is over pretty quickly. It doesn't leave a stain on the other world, the way sacrifice does, or birth, for that matter. You have a lot more control over it. It can be more gently manipulated, making it easier to focus into the proper sphere. And luckily, Pentandra has spent most of her professional career studying that particular branch of the art. She's probably the world's foremost living expert on it, and I worked with her long enough to know what to do myself.
Yes,
she hissed acidly.
aren't we lucky?
We are, when you think about it, I said, trying to sound nonchalant and matter-of-fact and reasonable. I don't think I was selling it. I noticed my voice was a little higher and squeakier than normal. Of all the magi who could have come here, one of the top experts in her specialty landed in our laps just when we needed her the most. No one knows better how to generate and manipulate that kind of power. With her expertise there to support us, the rest of the group can deal with weaving the power to activate and control the portal.
I just can't understand why you can't do that part, she complained. Why can't she slut around with one of the other guys? I know for a fact that she has slept with at least 4 of them, because I was her study partner for 3 years, and not just a casual liaison. There's a big difference when you have 2 magi who know what they're doing, instead of 1 and a willing subject. And to be honest, we were a great team. No other partner has ever been able to raise as much power or with such control as I did, she said. I said proudly, I bet she did. You men will believe anything. She knows me, how I act and react, how to wheedle every last nuance of energy from a run, I said weakly, and I know her. Together we can build significantly more power and of the right kind than any 2 other magi present, and, if I do say so myself, we can keep it up as long as we need to.
I'm sure you can,
she said icily. You all say that sort of thing. She stared at me for a moment then and sighed, her mask of the scorned woman crumbling to reveal for a moment the image of a scared young girl.
Look, are you sure there is no other way?
If there was, I would have thought of it by now. Hells, I'm not even guaranteeing that this will work. It's just our best chance of any of us getting out of here alive. We can't even send for more help through the other world. Whatever else we tried, the barrier that the old god has put up around us would keep it from working. For the last few days, we had all become aware of a kind of arcane bubble, stronger than regular wardings, that had intercepted every attempt we'd made to even scry beyond the valley, and we had all noted that it was only growing in strength. But the Molopar portal works, theoretically, in proportion to the proximity of the mage, and right now we are closer to it than he is. In 3 or 4 more days, though, it won't matter. He will be close enough to kill us 1,000 other horrible ways, probably by ritual sacrifice, to fuel spells to use the portal himself. Alia was quiet for a long time, looking at her hands.
So you really do need to nail your old girlfriend to save us?
It was my turn to sigh. I promise I won't enjoy it, okay? It will just be work. I'll be thinking of you the whole time, I added, with a little desperation. Look, my love, we need to do this. We really do. It's our only possible means of escape, for all of us. If it even works. I'm sorry if you are upset by it, and I can't really blame you for that, but it needs to be done whether you like it or not. I don't expect you to stand next to us and cheer us on, but I had hoped that you would trust me enough to know that I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have to. I just wish you would understand. Her eyes flashed.
I guess it's just too much for a poor little ignorant peasant girl like me to understand. You've already taken over the castle. I hear QC is confined to his chambers. And so I guess pushing aside some country wench that was warming your bed is pretty small game in the scheme of things.
I am not pushing you aside, I said, raising my voice. I don't lust after power, and don't pull that poor little peasant girl routine on me. I love you, Alia. I'm awfully fond of Penny, and she's a wonderful friend and a great colleague, but I love you. This is just business. I want to spend my life with you, not her. I want you to continue to warm my bed, among other places, assuming that we don't burn out our brains in the process of doing this.
That sounds like a load of...
Enough! It was my turn to get a little emotive. She seemed to be purposefully exasperating. Woman, I just pled my undying love for you, and you can't retract your claws long enough to listen to me.
We are going to be dead in a week unless I do this. I've already risked my neck 1,000 times for you and your people, and only survived because it amuses some capricious god or goddess to play with my fate like a toy. Well, fine. I can put up with all that, because I found you in the bargain. Of course, you are too busy indulging in a jealous fit to realize that I'm doing everything I can, including nailing my ex-girlfriend, to preserve what we have and what we might have together. There were tears in her eyes. She walked sullenly over to me, and I prepared myself for a slap. Instead, I found her entwined in my arms. "Just don't enjoy it, all right?" she whispered through her tears. "I will do my best," I promised, holding her tightly. I really wished you two liked each other. That would make all of this a lot easier. I guess that we would have run into each other eventually. She's a part of your life. But the whole "I'm an imperial noble and a mighty sorceress" thing of hers really gets to me sometimes. I had to chuckle. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Me too. She really is a nice person when you get beyond that. Remember, she grew up in a crumbly old villa, raised by servants, schooled by the best tutors, and ignored by her parents until she developed talent. She didn't have the advantages we did growing up, chasing each other with sticks, playing in the mud in the commons, making each other eat dog poop. That brought a ragged smile to her face, like a ray of sun through a thunderhead. So feel sorry for her, but don't hate her. "I'll try," she said, sniffling. "I hope you will, because you are right. She will always be a part of my life. I fully expect her to dance at my wedding." "Minalin?" Alia asked, looking me in the face. "What?" Assuming we aren't dead any time soon, that may occur sooner than you planned. If you really did plan it, that is, and aren't just saying what a silly farm girl wants to hear." What do you mean?" I asked, troubled. "I think I'm pregnant. I should have bled 2 weeks ago." That was unexpected. Are you sure?" I asked, when the words managed to penetrate my whirling brain. The whole world stopped while I waited for her answer. "Hey, aren't you a spellmonger? Usually you lot can check on this kind of thing. Magic, spells, charms." "Right. Yes, it's a pretty simple spell. A mere scrying technique, really, and—" "Well, quit babbling and do it!" she snapped, frustrated. "I've been worried about this for weeks, and haven't been able to tell you. If I have to go one more day, one more hour, I think I'm going to scream." Pregnancy would explain why she was behaving more moodily than usual. My mind did its best to focus on the practical in the face of the deeply personal news, but it was suddenly having trouble. Yeah. Sure," I said in a daze, fetching my sphere from its pouch on my weapons belt. She stood there expectantly, no pun intended, while I did the preliminaries. When I realized I was stalling, I went ahead and did it, before she realized I was stalling. In moments, an image of her innards entered my mind. I was pretty familiar with anatomy, particularly her anatomy, and though I wasn't adept at the type of magics worked by hedge witches and midwives, finding the swollen uterus proved easily. In mage sight, all of her body's energy centered on it. It took only a little more probing, a slight focus to my attention. And there it was, a tiny worm-like grub that would all too soon be the size of a standard-issue baby. "Ah," I said eloquently. "What does that mean? Professionally speaking?" she asked wryly. I said again. You are really, definitely pregnant." "With your child?" she added. "Apparently," I said, my world spinning around me. "If you have doubts as to the paternity, I invite you to investigate them," she said icily. "But whatever the princess says about me to the contrary, I haven't been with anyone but you since my husband died. The little bastard is yours." "You sound pretty happy about it," I commented, stone-faced. "I am. I wanted a child so badly. When my husband died, I never thought I'd get another chance, until I met you. But I can see by the look on your face that this is not automatically a happy thing for you. Look,
If this is a problem, then I can go my own way. Assuming that we live to the next full moon, that is. No, that isn't what I meant. I'm just stunned and confused. And a daddy. Yeah, that's the part that is stunning and confusing me. Trig's toenails. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't want to distract you from your work, so I didn't even mention the possibility before. But I vomited twice since yesterday, and I can suddenly smell like a bloodhound. This morning I broke down into tears for no good reason, so it seemed like a good time to bring it up. I'm glad you did, I said, not really even hearing my own words. My entire personal universe had just altered significantly. Everything, from my recent usurpation of power to my long-shot scheme for rescuing us to my relationships with both Alia and Penny, was in flux. All of that shifted in perspective. Evil dark lords and goblin hordes and magic portals and traitorous wizards all faded into unimportance as the weight of the idea started to bear on me. I suppose every man, when confronted with this situation, finds himself at a crossroad, where one way leads towards acceptance, where you embrace the idea of fatherhood. The other way also beckons, that almost irresistible urge to put as many leagues between you and the mother and the lifelong responsibility as possible. And then, like a legal case, you are shown evidence for making that decision by the law brother of your conscience. Perhaps it is a judge of your deepest character. Perhaps it is a primitive reaction to an inherent biological condition. But every man, no matter how much he thinks he knows the answer before the question is asked, I think, has to go to the deepest corner of his soul to make that choice. Interestingly enough, my arguments against embracing the pregnancy were mostly based on the normally sane fear of the unknown. I really truly loved Alia. There was no doubt in my mind, based on my short but intense acquaintance with her, that she would be a superlative mother to any child. What would this do to our relationship? Pregnancy and motherhood change a woman. They also change a man. My own role as a father I doubted more. After all, who was I to be a father? I felt as if I had only recently stopped being a child myself. Mostly. Maybe. What decided the matter, actually, was the briefest flash of memory from my own childhood. I must have been about 2, maybe a little older, sitting in the kitchen with Mama and getting in the way of her skinning some river tubers that I never liked. My youngest sister was also there, maybe helping a little more than she was destroying. Suddenly the door to the bakery burst open, and my father was standing there, covered from head to toe with flour. He had wetted it into his hair, spiking it up in a grotesque mockery of horns, and twirled his beard into little flowery ringlets like a white-grey thorn bush. In retrospect, there may have been spirits on his breath. It took me a frightened moment to realize that it was Dad, and when I did, I still squealed. His eyes wide and maniacal, he began chasing me around the kitchen, making growly noises every time I screamed. My heart raced, my eyes were whirling, and I was enraptured, but not nearly as much as he. I remembered this moment vividly. I could smell the bread baking, the fresh green smell of the tubers, the taste of the flour in the air, and I saw the ecstatic look on my father's face as he played Flower Monster with his only son. And then, for a frozen instant, I saw my face under the flour instead of Dad's. I saw the same expression, same look of enchantment in my eyes. I could imagine, perhaps, what it was like to chase a 2-year-old around, and then tickling them to death while your wife looks on with a smile warm enough to proof dough. I took the road that I hoped led to that. Alia's news had not stopped the world nearly as long as I would have liked it to. Around us, the castle bustled with people going about under my orders. While it was true that I had officially confined Kusi to his quarters, the rumor that I was going to have him executed the following dawn was not. Indeed, once he was made to realize that our position was untenable, and that I had a better alternative than fighting bravely to the last man, he had become very cooperative. While he was in his quarters, a stream of messengers ran to and fro, conveying his bidding to his men.
He had given his unconditional parole, agreed to cooperate fully, and to be honest, I think he was happy to be relieved of the responsibility of overall command of the castle. The little rat, Garcescu, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. Not that we looked too hard. His remaining apprentice started haunting my quarters, and I kind of adopted Rondal as a result. He proved to be truly helpful, even if there was some friction between him and Tyndall. There was plenty of work for 2 apprentices, though, so that kept them from getting into fights. Everyone else was as busy. If we were going to pull this off without disaster striking, there was a lot we had to do. I had 3 dozen peasant women stuffing and sewing a pile of cast-off clothes into a small army of dummies, which began filling up the guard positions on the battlements. A few of the younger war magi were giving them slight magical duermas to make them seem alive, at least to casual scrying. I put the castellan, good old grumpy Sir Kay, to work judging which personal items would be approved for travel through the portal. That caused a lot of squawking, especially among the peasants, some of whom thought of chickens and piglets as irreplaceable goods. Sir Kay was perfect for the job. It took a fanatic to argue with the man once his mind was set. Only a dozen or so cases were appealed to my judgment, and with 2 exceptions, I backed the crusty castellan's ruling. The mercenaries were also grumbling over leaving behind horses and weapons that they had grown fond of. I gave them a little more leeway, but was still strict. I, myself, was not happy with the prospect of leaving Traveller here to become the main course at a Gavani luncheon, but as much as I loved that Rouncy, he was still just a horse. The Crinrock, too, were unruly about abandoning their possessions, though they were more pragmatic than the Bovali peasantry. They left their wagons and livestock, but were defiantly unwilling to leave behind about 200 2-foot-tall totem statues that had some religious significance. In the end, I acquiesced. They weren't willing to leave them behind, and I wasn't about to leave the Crinrock behind. Preparation for departure was just part of the plan. I continued the routine terror raids by the War Magi against the Gavani for a couple of good reasons. While the remaining shamans had tightened up their operations and security, they were ultimately unable to stop my men from pillaging another 4 or 5 more witchstones. When that produced a couple of haphazard assaults on the gates in response by overeager goblins, I even allowed 2 brief sorties by the regular cavalry, a kind of last glorious run with their steeds before we left. But going after witchstones was only part of the plan. Each War Magi raid left a trail of destruction in its wake, and provided enough distractions so that my sabotage teams of War Magi were able to complete their own clandestine missions. These were designed to mess up goblin communications and logistics as much as possible. While we didn't have a chance against the old god, there was no reason to leave his forces unmolested before he showed up. And that factor was foremost on everyone's minds. The overbearing presence of the old god on the horizon could be felt by nearly everyone with a shred of magical sensitivity. We could see past the mountains a few miles, to the extent his barrier allowed. But westward, there was a shimmering in the air over the peaks, the kind of distortion you get when there's a lot of ambient magic in the air. It became especially florid at dusk. So did the sense of oppressiveness. There was no denying that every dusk was worse than the previous one. While the approach of impending doom did little for morale, it kept everyone extremely motivated about his or her tasks. No one wanted to be here when he arrived. Meanwhile, I stayed in conference with the team I had chosen to help us open the portal, direct it, and keep it open. We continued to meet in the cave itself, usually with Gurkal helpfully providing translation of some of the Gavani texts that discussed the matter. He had been a model prisoner, almost one of the team, once we'd allowed him access. He was certainly no longer Sharul's creature. He was almost smug about it. Since he had seen and dwelled in the sacred cave, he had seemed to transcend the pettiness of the old god's rampage, readily helping us with our plans as the best way to accomplish the goal of cleaning the valley of all Humani influences. The others were wary of including an admitted foe into the midst of our most secret councils, but I invited any of them to find a single spell on him that tied the Gurvan to his former leaders. Besides, his gruff voice and odd accent concealed an offbeat sense of humour to our discussions that kept things cordial under tense circumstances. The core team stood at 7, excluding Gurkal. Penny and myself would be the energy providers. Carmela was the transformer, controller of the various apis that we would need in the course of this spell. Really a director of power and monitor of our physical bodies. Talaman helped design the specifics and would act as a backup to Carmela or Delman or Taran if needed. Delman would direct our energy out to the other Magi, who would then spin it up to reality-altering levels, before shooting it back through Raylan, who would act as a converter, taking all of that raw power and building it into a coherent wave. Then there was Taran, a mage not too much older than me, with whom I had studied briefly at the academy. While trained as a war mage, Taran had been one of the few who had been so gifted that he was selected for advanced study at the War College instead of normal duty. He missed the Frisian campaign entirely, electing instead to pursue his studies without being shot at. I don't remember being given a choice, but maybe I'm just not that good. Taran would be our focus. He had spent the longest time at Inarian Academy, and that's where we were trying to go. That might sound like an unusual choice of destination, but it made sense in a lot of ways. First, it was a place that most of us were familiar with. Many of us had gone to school there, so we knew it like a farmer knows his chicken coop. There was a lot of residual magic there, some going back to the Magocracy, which theoretically made it a bigger target for Taran to latch onto. While the distance was far greater than, say, one of the larger cities in Alshar, we couldn't really decide if distance had anything to do with it. I was pretty sure it didn't. Taran had suggested attempting to anchor the other end of the portal, assuming we could activate it, to an old and crumbling memorial archway in one of the courtyards of the academy. It dated from imperial times. Some benefactor of the school no doubt had it built to celebrate the glory of the Magocracy, or some crap like that. No one knew for certain. But it was there, made a good theoretical anchor point, and should be mostly deserted. Taran said he found it a perfect place to study, and I fondly recalled one rare and memorable assignation I had there with one of the local girls from Tower Town at midsummer. I never saw her again, and don't really remember her name, but I'll never forget that night. Others had similar memories to help reinforce the target, so we aimed for the academy. It didn't take long to decide the most basic issues, like who did what. We played to our strengths as Magi. The problems came in executing such an intricate spell. Imperial training covered the basics for what we were doing, but no one had tried anything like this, with Irianites, no less, since the Magocracy fell. Not to my knowledge. We were improvising, making some pretty large assumptions, and hoping and praying a lot. And cursing. Not really textbook standard thaumaturgy. It took almost 6 hours just to hammer out the particulars for the spell. We did 2 rehearsals, using minor cantrips to stand for the more serious power we would generate, and made certain everyone knew their part. There was the usual grandstanding and juvenile complaining that you get any time you try to get more than 3 people to do one thing at a time. But then again, these were highly motivated professionals with their own lives on the line. The tangible sense of doom that was only a day or 2 away at most gave us a sense of urgency to get this right. We would not have a second chance. The hour of departure was set for dawn the next day. Not that you could really see the sun anymore. Sherul had darkened the sky, making Boval Castle a goblin playground all day and all night. I awoke long before dawn the next morning with my face pressed into Alia's sweet-smelling hair. I restrained the impulse to make love to her one last time. As sweet as it would have depleted me of my vitality prematurely. I settled for holding her and smelling her hair until I could brook no more delay. "You remember what I said?"
"Yes, my lord,"
she said sarcastically as she pulled her shift on over her head. She'd taken to calling me that since I'd usurped Sire Kusi and conquered the domain. "Take your baggage through to the academy grounds. Find some old codger named Master Hesklestai and give him your letter and journal. Then tell my story to the authorities, whoever they are. Wait for word from you for 3 fortnights. Then take the small fortune you have given me and use it to get to your parents' house with Tyndall, along with the depressing note about how you are dead, so that they can take care of me and your unborn bastard. A little dramatic, I concluded, but essentially correct. Tell my folks that I love them. You tell them yourself, she said, sliding up next to me for a last hug and kiss. Now get down there and screw your ex-girlfriend for the good of the people. Alia, I groaned. I thought you were past this. No, seriously. Give her an inch from me, she said, swatting me on the butt. Ring her bell hard, and a lot. I'll never understand her, or any woman, but particularly her. Perhaps that's why I had fallen so hard for her, and why leaving her standing there, pregnant and packing, was high on the list of the most difficult things I have ever had to do in my life. I made my way down into the cave and tried not to think about what I was going to do, else my doubts about our success would undermine the attempt. Once I got there, most of the others were already standing around, drinking hot cups of sweet mulled wine. The bastards had raided what was left of Cusi's cellar and been holding out on me, and taking the herbs they would need to sustain them through the spell. Penny had our little pharmacopoeia laid out on one of the old altars for me to inspect before she dosed me. No less than 6 different powders and herbs prepared in various ways. 3 of them I knew. The other 3 I took without comment. Penny knows her stuff, and I trusted in that. While I waited for the drugs to take effect, I wandered around and talked to each member of each team, joking, laughing nervously, and double-checking that everything was prepared. That was as much for their benefit as my own, I guess. They had formed as tight-knit a team as I could ask for in this last week, aided, of course, by the potent power of the Witchstones and the fear of imminent doom. They were a good team, young, skilled, ambitious. When I had done all the reassuring I was capable of, I wandered over to the Molopar, soon-to-be portal, and stared at it for a while. Could we do this? Really? There was no doubt that it had been done in the past. The Gavani records Gurkhal had translated were certain on that point. The horrors of the Goblin Wars, the strange beasts that were not native to this world, had arisen from someplace, and this looked like the place. But could we do this? This was high magic, on an order that hadn't been attempted in centuries. I was proud and confident in my crew. I've never worked with better magi. But would the rest of the universe cooperate? The questions haunted my mind. Could we activate this thing, direct it, and keep it open long enough for everyone to get out? Would I have enough strength? My future wife and child depended upon it. Did I have enough resolve to save them, and everyone else? I had to. I would will them away on my own, if I could. Did I suddenly have a screaming erection so hard it could break rock? Apparently I did, I noticed as I looked down. "All right, everyone," I called. "Get to your places. Goodman Pokey Poke says it's showtime." Penny stretched out on the round cushion we had created as our staging area, and staging, I realized suddenly, was indeed the proper term. I was used to performing for Penny. I was not used to a well-informed and highly critical audience watching my every move, mundane and mystical. Don't get me wrong, I'm hardly shy. About sex, that is. But this was different. The group would not just see my lusty performance, but they would also see the complex interplay of magic that would arise from it. The interesting part. I was more worried about their thaumaturgical criticism about that than I was my ability to physically perform. Besides, whatever Penny gave me had me stiff as iron. I couldn't wimp out of this if I tried. But because of the way things were set up, if all went well, then every single one of the refugees using the portal would end up seeing me too. Literally, thousands of people. That was a level of exposure I had never had to contend with. Penny leaned forward as I was shrugging off my robe and gave me a quick peck on the cheek, the only kiss we shared. This wasn't about romance. This was business. "For luck," she said, settling back. "Luck is for cowards,"
I said with mock bravery. "We real men."
Yeah, mister. I've heard it all before. Let's get on with it."
I appreciated her businesslike and professional demeanour. I tried to ignore her trembling. We started out in the first of the 5 classic positions, with me on top. This is best for starting a brisk rise of power. I was handling the apis for the 2 of us. The concentration required is helpful for maintaining a consistent state of arousal over a long period of time, and first position is the easiest one to hold an apis in. The plan was for us to go through all 5, then repeat. I clasped my Arianite sphere in my left palm, and felt Penny do the same to hers in her right hand. And the moment we began to raise power, the 2 were linked. I felt it run through me like a shiver, coalesce around the sphere, then jump over to Penny's shard. I felt a reciprocal jolt from hers, and I welcomed it into me to mix with my own. All of this was more or less textbook, though textbooks on sex magic are rare, except that the power levels we were playing with were rising far faster than I had anticipated. Before we knew it, our personal reservoirs were filled, and it was time to begin the operation in earnest. It was unexpectedly intoxicating, like discovering too late that someone has poured triple distilled spirits into your wine glass unexpectedly. The connection between our 2 stones was even more intimate than the one at our loins. I could feel Penny's thoughts and emotions through the stone, without going through the medium of the other world at all. The proximity of the Molopar was not hurting, of course. I could sneeze down here and cast better spells by accident than an Eastern adept could do in hours anyplace else. I had the barest moment of panic that the power would be too much, but the confident look in Penny's eyes banished it instantly. I was far more confident in her abilities than my own. "Prepare, Delman," I called, though I never took my eyes from Penny's. Eye contact is very important in such a working. It facilitates communication at levels that even magic can't reach, and it gives you something to stare at. And Penny had pretty grey eyes. When I heard Delman's assent, I silently questioned Penny about who should do the honours, and with the barest nod, she let me take control. It was like pair dancing. Someone has to lead. I shifted my weight slightly, shifted my focus minutely, and suddenly the reservoir of magic poured out of our combined bodies and minds, through the apis and over to Delman, who used his own stone to parcel it up and hand it off to the others. It was a strain, I know. I was feeling it myself. But Delman was good in groups, and after the first couple of sloppy handoffs he got more efficient. We got faster. The power began to flow in earnest. After that, time just kind of stopped for me. I was anxious, of course, but I knew my anxiety wouldn't help matters, so I concentrated on the task at hand. It was after our first position change that I heard Delman call out, "Here it comes, Raymond!" and I felt a slight shift in the power flow. I could also feel Raymond struggle with the first few transfers, but he straightened out quickly and began building his spell wave. I continued to focus, feeling almost overwhelmed at the amount of power we were handling. It is indescribable, as if every cell in your body is singing at once. I saw those feelings reflected back at me in Penny's eyes, and we both added a little extra capacity with our enthusiasm for the chore, like 2 little kids who found the sugar bowl unattended. In this type of magic, the power is built on the male side by postponing orgasm while encouraging empowerment, while on the female side, the power comes in sharp waves, tied to the duration and frequency of orgasm. Every time Penny had a happy moment, there would be a resulting spike in power that was my job to complement. "Keep it going, friends," called out Carmela, who was doing an excellent job of monitoring. "Just one more link and we'll be there, I think." That was fine by me. My arm was getting tired. We were about to shift into position 3, when Raymond finally called out, "I'm just about there. Get ready, Taran." Our final mage in the working nodded curtly, and suddenly there was a sustained magical flash between Raymond and Taran as their witch stones leapt to life. Taran was stationed in front of the portal, which he had been studying non-stop since he found out about it.
He was a brilliant thaumaturge, after all, and he did not move a muscle that I could tell. He stood there, stone in front of his face, and waved his right hand as he plumbed the depths of the Molopar. He had tried explaining his theory to me, but it was based on precepts that were in advance of what I knew, and I was therefore lost very quickly. At least he had a theory. I had no idea how I would try to unlock the thing. He must have been doing something right, though, because shortly the disk started to cloud in, a thick grey murky cover over the naked stone underneath. I saw glints of shapes and colours wade through it, and I found it fascinating to watch. Too fascinating. Penny slapped my face, hard. "Focus!" I grunted and focused. She was quite right, of course. I had my job to do. Taran had his. There was no time for professional oversight, not when a moment's faltering could send the entire working into the chamber pot. I got back to business and redoubled my efforts. It took far longer than I would have liked, and I won't lie and say I wasn't worried for a bit, but Taran eventually shouted, "I've got something!" Then, a moment later, "I have it! I see the arch! I see the arch!" While we were all too professional to burst out in cheers or applause, which would have been counterproductive, if not disastrous, I could definitely feel the shift in attitude around the room toward hopeful optimism. One of the mercenaries who had volunteered for the assignment took a breath, made a sign with his hands, and then walked through. In seconds, he stepped back through and was shouting excitedly, "It worked! I saw people! It worked!" I could tell it worked too. There was suddenly a warm breeze on my backside, and the smell of fresh grass, rather than mouldy cave. A few seconds later, I heard the bell tower in the commons sound the afternoon call to chores. We had done it. We had taken an ancient piece of alien magic and made it do our bidding. We had threaded the grommet in the fabric of reality, with my root acting metaphorically as a needle. Something this powerful hadn't been done by humans since the inundation, if then. I really wish our spectators would have been more impressed with the subtleties of the working, but I guess ignorance is the layman's privilege. Pentandra and I altered our work then, concentrating more on maintaining and sustaining the reaction, and not building more power. This was easier for me than Penny, in theory, as women have a natural inclination to increase the level of their climaxes. But then again, when it came to sex magic, Penny could screw circles around me. As she regulated her climaxes, I finally broke eye contact with her. In position 3 this is pretty easy to do, and closed my eyes, fine-tuning the stream. I almost didn't notice the busy parade past the bedstead. The refugees were starting to file past, their arms full of their valuables or their children. I didn't see them, of course, but I could smell them, hear them, and feel their terror as they walked into a hole that wasn't there a few moments ago. They were being herded by the castle's men-at-arms and overseen by Sir Kay. Time tromped by like the feet of 1,000 peasants, which were also tromping by, but I kept going. Twice Carmela came by and offered Penny and me water, for which we were grateful. Dehydration is one of the inherent dangers in sex magic, as the participants are often too distracted by the work to care about such things. But not too much. Interrupting a spell because you need to find a chamber pot is amateurish and unprofessional, not to mention unproductive. One by one they hurried through the portal. I didn't even try to keep count, although Sir Kay would shout a number out every now and then. I tried to ignore it and concentrate on doing what I was doing indefinitely. Toward the end it was Alia's turn in line, and she broke step just long enough to kiss me on the ear before she was safely through. I thought Penny would have a hissy fit about letting a commoner distract me at such a crucial moment, but when I ventured a worried glance in her direction, I was pleasantly surprised to see a warm, almost loving smile on her face. Heartened that my personal life may not be a total disaster after all, I focused my efforts and gave her a little extra for a few minutes. We were almost ready to switch out of position 4 when Tyndall came by bearing a huge pack, trailed by Rondal with a similar one. Tyndall knew better than to interrupt me, but he drew his wand and saluted bravely before he left. Somehow I don't think Penny would have been as tolerant should he have kissed me like Alia did.
I'm not sure I would have been either, come to think of it. I should have realized that the line was almost through, as Tyndall was definitely at the tail end of it. Gurkharl was behind him, technically in Tyndall's custody, our one prisoner of war. The rest of the Bovali followed, until all of the civilians were through. Then it was the garrison's turn. One by one the guards and sentries were pulled from their posts and replaced with the slightly enchanted dummies we'd prepared. From a distance, they should fool casual observation, as they would appear to move in small ways, shift weight, scratch their nose, rub their eyes. And to improve the effect, we had several fires lit in the kitchens and the bailey. From the front lines and the scrying pools of the Gavani besiegers, it should look, more or less, like we were all still here awaiting slaughter. Finally, Carmela called out, "Sir Kay just went through, ladies and gentlemen. We have officially rescued everyone. Over 4,000 people just saw your hairy, naked ass and Penny's boobs, Min." I felt elated. So did everyone else. And I wasn't tired at all. Ishi's tits. I was just getting started. Which was good, because this was the part of the plan that was problematic. You see, it took a dozen of us concentrating intently to keep the portal open. It wouldn't stay open unless we kept at our tasks, so there was no way we could follow them through the Molopar. That fact had caused a lot of discussion. As brave and public-spirited as my team was, none of us wanted to volunteer for a suicide mission, especially since we just got ourselves a horde of Irionite. So when the gate vanished, that left us with very few options. We had discussed it far into the night, and the result was our second phase plan, cutting our way out of the valley. While 1,000 people may have a hard time sneaking past 250,000 goblins, 20-odd, highly trained and newly augmented war magi shouldn't have near as much trouble. Oh, it would be difficult, no doubt. Some of us would likely die in the attempt, but we were counting a number of factors in our favour, and this was one of them. After we let the gate collapse, we still had a full circle crackling with power to play with. Penny and I kept at it, but Delman and the others shifted the focus of the spell and its intention. I had had the diorama we built of the castle brought down from my tower, and the moment the gate was gone, several magi converged on it and started throwing around a lot of spells through it. Most were simply nasty war spells, the type we had been using so liberally on the goblins in the last few weeks. Those were designed to put fear and discomfort into the enemy camp, which is always fun. Others were longer term, subtle spells that would be difficult to detect and remove, but would make life in Bovol Castle less than pleasant for the new owners. Still others were specifically designed to cut a weak spot in our enemy's defences, something devastating enough that we could exploit it to escape the immediate siege and cut out across the valley, like Korbal was chasing us, which wasn't far from the truth. The mythical demon god of the Mindans was mythical, and Sherul, the great ghost, was not. After rescuing everyone else, the Magi seemed almost relieved to have this opportunity. The team was like a bunch of teenagers settling down to their first dice game. It was the most fun they had ever had professionally. Being able to use war magic spells without having to consider civilian casualties allowed the most talented of them to try out the truly outrageous spells that had always been interesting theory around the campfire, but were seen as impractical in reality. Now they had a unique opportunity to experiment with the theory. Chains of explosions erupted from every fire. Distractions and annoyances, like dancing lights and foul odours, hid truly lethal spells. Waves of terror and despair would be rocking the enemy camp. Giants, made out of smoke, uttering horrible curses, emerged from the castle and spread terror. Their supplies would rot, bundles of firewood would spontaneously ignite, and water supplies would spring leaks. Whole encampments would suddenly faint, or vomit, or have amnesia. Fleas, moulds, and fungus multiplied at an increased rate. Sandstorms of pebbles, wild animals, sudden bursts of lightning and thunder, rusty weapons and rotting leather, gouts of green fire jumping from soldier to soldier. We spared no indignity, no injury, no ingenuity to trouble the Gavani. Of course, this also let the enemy know that something unusual was happening inside Bovol Castle. While we were running the Molopar portal, all of our power was directed within,
Now everyone in the valley, with the magical sensitivity of a rabbit, would know that we were throwing our mystical weight around. It would only be a matter of time before the enemy would feel compelled to act. "All right, happy couple, time for the big finish," Delman called with a grin. "If you two have had enough now, you can do what you need to. A big burst would actually help, so ramp it up all you can." "Position 2?" I asked with a grin.
"Just what I was thinking. Want a pillow?"
I won't bore you with the details, which would be of interest only to the aficionado and the vulgar. Suffice it to say that in another 5 minutes we culminated at a masterful peak, dwarfing the amount of energy that we had produced before. Then I finally climaxed. It was indescribable. It sent shock waves through the net of spells and enchantments they'd cast, and for a few moments I was in a storm of mental confusion and fuzzy feelings, all tinged with the green amber. I think we both went unconscious for a while, because the next coherent moment I remember was Carmela shaking me awake, a worried expression on her face.
"Minilan?"
she said, more of a statement than a question.
"Come on, boy. Wake up. It's over. It's over. Minilan?"
The pale green magical glow that had permeated my mind softly faded, and reality reasserted itself. Penny lay next to me, a dreamy, unearthly expression of absolute bliss on her face. I could still feel the hum of every cell in her body, hear their quiet whisper as they went about their metabolic business. She still blazed by mage sight, and I had little doubt that we both stood out like a beacon in the other world. She rolled over slowly, and her unfocused eyes stared in my direction.
"Damn,"
she whispered.
"You are good."
I smiled, just the affirmation I needed. As much as I wanted to bask in the compliment and the attendant afterglow, my brain stubbornly refused to let go of the number of crises that would have to be dealt with to affect my eventual survival. I spared one last moment for pure appreciation and awe, and then sat up.
"I need some food and some water. Soon,"
I said, swinging my shaky legs over the side of the makeshift bed. Penny groaned and turned over.
"Just like a damn man," she muttered. "I need a towel and a basin."
Carmela sighed and put a water skin into my hands. While I drank, she fished a sausage and a hunk of Beauval cheese out of a hamper.
"Take it easy,"
she said gently. "You were out for at least 5 minutes. The mountain folk are still reacting to our mayhem, so we probably have a little while."
"Every second is precious," I grimaced, "and everything I've got is suddenly sore. Is everything ready?"
"As ready as it's going to get," Delman called. "There is a 50-foot-high wall of magical green flame around the castle, and the Scrugs seem to be keeping their distance for now. I think they're distracted by what we threw at them. Every now and then someone will shoot an arrow at the barrier, but that's about it. No assault parties, no siege towers, just screams of defiance. They have their own problems right now." He grinned. "Not for long," I countered. As much as my body wanted me to relax, as much as I wanted to enjoy the brief respite before an attack began in earnest, as much as I ached and parts of me were chafed, my soldier's instinct was telling me it was time for action.
"Get dressed,"
I said to Penny, who was curled up in a delicious-looking fetal position.
"It's time to go." "Just leave the money on the dresser," she said dreamily. "I'm going to take a bubble bath."
"Woman," I warned, "playtime is over."
"Oh, you are so frustrating."
She struggled half-heartedly into her robe. I stood and reached for my own clothes.
"Just like a damn man," she muttered.
15 minutes later we were gathering in the inner bailey, checking our packs, and leaving a few last-minute surprises for our friends the goblins before we moved out. There was, indeed, a green wall of flame that blocked out the horizon in all directions around the castle. It was impressive. I was saddling up Traveller. The revised plan had included a speedy retreat, and I was overjoyed that we wouldn't be parted yet, when I felt a presence and heard a voice I wasn't prepared to.
"My congratulations, Master Minilan," said the quiet, tired voice of Sire Kusi from behind me. "You have saved my people. A small victory, but one I am pleased to have witnessed." I jumped,
still a little shaky from the ritual. "Sire?" The old man stood there in his full armor, helmet on and visor raised. He looked worn and tired and resigned, somehow. "Sir, not sire, since you conquered my domain," he offered. "Just a landless knight now." "Sire, why didn't you go with them? Why didn't you escape? I mean, you can come with us. I shall not abandon the land my ancestors fought for," he declared softly. "While the honor of my house may be questioned, my personal honor is my own responsibility. I shall stay and be the last defender of my lands." I started to call him a fool, and then realized that choosing death with honor was the knight's only chivalrous way out of the situation. Should he return to the Five Duchies as a refugee lord, a knight without lands and folk, he would be at best a laughingstock and an outcast, and at worst an ignoble mercenary condemned to die in unchivalrous obscurity. This way, his brother could, in theory, continue the title and the family line without the blemish of dishonor on the house. But while his brother was carried through the portal on a stretcher, raving with fever, I didn't really expect him to survive much longer. His body had been through too much. Sire Coucy probably was going to be the last living scion of the House Brandmount. Nobility works in weird ways. Instead of rebuking him, I drew my mage blade and saluted him. He bowed in return, a slight smile on his face. "I also want to thank you for doing what you did. I acted on the advice of poor counsel, I see now. Had I listened to Garcesco, we both knew what would have happened." I nodded. "Where is the little weasel, anyway? Did he escape with the others?" "No one saw him go through the portal, but he may well have gone in disguise to avoid your wrath. That would be congruent with his character. Somehow I can't imagine that he'd stick around here all by himself. It would serve him right if he did. If you will indulge me, my lord, we have a last bit of business," Coucy said, changing the subject without comment. "We don't have much time. Here," he said, proffering a velvet sack, "are the jewels of my house. Rather than let the goblins make toys of them, I bid you to take them, sell them, and make provision for my people. My brother has already taken what gold was left in my treasury, but if he does not survive, I trust you and Sir Kay to look after my folk. Included is the deed of title to Beauval Vale, for what it is worth. According to the laws of Luin and Duin, it is rightfully yours, but if you see fit to return it to my house, perhaps it will be of use some day when all of this," he said, waving to the distraction around us, "is past. But first and foremost, see to my brave Beauvale," he insisted. "It shall be done. You have my promise," I said, taking the sack. "Here also is a parcel of some of the more interesting artifacts that we took from the caves. They may well be enchantments that will prove useful in your studies. Perhaps they will even be of use in the coming war." They might at that. The basket he handed me had all manner of odd junk in it. None of it was gold or silver, but some of it was clearly magical, and some of it was clearly not. I looked forward to peeling it apart some day when my life wasn't in mortal peril. "Next, I bid you to carry this letter to the Coronet Council. After Beauval falls, it will not be long until the blight spreads throughout the Five Duchies. Indeed, the Wilderlands is already under assault beyond our frontiers. This is my report, and my recommendation, as well as a truthful accounting of my house's acquisition of this land. I shall deliver it. Finally, here is a letter and a token to be delivered to Count Olot, head of House Rieran, my wife's family," he explained. "A last farewell is all, and the return of an heirloom from her dowry they count as precious. I shall see it done. Thank you, Master Minilan. I shall die easier knowing these things are attended to. Despite all that has happened, you are a brave warrior and a cunning wizard, and it has been a true honor to have fought next to you, both in Faris and in my home." I rested a hand on the old warrior's shoulder. Words were unnecessary. All of our acrimony was done. "You had best mount," he said at last, tears in his eyes. "I must see to my fate, and you to yours." I nodded and began to do just that, securing the baggage to my saddle horn, when I felt it. A rumble. The ground began moving, as if an earthquake was thinking about happening. While that isn't uncommon in the Mindens, I didn't think it was a natural event. Traveller neighed in protest at the harsh vibration and started to stamp, and I couldn't blame him. It's disconcerting when the ground refuses to behave like it should. "Uh-oh," I said sagely, and looked around. I settled on the west for a direction to look at, because that is where the rumble originated. Above the green flames, above the peaks beyond, I could feel, more than hear, the disturbance. From the west, the direction of the old god's approach, I could see a dark cloud, blacker than any storm cloud. There was a noticeable change in its signature. Something had changed. Something knew that it was being thwarted. Something had suddenly decided to expedite its journey. The old god was coming quickly, and I could tell Sharul, the great ghost, was pissed. Chapter 15. The Dead God's Judgment. Everyone froze for just a moment, while we figured out what was happening. Part of it was obvious, at least to me, and I wasn't the smartest one there. It was clear that the great Gavani shaman, Sharul, the one who had secretly been building an army for a century, the one who had planned and plotted the recapture of Boval Vale, the one who had been journeying through far mountain passes for weeks, now, with an entourage and an army, had suddenly left them behind and was now speeding, through the air, probably, straight toward us. Our time was up. We were trapped inside the castle while certain doom approached. Everyone froze, and then everyone moved at once. Some tried to mount. Some tried to hurry their preparations. Some came to the conclusion that there was just no possible way to flee in time, and tried to make their peace with the gods. One thing was certain. That thing, whatever it was, would mow us down before we crossed our own ward of flames. That's the conclusion I came to, at least, and so I calmly led Traveller back to a post and tied him up, then retrieved my warstaff and mage blade from my saddle and walked back to the centre of the deserted bailey. If I was going to die, it would be on my feet, fighting. I tried to put on my best defiant sneer. I wasn't surprised to feel Sire Kusi at my shoulder, sword in hand. He couldn't feel the approaching malevolence, but he could read a crowd. One by one my team assembled around me, each one of them preparing spells and clutching witchstones, some drawing swords or doing feats of martial magic in preparation for our last stand. Irianite flashed all around me. Pentandra joined us late. She had figured out what was going on before she came out. I realized that her hair was wet and smelled of aromatic Eastern soap. The evil witch had found time to bathe, while I still smelled like a wharf-side bordello the day after the fleet came in. I suppose there are worse ways for a man to die. I felt her fall in line on my other side as the rest of the war magi filed in, and for 2 solid minutes we all just stared at the sky and cast preparatory spells, prayed and waited. None of the gods we invoked bothered to show up. Wise of them. One of the kids, Rustallo, I believe, was starting to make jokes after the pregnant paws stretched on uncomfortably. That's when I saw it. I wasn't sure exactly what it was, so I hung 5 or so nasty offensive spells and 3 good defensive spells that I had prepared to welcome it. Mine were pretty straightforward. Some of the others, I could feel, were pretty elaborate. So, at last, our fate approaches, Kusi murmured fatalistically. I hope it ate its biscuits this morning, Azar said dismissively. I'm feeling rowdy. I ignored it. We all knew what was going to happen. Talk first, or hit it with something? Asked Penny quietly. You're asking me. You're the captain, my captain. Once the sex was over, you're in charge again. Crap. As if I didn't have enough to worry about. Let's talk first, I decided. Why? I thought I was captain, because it might give me time to think of something better to do. Right now, I can't remember my own name. It's Minilen. Captain Minilen, the Spellmonger. Lord by rights of conquest of Beauval Vale. The Spellmonger. Captain Minilen the Great. Now you're just getting silly. Someone began loudly offering prayers to some divinity. Or it could have been an incantation. I wasn't really paying attention. I was looking up. You could see it far off at first, a speck of bright green in the absolute centre of the dark black cloud. It illuminated the clouds around it with the pale green glow as it descended with all the speed of a shooting star. It was a terrible thing to behold, an utterly unnatural thing, and I again debated myself whether making a stand was a better idea than blind flight. That thing was moving fast, and was heading right for us. I feared a collision. As it approached the bailey, it slowed down rapidly. Instead of crashing with a thunderclap, it floated down like a hawk, preparing to catch a hare. Not a pleasing mental image when you are feeling very much like a hare. The glow intensified until it outshone the light from our own protective wall. It snapped through our wards like threads, and came to a stop about 4 feet above the ground, 20 paces ahead of us, until I could almost make out what it was. And wasn't. It wasn't a goblin. At least, not all of it. It was a sphere, as wide as a large pumpkin, a sphere of clear, flawless ironite. It was a sphere so translucent that you could see the mummified skull within. The mouth was open in an eternal rictus of pain and rage, and the eyes were sunken and dead. But there was no mistaking the feeling of intelligence that it radiated. The skull was alive. There was a being inside that aberration of nature. Aberration it was. I could feel just how deep an impression on reality it made, as potent in its way as the Molopar had been. As it approached us slowly, it sent shearing waves of distortion just by its very existence. The great ghost, the old god, the dead god, Sherul, the super shaman. All of those names fit. It was dead, no doubt about it. Undead, really. It was clearly the skull of a Gavani shaman, mummified and preserved within the green amber, and gave it all the power a human god could ever dream of. I would have wet myself in fear if I hadn't been so damn dehydrated. I understood a lot now. This had to be the head of Sherul, the great shaman slain by Kusi's ancestors in an act of treachery. Sherul, whose head was removed from the pike they had staked it on and spirited away by the survivors. I could even see the exit wound in the top left of the fossilized skull. His shamanic disciples had apparently taken it deep into the mountains, far away from humans, and somehow had embedded it in the largest chunk of Irianite that had ever been. And then they had somehow awoken him up from the dead, determined to do its bidding, and the bodiless head wanted revenge. "What were you doing in the sacred cave?" came a powerful thought in my head, in a hideous parody of my own voice. It was beyond spooky. "We were allowing our people to escape," I said bravely. "You defiled the sacred cave with your filthy humani feet." "Hey, I wiped my feet before I went in. It was messed up like that when I got here," I explained. "You used the artifact. You call it a Molopar." "Yeah. Well, you kind of gave us no choice. You put up barriers around the valley." "Such is my right. I am reclaiming the valley for the Targa Gorvani." "I'm not disputing that," I agreed, "and we helpfully depopulated it for you. The Targa Gorvani are not pleased that they will be forced to postpone their vengeance. There's a lot of people disappointed with how things have worked out. This was not going exactly as planned. I expected to be dead by now, killed in a powerful magical attack. The fact that I was not, yet, gave me a certain stupid confidence in what I was saying. What did I have to lose? I acknowledged that the men who took this veil did so by treachery, committed acts of murder and pillage, and destroyed a valuable religious centre. But the people who lived here now, are not the ones who did that. Those men are dead. Take back your valley, your sacred cave. Keep the castle if you want. No extra charge. But leave us in peace. These are the descendants of those people. Their line bears the stain of their ancestors' crimes. Then leave that for their own gods to deal with. I am a god. A metaphysical subject for another time. But even if you are a god, you are the god of the Gavani, not of men. The gods of men seem slow to respond. I've noticed that myself recently. I'll speak to the monks about that if I don't meet a human god myself someday. But the fact remains, you are not a god of men. I was on shaky theological ground here, I'm sure. Theurgy is a fascinating subject in its way, but not my specialty. It occurred to me that I might be able to ask the gods shortly in person after I was dead, but for the moment I wasn't. I didn't know what I was doing, but what I was doing was working if I wasn't dead. We were talking, even negotiating, if you wanted to look at it that way. Perhaps there was a faint hope that we could reason with it. I am the god of the valley now. The Humani gods are forever banished. The defilers of our sacred cave need to be punished. Now we were in dangerous territory. They have lost their homes. Many have lost their families. Their lives will be chaos for the rest of their days. They will suffer nightly the dreams of their experience until they die. There will be hunger and suffering. Simply killing them would have ended their pain, I reasoned. From this they can never recover. Not a good time to talk about the resilience of the human spirit. They are beyond my reach for the moment. Let them suffer. But you are still here. And you, he said, turning the globe incrementally so that the dead eyes stared at Kusi, are the descendant of Sir Brand Mount. It was a statement, not a question. I have that honor, said Kusi in a strong, proud voice. Your sire's face was the last thing I saw in my old life. It was war, Kusi said simply. He did his duty as he saw fit. He was commanded to do it. Your line owes me a debt for its treachery. Kusi didn't say anything. He also didn't lower his sword, for all the good it would do him. It was war, I repeated, when the silence grew too long. And this man was not even born then. It matters not. His line owes me a debt. So he owes me a debt. What could he possibly give you? He has nothing. All that he had, you took from him. There was a short pause. Not all. He has his life. He owes it to me. Killing him would end his suffering too, I offered, trying to buy the man a way out. Whatever crimes his sires committed, he himself was only guilty of defending his people and his lands. His people, my lands. Yet I will not murder him. Instead he shall serve me until his last heartbeat. Never, Kusi said defiantly, and started to charge. He looked splendid in his armor, his device on the breast of his surcoat, every inch the Wilderlord knight prepared for battle. The fathers of his house would have been proud of him. I will die before I serve you, foul beast! Me? Not so much. He was a damn fool who was going to get us all killed. Insulting the undead goblin head wasn't going to help. But Kusi followed the insult by charging, sword swinging. No! I shouted, and immediately began to fire a spell from my war wand. It was the least lethal of the ones I had hung. It was a short but powerful stunning spell, the kind of thing that's great for knocking over a cavalry squadron. I had it ready before Kusi had taken 5 steps, but I was too slow. The dead god had reached out with his mind and took over control of Kusi's body. My spell passed him harmlessly, though it gouged out a small crater in the earth behind him. "Let him go!" I shouted, smoking wand in hand. "He belongs to me,"
now. I said, let him go. Kusi's legs moved jerkily until he was standing to the left of the globe. I tried to think of an appropriate spell, but I had nothing.
"My lord Captain," said Carmela warningly, "is it not best that he live out his fate?"
"I agree, Min," added Penny quickly.
"He knew what might happen when he stayed behind the evacuation."
"I can't allow that," I said sternly, and advanced to within 3 paces of the dead god. What the hell was I doing? This was worse than facing the incarnation of death. As I approached, I got to see a little more detail of the undead goblin's face within the sphere of green amber. It was grotesque, just what you would imagine a 200-year-old fossilized and partially decomposed head of a goblin who died by violence might look like. "Let him go! He is mine," the voice said in my mind. It was disconcerting how it was no louder, now that I was close to it. "Stand away." Instead, I stared intently at the sphere, committing every detail to memory. "He does not deserve this," I stated. "You are correct, but this is the worst punishment I can bestow. He deserves 1,000 times worse. He is a good man who has done nothing but defend his people. He is scion of House Brandmount. I knew his great-grandsire. I spoke with him for days before he murdered me. He shares his sire's face. He himself has hunted my people and kept them away from the sacred cave. He has prevented the fulfillment of the prophecy." What prophecy? Shit. There was a prophecy. That could complicate things. Centuries ago, a great shaman, Ula Telek, prophesied that we would lose the valley to the unclean, and that all of my people would be in danger. The time was called the Exile, and it came to pass. Ula Telek also prophesied that the Great War would come, and for 4 generations all would be in chaos. "All is doomed," he said, "until the one Gurvan who sees the cave first, after the exile, leads his people through the war and into a greater peace. I am the fulfillment of that prophecy. I alone shall lead my people to wipe yours back into the void." Uh-oh. Genocidal prophecies, a maniacal undead god, a potent mystical portal. This was all leading someplace. The dead god was to be the savior of his people, because he would be the first Gurvan to see the cave after the exile. Only he hadn't been. Gurkhal had that honor, and Shirul didn't know that. That had to be significant, somehow. Well, we wouldn't want to stand in the way of the fulfillment of prophecy, I said. "Why don't you just let the night go, and we'll be on our way?" "He belongs to me. His fate has been spoken. His life is forfeit. To the end of his days shall he serve me." How much was I willing to push this? Enough to get us all killed for the life of one man who was prepared to die anyway? A man who had insulted and betrayed me? Before I answered my own question, I decided that it would be best to know exactly what the stakes were. "If you take him, you would let the rest of us pass in peace." "He owes me a debt. I am deciding if you do as well." "What the hell did I do?" "You slew my captains, killed my shamans. They invaded our homes. It is the right of every being to defend their homes, and it is the right of every conqueror to cleanse the lands of the conquered. You might find that more difficult than you think," I said, starting to get pissed off a little. The dead god laughed, inside my head, which was eerie when I could see his unmoving face through murky green amber. "Those pebbles you clutch are meaningless. They are the merest slivers of my power, cast off and given to the least of my servants." "But they no longer answer to you," I pointed out. "It matters not. 100 times as many would be useless against me. You are no threat, spellmonger." How did you... I can see inside your minds as well as speaking to them. For all of your vain glory, you are little better than a village witch, a pawn of your betters. You are no match for me. From inside your own eyes, I see. I know what spells you have prepared. Useless. Let's hope we don't have to find out. I want safe passage for all of us, outside of the valley. I want the last 2 centuries of suffering and exile to not have occurred. It appears we are both doomed to disappointment. Perhaps. I thought you hadn't decided if we owed you a debt yet. True. If I decide you don't, then I will grant you a quick death. If I decide you do, then your agony will encompass weeks before you are sacrificed to me. That was a cheery thought. Then you realize what I'm going to have to do. I look forward to it. It should prove entertaining, if naught else. Last chance, I warned. You try my patience. Attack! I yelled in what I hoped was an impressive and inspirational voice, and loosed my 2 most powerful hung spells at once. I could feel everyone else's going off all around me, in what was the largest sudden release of magical energy I had ever been involved with in my life. Nothing happened. I don't mean that we didn't hit him, or that it didn't have an effect. I mean that time stopped, and suddenly I was standing in a forest of statues. And I wasn't alone. Around me, in front of me, a line of diminutive figures had suddenly appeared, each one holding a gnarled branch that doubled as a powerful magical implement, at least as potent as any wizard's staff I'd seen. The tree folk had arrived. While I can't honestly say that they were the last folks I expected to see, they weren't high on the list. I knew that the Alta Alon had been watching us, monitoring the situation as we dwindled away under the goblin onslaught. They were too good at magic not to notice that abomination, or all of the activity in their front garden. I had thought that they would have stayed away, quietly slipped out of the valley while they could. That's what I would have done. I did not honestly think that the Aronin would pitch in, else I would have tried harder to gain his alliance earlier. But there he was, he and a dozen or so of his court. They picked their way across the courtyard as normally as you could ask. It was everything else that was askew. My comrades were in various stages of flinging spells at the sphere, their arms raised and their mouths open. Sire Kusi was hanging in midair, frozen, a blank look on his face. Even the birds in the air were still, hung as if suspended from strings. The sphere wasn't moving, either. Not that it moved much before. Everything was frozen. Penny was an elegant statue, with a look of grim determination on her face, hands gracefully outstretched in mid-spell. Carmela had a mixture of fear and excitement on her face as she mouthed the trigger of her own attack. Telemann and Wennick were charging, mage blades flashing. Karen was shouting a war cry. Hessia was flinging something from her staff. But all around me, everyone was petrified, suspended in the moment. Except for me. Huh? What? Minilan the Spellmonger, the priest-king called, and stepped gracefully across the pock-marked courtyard, as if he was out on a nature hike. It is good to see you again. Yeah. You too, my lord Aronin. I take it you were in the neighborhood? We have been watching you for weeks now. We knew you would provide us an opportunity to strike. You did? I did, I asked, confused. He gestured toward the malevolent sphere. We knew the abomination would seek to engage you personally. Sharuel has a thirst for vengeance too strong to do otherwise. It kept him distracted. You kept his army at bay for weeks longer than he had planned, and longer than I had expected for a human mage. We knew you would mount a defense. We had to wait for the encounter before we struck at the abomination. Why? I asked, open-mouthed. A couple of weeks ago, we might have had a chance with your support. But now? Because as much as it troubles me to say,
The welfare of your people was not our foremost thought. It pleases me mightily that you have found a way to preserve them. We did not expect you to make use of the Molopar so readily. I didn't think the Alka Alon were able to be surprised. He broke into a smile that was overwhelmingly good-natured and calm under the circumstances. Surprise is a novelty we don't enjoy often. It happens rarely, and when it does, it is noteworthy. We waited for the right moment, the moment when he was distracted, and his defenses were canted towards human magics, before we chose to attack. I looked around. Well, glad we could oblige. How are you doing this? I asked, gesturing around. This close to the Molopar. Such song spells are simple for those who have studied them for centuries. In essence, we have slowed time. It was one of the few things we did not think he would expect or be able to counter. So, you have a plan? I asked, hopefully. We do. We will surround the abomination and weave a web of energy around it, such as hasn't been attempted in living memory, and the memory of my folk, not just you ephemerals. This is not the first time this has happened. I stared blankly. Beg pardon? You mean magically reanimated goblin heads aren't the novelty I suspected? The Gavani have never tried this, but the technique occurs in nature. You are aware, of course, that Irianite is the result of Kelesarth sap crystallizing. Yes, I suppose. I could see how it would happen, from a theoretical perspective. The glowing green globe that wanted to see all of humanity wiped off of Calador was proof of the concept. Occasionally, an insect or small animal gets entrapped into the matrix. When that happens, the creature's will can reassert itself, only magically. The enneagram of its self-awareness is frozen, but accessible with sufficient power. The poor creature is usually driven mad, of course, unable to escape its essential nature, but unable to realize the potential it enjoys. We call such aberrations Kulnuara. They often go on to cause much destruction and havoc, and have to be brought to bay. So how do you defeat a Kulnuara? I asked. Please tell me it's a simple and trivial piece of conjuration. The Oronin shook his head sadly. It is exceedingly difficult, even when the animal involved is simple. Sometimes armies of my folk have been sent against the beasts, and been slain before they were able to control it. In this case, we face someone who knows what they are, who knows how to sing magic, and who revels in their power. This is no ordinary Kulnuara. He looked at the sphere, the first time I ever saw one of the tree folk truly look grim. The 3 usual ways to counter a common Kulnuara are to sap its power utterly, to bend it against itself until it can no longer hold the strain, or attack the integrity of the physical object itself. We shall attempt the second measure. The power is too great to attempt to draw it off, and the sphere is quite massive. Should we manage to break it open, there will likely be enough crystal left within the skull to counter any further moves we make. So we shall turn its own power against itself. I sighed. This should be fun to watch. No, Spellmonger, you shall not be here to witness our battle. The way he said it left no room for doubt. We won't survive the fight, I take it. Well, I expected no less. You misunderstand. Your presence here would be a distraction, and we have further work for you to do. I beg your pardon? Someone who understands what is involved must organize the defense of men, Spellmonger, else the human world will be destroyed, as the Sherul, the dead god, gains power. You must go to the councils of men and tell them what you know. You must organize your dukes and lords into a defense against his armies, most of all. Your magics are crude and elementary, and they must be strengthened and organized against the Govani tide, else man will be washed away from the shores of Calador, just as my own folk will likely be. You sound like you aren't planning on winning this contest, yet it must be fought. We must be prepared, our 2 peoples.
This is the first step. We must find a way to destroy Sherul. This is not a certain thing. It bears much risk. It is very powerful, far more than we anticipated. And his stunted enneagram shows little sign of fading, fueled by the power of his Irianite casing. The abomination is far more potent than we anticipated, he said sadly. We may well fall before he is defeated. But even if we are victorious, there is still the matter of his misguided hordes, who loathe my folk for the past wrongs they perceive almost as much as they do yours. Should the dead god fall, his followers will be leaderless, weaker, but still very destructive. They will come after your people until they are ground to a halt. Defences must be erected against them, lest your fractured nations fail the challenge of their vengeance. Win or lose, this great army will issue forth from this valley as your folk left the sky, and they will drive the Humani in front of them, those who are not killed or consumed. Thankfully, your folk rejoice in battle, and the effort will be celebrated by the survivors in song and story. That is not the kind of song or story I like. They will offer no quarter, and will slaughter or enslave every human they encounter, we believe. They will bring forth flame and steel, and magics most terrible. They will brandish weapons not seen in ages of men. They will seek to turn the weak-willed to their bidding, and use man's own power against him. If you value your race, a great line of defense must be erected against their assault, and that is if we are victorious. It is your charge to see to that. Why would anyone listen to me? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm a spellmonger with an illegal shard of Irianite. The first censor I see will kill me, because you will make your case with such passion and conviction that you will crush any opposition. You will provide such a great and noble example of humanity and nobility that thousands will be inspired to defend human lands. More foresight? I asked, hopefully. He shook his head. Nay, you just seem like that pushy kind of man. Ishi's tits. Thanks, I said weakly. You will not be unaided. Your friends here will follow you unquestionably, and there will be others. As you work, the lore of your ancients will prove helpful. Perhaps alliances with the other Alon will sprout. My own folk will do what we can to aid you, but you alone should be sufficient to rally the human lands for this crisis. You have a pretty high opinion of my abilities, Aronin, and an imperfect understanding of ducal politics. He shrugged, which looked strange on him. Their shoulders were so narrow. As you did here, we use what we have available. I see. Okay, I'm not going to argue the whole escape plan, because I've wanted to flee this place for weeks. But how about my people? The other war magi? All shall be rescued. They will be needed in the coming days. All save that one, he said, nodding toward Kusi. Why not the Lord of Beauville Vale? He is trapped within a powerful song, spellmonger, one which we shall not have the strength to breach while we struggle against the abomination. Lord Brandmount was a good and noble man, and I have watched him grow since he was a baby in this vale. But his life will be forfeit in this struggle. Knowing him as I do, he would not object to the sacrifice. You know, Sire Kusi, I have lived in this vale more than 11 lives of men. I have seen him grow from a babe to an old man. There is little that happens here I do not know. Well, you're probably right. He is a noble sort of cuss. He wouldn't mind dying, not if it helped end this menace. But it's hardly the glorious death of a Wilderlord in battle. So, how are we getting away? Here, he said, sketching a circle in the air about 10 feet across. The magic from his little wand was palpable. In other times I might open our ways to you, but this close to the Molopar a more effective song beckons. In a few moments this portal will open and lead you and your people outside of the valley. Not as far as you did with the Molopar, but beyond the greater invasion, and out of harm's way. Great. I really appreciate it. You will earn your passage. This spell of time will fade shortly, and when it does, you must lead your men against the sphere, just as you had planned. You must keep it distracted a moment while our song spell comes into play. Only then you will flee. And you? I will fight. Perhaps I will die, but I must make the attempt. That is what an Aronin does, he said, looking toward Kusi sympathetically. In our own way, we are as dedicated to our cause as your will the Lord is to his position. My guardianship is important, but this takes precedence. For once this valley was a holy place, even before the Gurvani adopted it. Amadia is but a remnant of that age of wonder. What the dead god would turn it into would defile even the memory of that time. Why don't you just move on? Escape with your people? He smiled faintly. My people left Amadia weeks ago. My daughter Amaras led them away, and will inherit my traditional responsibilities as guardian when I am gone. The leaders of the other kindreds of my folk will not be pleased with this, of course, for they may see it as an abrogation of my responsibility. It is not. Amaras knows her duties. This valley is my home. Like Sire Kusi, I would rather die than see it turned into a dead wasteland. Even the Alka Alon were, in the end, stubborn villagers when faced with inevitable doom that threatened their home. I don't know what to say. I almost wish I could stay and help. Nay, you must leave. You and your people are destined to be the core of a great new army. An army that can beat back this tide. An army that you will lead. The gods themselves will follow you, if you let them. It must persist and persevere, and fight until there is no more danger from our cousins. You must lead them, Minilan. No one else. Only you have the talent, will, and capacity to do what needs to be done. You and your children shall become the founders of a great line, should you succeed. That was good news, except I didn't want to lead an army. I wanted to settle down and make babies. Not for the first time I considered how little my wishes mattered to the will of the rest of the universe. There is more. When the time is ripe, in its fullness, you will seek out my daughter Amaras, who even now seeks a place of refuge for the rest of my folk. I have given to her certain things that may assist you. Arcane secrets, you would call them. Things the other kindreds of the Alka Alon would not grant you, even in the most dire of circumstances. Things from our past, things that nearly destroyed us once, and imperiled our place on Calador. She has agreed to act as my messenger in this. Her word will hold great weight in the councils of the Alka Alon. Seek her when you can find no other way. Again, you're not sounding optimistic. I wish that I could be, Spellmonger, but I fear I will never see my daughter again in this life. I'll tell her you said hello, I said, which was a stupid thing to say, but I was long past the influence of inspiration. He smiled. Please do. Now prepare yourself, for you have a long and difficult journey ahead. Thanks, Aronin. May Brigga guide your magics, and may Trigg keep you and your new family safe in your travels, he responded amiably. Wait, you know about Alia and the baby? As I said, I know of everything that happens in this valley. Are you now prepared? Our time is nearly at an end. Hells, no. I heaved a great sigh and raised my wand and staff. I suppose, I lied, though I didn't know how I could become more prepared. While we had been talking, more Alka Alon had gathered around us. His folk formed a loose ring around the malevolent green sphere, and were establishing a net of power around it, with strange and beautiful, yet warlike songs. With a nod that they, too, were ready, he closed his eyes. And suddenly the world came back. It went from near silence, with not even the sounds of wind or trees rustling, to a loud, explosive chaos. I bellowed the release mnemonic on my own spell and sent them towards the sphere, and then followed with another as fast as I was able. "Every ounce!" I screamed into the magical tempest. "Hold nothing back!" "What?" someone near me shouted as, to him, a ring of tree folk suddenly appeared between us and Sharul, hands outstretched, wands ready, their web of magic instantly in place. They continued singing, a beautiful, soulful song, the words of which I couldn't make out. I fired another spell instead, the last of my prepared offensive charms. Then I shouted encouragement to the others and watched that section of space that was our getaway. Trying to keep my eyes on three things at once was difficult, but I managed to spot call it a dull area in space, exactly where the Aronin had sketched it. The reality around the edges thinned out until they melted into a greyness, and then formed a lovely picture of a forest glen where none had a right to be. "Time to go, folks!" I called. "Prepare to disengage and follow me!" The sphere was shaking and vibrating as the tree folk adepts spun web after elegant web around it. As soon as it would throw one of them off, another soon came back and added more bonds of power. It kept him from laying waste to us all, which was all right with me. My people were throwing an impressive amount of magical energy at the sphere, but it was hard with so many tree folk in the way. I screamed at them to withdraw and retreat through the sudden portal. They listened when they realized that the focus of the dead god's attention was not on us. One by one they fell back, and as they did so, I motioned them through the portal. Penny even grabbed Traveller's reins and took him through. I stayed to witness the battle as long as I was able to. Some of his folk fell, but not the Aronin. Not until the last. I felt compelled to watch as long as I could, even though Pentandra was screaming for me to step through the portal before it was too late. I was reluctant. The Aronin of Amadia's brilliant attack and willful sacrifice should be witnessed by someone, after all. The last thing I saw before I stepped through the shrinking disk was his face, focused in concentration and determination, with just a hint of laughter and desperation thrown in, as he unleashed a fresh wave of magic against the abomination of the dead god. I suppressed the urge to run to his side and add my feeble powers to his against the eternally screaming goblin he faced. But Pentandra grabbed the back of my tunic and pulled me through the portal. Then I was gone. Chapter 16. Escape from Beauvais. The only thing you could charitably say about the little village of Duprin was that it didn't have much of a goblin population. The Aronin did the best he could, I'm sure, under very difficult circumstances. We were well outside of the dead god's malevolent influence, but we were also in one of the most backwoods fiefdoms in all of the southern Al-Shari wilderlands. Still, the local folk, all 300 of them, and the local lord, who was a country knight, welcomed the coin we brought. We needed all sorts of supplies if we were to make the long journey towards civilization, and we probably flooded Duprin with more hard currency than they'd ever seen in their lifetime. The people of Duprin were a little disconcerted at first by 20-odd war magi appearing out of nowhere. The local priestess of Trig was called in to verify that we were not, in fact, demons of some kind, and after getting a clean bill of metaphysical health from the old biddy, we started spending like sailors. Food, horses, saddles, tack and wains. We needed just about everything. We were almost 900 leagues away from the rest of the survivors at Inarian, but we were also over 250 leagues away from Beauvais Vale. We wanted some rest. The last few days had been heady, busy, and exhausting. Doing magic, even augmented by the stones, takes a lot out of you physically and mentally, and without a good rest, we would have eventually fallen out of our saddles. Oh, we could have re-energized ourselves magically, but that way lies madness. The likelihood that we would soon grow dependent upon the stones was too great. A couple of days taking it easy at Duprin before we moved on were just what we needed. Rumors of goblin invasion north of here were already starting to filter in,
but we didn't spread them. We had more important things to do, like sleep. Late in the second day, Penny and I met up for a late breakfast or early lunch at the tiny, nameless inn at the heart of the village. The fare was simple and rustic, a thick venison stew with tubers and grain, some passable bread and some cheese we passed up in favour of some of the last Bovoli cheese that would ever be produced. But the beer was excellent, and I had several mugs. Penny ate as daintily as she would have at court, whereas I mostly just shovelled it in as fast as I could chew. We were comparing notes about our big spell, our typical post-coital post-mortem, when she put her hand on mine, stopping me in mid-thought.
"Min," she asked, "what do we do now?"
"Huh? Well, I'm thinking about a pie. I smelled blueberry pie. I love pie," I avowed. "It's in the blood."
"No, you idiot. Not lunch. I mean, what do we do now?"
"Well, after we get our supplies together and enough horses that won't fall over dead under a saddle, we'll take the east road to Veronal, where we hire a barge, then go south along—"
"You're completely hopeless. You know that? I mean, what do we do now about the dead god? Sharul, the great ghost."
"Oh, him. Right. Run, hide, fight. What else can we do?"
"We have to raise the duchies against him," she declared quietly.
"We can turn over some valuable military intelligence to the proper authorities. What they do with it isn't our concern, or our responsibility, no matter what the Aronin said. They're dukes and counts. I'm sure they'll think of something. Besides, we're magi, remember? We're prohibited by the bands from interfering with politics." She shook her head and stared off into the forest.
"No, all of those old rules. They'll be thrown out after this."
I made a face. "You can't throw out the bans. They're the only magical regulation we've had for 400 years. The censorate won't let you."
"Nonetheless, they are outmoded and archaic," she quietly insisted. "They will be overturned. Between the Irianite and the dead god, the bans aren't going to work anymore. More, we'll have to use our influence to push the Coronet Council to take a comprehensive approach to this invasion."
I shrugged. "Duke Lengin of Alshar is mobilizing his troops at the summer capital at Verone, I hear. I assume the ducal court mage has been informed. There will be a meeting. What more could they do?" She rolled her eyes.
"You can be so dumb sometimes."
"Yeah, barbarian peasant, remember? Dumb, ignorant, and fiercely proud of it."
"That's part of the problem,"
she said, her mouth full of apple.
"You're looking at this from a peasant's point of view. Oh, you can see it from a professional standpoint too, I suppose, but your reaction is pure peasant."
"I like peasants," I defended. "They're cute and uncomplicated."
"Don't we all? But a peasant looks at the world as if he has little choice and little chance to change anything outside of the village level. If a crisis occurs, his first inclination is to find a lord to help or blame, looking towards the nobility for guidance and leadership."
"Aren't the nobility supposed to be our guides and leaders?"
"Yes, but they are such mostly because they take the initiative to lead. When an intelligent peasant takes that kind of initiative, they either kill him or raise him to the nobility. The point is, peasants look to nobles for leadership, policy, and guidance. Where do you think the nobility turns?"
"The gods," I supplied. "Hells. I didn't know."
"Thank the gods they don't," Penny said, rolling her eyes. "Theocracies are hell, a sign of a diseased culture. For who speaks for the gods but the temples? And the temples have their own agendas that have little to do with the gods. No, the nobles look to each other, to themselves. They agitate and conspire and plot and plan. They may have good intentions or ill, be competent or incompetent, but they have put forth an effort to use their power and resources to advance the causes they choose to serve."
I thought they just spent rent money and ran the courts.
"And the military and the bureaucracy and 100 other things, if they choose. Or they can sit in a castle and play checkers and wait to be bred. But if they excel, it is because they put forth the effort and forged ahead to do what needed to be done."
And the dirt farmer, tenant, or serf
who cuts yet another acre of farmland out of the swamp? He doesn't. It's not a matter of effort, Min. It's a matter of resources. The nobles can make themselves rich, true, but what does that wealth represent? Jeweled daggers and crystal chamber pots. Those are symptoms. That wealth is power. Oh, they have the power of their position, of course. The special considerations. But the difference between Sir Turdfoot, or wherever the hells we are, and ambitious Count Sparky, High Councillor of the Exchequer, is that Sparky was able to use his estates and money to gain power, while Turdfoot scrapes by not much better off than his peasants. So wealth is power. You aren't telling me anything I don't know. If you have the wealth, you make the laws. No, she said patiently. If you have the power, you can make the laws. That is, you can make policy, codified into law. Money is one form of power, but there are others. And power isn't static, it's fluid. It changes form based on the situation. If things got dire in the castle under siege, which would have been more powerful? The noble with a sack of gold, or the peasant with a side of beef? If the peasant could hang on to the beef, I grumbled. Exactly. Military power is another kind of power. A very blatant kind. But it isn't absolute. The realm suffers when it's run by pure military power. What other kinds of power are there? She asked, the patronizing tones rising in her voice. The power of, well, you mentioned the temples? Yes, that's right. The temples can wield great power, for they can motivate the masses to ignore self-preservation in the name of a holy cause. They have moral power as well, ideally, but most are run by petty people with odd ideas about a civil society. So, you said money, so I guess trade is out. Nope, she said, shaking her head. Trade is different. Trade is money on the move. A noble can sit on his fat ass in a castle and collect rents, and accumulate power that way, but he can't exercise the power until he spends the money. On crystal chamber pots sometimes, but mostly on the upkeep of defences, the maintenance of his men, buying arms, armour, horses, 1,000 other things that have to go from one end of the world to the other. This wonderful lamented cheese, for instance. In Ramir, it costs almost 100 times what it costs in Beauval. Who do you think took the difference? The cheese merchant and the carter. Actually, about 24 people had their hand in the transaction, I'd guess, including all the nobles who taxed it along the way, and the people who maintained the roads. So what? Cheese is power too. Trade is power. The cheese stops rolling. All those people lose their cut. If they lose their cut, they complain. So, complaining is power. Yes, actually it is. When you complain that your trade isn't working, you motivate your nobility to do something about it, or else the mercantile interests will arrange for there to be a noble in place who will. So, cheese power trumps military power. You are rutting impossible, you know that? Trade is great power. All these people along that route are going to exercise their power to complain, or, in extremes, withhold taxes, until they put enough pressure to get something done. The more efficient the trade, the more money is made, and the more power it exercises. What about magic? You imperial types saw it as all the rage once. Magical power is real power too, she admitted, but not the way you think it is. The magocracy ruled as an imperial power, because the magical and the military made a potent combination, and allowed the mercantile interests to go pretty much where they wanted to, and make a lot of money. Magic gave them an edge, of course, but it was in technological sophistication that led to a higher standard of living and afforded them such power. Until we Narasi barbarians came along, I said proudly. No, actually. We were doomed before then. Magic was a potent force only if it was used, and when that idiot confiscated all of the Irianite and dumped it in the waves over lost Perwyn, he shackled the very thing that gave him power. But he kept plenty of Irianite for himself, I countered. But the magocracy was not designed to run on any one house's talent, or one man's. Magical power can only be used as a tool of real power,
when the situation is such that mere military or commercial means of influence are ineffective. That war in Faris you can't shut up about, for example.
Wasn't that the last remnant of the Magocracy? I asked, teasingly.
Shut up. Aurel Pratt was the last great imperial mage outside of the bands, but his temporal power was entirely situational. He was the power behind the Doge, who was a merchant prince. Pratt was only able to exercise power because he had Erionite and could harm the mercantile competition, the duchies. Similarly, the Archmage only held temporal power because he could use his magic against the heathen barbarians and keep them on the steppes where they belong.
Yeah. How's that coming? I asked innocently.
Shut up! Magical power is usually situational. The problem was that the Magocracy was designed to run on several houses competing good-naturedly for the privilege of power by virtue of what service they could perform to extend and secure trade routes. When the competition got too rowdy and a mage war broke out, the Archmage was supposed to intervene and use his power to compel the combatants to work for the benefit of the Magocracy. He wasn't supposed to have all the power. When the Imperial House claimed a monopoly on the last few shreds of Erionite, the great magical houses were all hopelessly subordinate, and so they didn't even try to help the defence of the Magocracy the way they should have. Without the power to protect trade, or the will to use it, magical power became a weak footnote in the collapse of the Magocracy, instead of its saviour.
Conquest of the Magocracy, you mean?
Shut up! The point is, you take away the barbarians on the steppes, and the pirates that threaten shipping, and the Magocracy ceases to have power based on magic, unless you count the magic of bureaucracy.
A dark and evil force, if there ever was one, I added helpfully.
And that is my point. The game has shifted, and suddenly some idiot peasant spellmonger has been given a tremendous amount of power, and because the dead god has entered the picture, your magical power suddenly means something, the ability to protect trade routes and suppliers.
I thought we were saving the world from ancient evil goblins, I asked, confused.
We are, she agreed, for the mercantile interests.
Oh, is that good? And how do I have all this power again?
Okay, I'll try to use small words. Look at it this way. With the troops the dead god has on hand right at the moment, he can easily assault Alshar and overrun the Wilderlands. By this time next year, he'll control at least half of the duchy, probably more. And even with every sword in the realm riding at his bidding, the Duke will still lose in nearly every battle where there isn't an augmented war mage or 6 war magi armed with witchstones. You have the Erionite. That's power. Politics, I sang, reminding her of the bans against such things. You want to know about politics? Here's a lesson. When Sir Kay and the rest of the survivors are able to finally present their case to the Duke and his council, there will be days and days of discussion in court about how reliable the accounts of such traumatized backwoods nobility and rustic peasants are. Obviously, it will be said, they are overstating the matter, embellishing on the truth, in order to advance their own goals. Never mind that all these people just lost their homes and appeared at Inarian out of thin air. That won't matter. What will matter is that the ducal bureaucracy, which creaks along like frozen honey in the best of circumstances, will dig in its heels and do everything it can to ignore the truth in favour of the status quo.
Penny, they aren't that stupid, I said, shaking my head.
Wanna bet? Min, the only difference between the Ducal Council, or the Coronet Council for that matter, and a shoemaker's guild, is that the shoemakers will probably have a better organisation and less political consideration on their side. Other than that, you have the same issues you have in any organisation. Everyone trying to protect their piece of the pie at the expense of everyone else.
So it all comes back to pie, I said sagely.
Pay attention, she demanded. The Ducal Council will hem and haw, while the local and regional lords in the west get slaughtered, as they try to take on the goblins piecemeal. By the time the hordes are at the Varone,
They will slowly start realizing that they are in trouble, mostly because their tax revenues are down over last year. Then they will start to creak into action, but not very efficiently. They will argue and debate and compromise for political expediency, when by all rights they should appoint a war leader and get to business. Else there will be 4 duchies next year.
That seems overly pessimistic, I noted.
It's overly realistic, actually, she sighed. This is simple. If you had any familiarity with Ramiran politics...
Okay. For the sake of argument, let's say you are correct, and the Duke's people won't be able to get their heads out of their asses. What the hells can we do?
We can take our case to them, convince them. First the Duke of Alshar, then the entire Coronet Council, or better yet, the Duke of Castal, Rard.
Because I'm so damn cute and persuasive.
No, because you are in charge of the most powerful magical strike team ever assembled, and Rard is looking to expand his influence beyond Castal. His wife is the sister of Duke Lengine, and they both want more power. By all accounts, they are utter opportunists. That gives you a certain degree of leverage. You have the only stone that can break the dead god's influence over other captured shards. That gives you a unique power. How many stones do you have left, unclaimed?
About 9, I admitted.
And those give you significantly more leverage. Each one is worth about a barony, in mundane terms. You'll give those stones to Magi who can make a difference, won't you?
She said. A statement, not a question. I answered anyway. Well, yeah, I suppose. I'm sure the Duke can find...
Screw the Duke, she said bitterly. You don't understand how power works. Political power. The Duke sets policy. He approves laws. He sets style. He hires other people to enforce his decisions. He keeps the realm safe. That is the sum total of his power. To set policy, he listens to advisers. He must have laws proposed if he is to approve them. He needs direction before he can appoint the proper people to execute them. That includes the court wizard and all the other ducal posts. And that means he needs wise counsel. And in this situation, you are surely the wisest counsel he can hope to hear from. So, we go forth boldly and demand an audience, tell it like it is, and then use your accumulated influence to convince him to form policy to our liking.
And that would be...
Raising the duchies, ishies, tits, you're dim. Every single duchy will have to send troops, weapons, supplies, magi. You name it, we'll need it. This is going to be a long war. That's the best case. Worst case? Alshar is Sharul's new summer home, and the eastern duchies get to fight against him at half strength, and lose.
Pen, even at full strength, will probably lose. She sagged.
I know, but we have to try, and you're the only man who can do it.
What about Turleman? I protested. Or you, for that matter.
We've all pledged to follow you.
You did what? Who did? Follow who? When?
Sorry you didn't hear the announcement, she said dryly. We had a meeting while you were sleeping the night before last. Every one of us knows what is going to happen. Apparently we're smarter than you. And after all the discussion, it was decided that our best hope, the 5 duchies' best hope, lay in getting behind a single leader and pushing him into a position of power.
How the hells did you manage that? I asked. They can't agree which shade of blue the sky is.
Let's just say it's because I'm so damn cute and persuasive, and leave it at that.
Penny, I said warningly.
Calm yourself. I didn't need to do much persuading. We all have a good handle on the situation. It was unanimous. In fact, they swore an oath.
Great. Now we have oaths. What kind of oath?
Oh, one I stole from Imperial times. It's based on the oath that subordinate mage lord swore to the archmage.
So, spellmonger to archmage,
and here I was, trying not to be ambitious. Based on, and, well, yes, that they are just as concerned with the situation as I am. And despite all of the wonders of witchstones, they are scared. scared of the power that they hold in their hands, and scared of the potential temporal power it suddenly implies. Not to mention scared of that nasty green ball full of undead goblin and what it portends. I'm sure they'll work through it. Why are you being so difficult, Min? I'm serious. They don't want to go back and get shuffled off to a bunch of meaningless skirmishes. Nor do they want to go to war with the censorate. They have power, they realize, but it becomes greatest when they act as a united force, and they have no idea what to do with that power once it is realized. They need someone to make policy. They're bright. They'll think of something, I assured. It's not going to work that way, Min, she warned. Then she bit her lip. That's a well-known danger sign with Penny. I've been talking to the others. They want to follow you. I stopped eating. What did you say? They want you to lead them. In battle. Against the dead god. So this is what Irianite poisoning is like, I observed airily. The bad craziness sets in. Pen, what happened during the siege? It was fun, but it's over. We're rescued. Or something. No one's trying to kill us at the moment. I don't need to lead. I can't lead. I don't have any official standing anywhere. I mean, I have my license, but you prefer the life of a simple spellmonger. I know. That's what I'm getting at, Min. You won't be able to be a simple spellmonger anymore. The next year will see one major loss after another, and before you know it, the Coronet Council will be screaming for yet another mass call for troops to fight the invasion. They're going to need war magi, especially and specifically us. But what happens if we just linger, waiting for someone to do something smart while the bodies pile up? What happens when the Duchy decides to take possession of the Irianite, place it under the protection of the court mage? Or the censorate confiscates it all and puts everyone to death? The peasants you think are so cute will get screwed. As do the war magi you've been so valiantly leading. They get drafted or shafted, and they don't like either choice. So they want you to keep doing what you did in Bovali. Those were special rules, true, but they worked. They want you to keep the conscience of the stones and control their distribution and use. It's the only way they can trust each other with them. If you have a claim that they all would enforce, then no one person can try to stir up trouble without bringing the wrath of the whole group down on them. That was the way the magocracy was supposed to work. They won't listen to me, I protested, alarmed at what she said. They all agreed to the oath, that the stones are yours, and they are forfeit on your word. When we go before the Ducal Council and the Coronet Council, they want you to speak on their behalf, work in their interest. They want you to be their leader, their lord, their captain. Now, you can stand around and wait to get drafted again, or we can be proactive and work to set this up the way we want it to go. We. Us war magi, she explained. Oh, not me, not really. I'm a theorist and thaumaturge, not a war mage. But I have a vested interest in this as well, and I have my jobs to do. Everyone does. They just don't know it yet. It's our job to convince them. Your job. But I'll support you in that, and we'll all back you. We pledge to put ourselves under your command, offer you counsel, obey your orders, and give our lives in your service, over oaths like those sworn to any other lord. Lord, now, that's great. Any thoughts to robes and silly hats? That's still in committee. Seriously, Min, we have to do this. Penny, we don't have to do a damn thing, I insisted, much less fight this war. I know I don't want to. And when did the gods start paying attention to what you wanted, Master Spellmonger? Point taken. Okay, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but find another lackey. I've got better things to do. Better than saving the 5 duchies? In point of fact, yes. Like what? Like raising my kid in peace, and not leaving he or she an orphan. You don't have any... She stopped, and her eyes got wide. Oh, Min, she gasped. You? And, Alia, I offered. Yes. Just as I was explaining to her why it was necessary to have long, passionate sex with my ex-girlfriend when she told me, I checked. She's pregnant. And you're sure it's yours? She asked suspiciously. Anyone else and I would have blasted them where they stood. But this was Penny. I took a deep breath. Alia has been a widow for over a year. I'm the first man she's had relations with since her husband died. So, yeah, I'm sure. It took a few moments for her emotions to settle, and there were a lot of them flying around behind those pretty eyes. I don't know what... Are you happy about this? She asked hesitantly. Actually, I admitted, I am. I'm ecstatic, busting out with pride, looking forward to daddy duty, as it were, and scared spitless, but I hear that will pass. Min, I'm sorry. Congratulations. She had tears in her eyes. Thank you, I said sincerely. Then she got mad. Why didn't you tell me? I just did. Sooner! We were going to be dead, remember? And before that, I didn't want anything to distract you from your work, so I thought I'd wait for an opportune time. She sighed. I guess you did. Okay, you're having a kid. Great. That should give you even more reason to want to defeat the dead god. Sure, I don't want him, or her, to grow up enthralled to the short and fuzzy set, but that doesn't mean Daddy has to go to the front lines. You won't be on the front lines, she said, shaking her head. You are too valuable. You'll be in charge, which means I'll be running the hard parts. We're going to need a full lab and a supply of... And where is all of this going to come from? The duchy, or duchies. It doesn't matter, actually. Let me handle that end of it. You just figure out how to win the war. While raising kids, I asked sarcastically. What you do in your spare time is no business of mine, she assured. Look, Min, we need a strong leader, an adept, and a war mage. You're all three. I'm a rutting spellmonger, Penny, I exploded. I'm nothing special. You're the spellmonger, you idiot. You hung on at an undermanned castle against 20 times the odds with nothing but a piece of Irianite, guile, and some talented apprentices. Any one of us, she said, indicating all of the war magi in the party, would have packed it in early and buggered out. You persevered. You even won. Kind of, she admitted. Not getting killed is a victory, I asked, discouraged. Against the dead god? Hells, yes. Okay. I concede the point. But if I agree to do this, it has to be real. I'm leader, no one else. The moment you guys don't like what I'm doing, throw me out and let me go home. Those are my conditions. Done. Min, I don't think you have a clear idea what kind of hold you have over these people. Nonsense. Sure, the peasants thought I was great, but these are my professional peers, who all insist that you are the greatest among them. Deal with it. That is such a load of... Deal with it, she repeated. Look, there will be plenty of room for Alia and your kids in whatever gloomy old tower they give us, and wherever it will be will likely be safer than anywhere else. So just shut up and be our fearless leader for a change, will you? She asked, annoyed. Oh, all right, I muttered. Do I get to wear a silly hat? As silly as you need it to be, she agreed. You're the leader. Crap. I really was. This is the end of Book 1, but the story continues with War Mage, Book 2 of the Spellmonger series. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. You have been listening to Spellmonger, Book 1 of the Spellmonger series. Produced by Greg Lawrence. Executive producers James Ton and Greg Lawrence. Text copyright 2011 by Terry Mancor. Production copyright 2017 by Podium Publishing. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. The Slaughter at Grimley Wood. Grimley Wood, late summer. I surveyed the battlefield at Grimley Wood from horseback,
looking out over the heads of the formations of infantry and the clusters of light cavalry, hearing the sounds of 1,000 suits of armour rattle and hundreds of horses complaining about their burdens. I looked toward the distant line of the foe, barely visible in the mists and shadows that haunted this dour little land, and I had but one thought. I really had to pee. I should have gone earlier, I knew, but I was too worried about the battle to take the time. That was understandable. It was the first battle in which I was in command of the ducal forces, and I was as nervous as a virgin on her wedding night. I had gotten little sleep the night before, and when I was awakened by my trusty servant an hour before dawn to hear scouting reports, I was still too busy to tend to my personal needs, as messengers came and went and decisions had to be made. I'd managed to eat a couple of camp biscuits with a rasher of bacon, washed down with a big mug of weak beer, but that was as much food as I'd managed, and now that beer was haunting me in an increasingly uncomfortable fashion. I should have gone before I donned my armour, because once you've put it on, there's no easy way to pee without removing a good portion of it. I had even stopped when the last chain skirt was being strapped around my waist and almost went. But then Captain Rogo had come with important news about the scouts, and I postponed it again. By the time I mounted Traveller, I realized I was in dire straits. I should know better. I'm not just some petty lordling elevated to command through favoritism or accident of birth. I was a trained warrior, a master wizard, and a veteran war mage of the bloody Farisen campaign, not to mention a survivor of the hopeless siege of Beauval Vale. I knew I was risking certain distraction and possible illness, a condition the healers call belly rot, what happens when a man's intestines or bladder is full when he sustains a wound to the lower abdomen. One of the first things they teach you in basic infantry training, which, despite my magical profession I had been obliged to endure, is to lighten your load before you step onto the battlefield. This was a particularly important battlefield, too, and a particularly important battle. It wasn't a decisive engagement, really, but a sustained skirmish, which we were almost certain to win. But what happened on this battlefield, and how it would set the course for the many, many battles to come, I knew. This was the first time that the encroaching Gorvani were being faced with a foe who not only expected them, but who knew what they were dealing with. The lightning-fast campaign was but the opening salvo between two titanic powers. On our side was the massed professional military aristocracy of the 5 duchies, stout warriors with bright swords and snorting steeds, and the favour of the gods, or so we told ourselves. On the other was the Gorvani horde of thousands, hundreds of thousands actually. Gorvani were known as the mountain folk in some places, Scrugs in others, but they were usually known as goblins. Gorvani was the name they called themselves. The average specimen stood 4 to 5 feet tall, covered in black hair, with a face like a terrier crossed with a pig. They're as smart as most human beings. They use iron and practice warfare. They have a tribal culture that sticks to the mountains or remote valleys. Ordinarily, Gorvani were peaceful, or at least not warlike. Their warrior societies spar with each other to solve intertribal disputes. A few tribes raid human settlements to steal chickens or a pig or a bushel of potatoes, but for close to 200 years even that was rare. Until now. Now they were led by a kind of super shaman, the ancient undead head of a defiant shaman who led the last major war between my folk and theirs, to be more precise. His name had been Sherul, or Sheriul, or Sharul, or some variation when he was alive. Gorvani transliteration is a crude art at best. Their language and ours are both pretty inexact about such things, and records on both sides are woefully incomplete. We'll call him Sherul. 2 centuries before, he had led the last major organized resistance to human settlement of the northwest of the rustic duchy of Alshar, where it abutted the Minden Range. He had lost several battles against the Alshari knights and their shining lances, and sued for peace. At a truce meeting between him and the knights, he had been betrayed and slain in the sacred valley of his people, so that we could settle their lands. To add insult to injury, they chopped off his head and put it on a pike, while they systematically cleared out the sacred valley of the goblins by slaughtering everyone in sight. Since then, the Gorvani had been dispossessed from their sacred valley and their sacred caves, and Shurul wasn't very happy about that. Now he was just called the Old God, or the Great Ghost, by the goblins. We called him, more accurately, the Dead God, and he wasn't just undead, which would have been interesting enough, thaumaturgically speaking. He was also encased in a perfect sphere of a peculiar kind of green amber, known to scholars as Erinite. It's absolutely rare, a translucent stone that shimmers like an emerald in the sunlight, and is lighter in your hand than you'd expect. It's magically potent. Actually, that's an understatement. It's magically profound. A tiny shard a centimetre wide can give most magi almost unlimited power. I've got a perfect sphere of it 3 centimetres wide, which makes me an extremely formidable war mage. But Erinite not only animated Shurul's thoughts, the huge mass of the stuff encapsulated his entire brain, giving the dead god truly divine levels of magical power. How powerful? Just his existence is enough to threaten the nature of reality itself in his proximity. Using that power, he had secretly raised an army of almost 1 million Gavani back in the depths of the Minden Range and then launched a genocidal war on us. I guess I shouldn't leave that part out. It's pretty important. It's why I was here, about to slaughter a bunch of hairy goblins at a misty, rocky little fief in northern Ulshar called Grimley Wood. It was late summer, now almost autumn, and as I sat on my horse and tried to distract myself from my over-full bladder with reflections of my life and its purpose, I couldn't help but realize that it had been an eventful summer. Hells, it had been an eventful year. The previous autumn I was a spellmonger in a quiet mountain village called Minden's Hall, in a peaceful little valley, stuffed full of happy peasants and contented cows, far to the west. I was doing a pretty good job of curing warts and casting love spells and making hens lay more prodigiously, while trying to forget about my service in arms, when the dead god decided the time was right to launch his very inconvenient genocidal horde of goblins on an unsuspecting humanity, and he picked Minden's Hall for the honour of his first slaughter. And the first item on their agenda was the conquest of the blind valley of Boval Vale in which I was living. It had once belonged to them, had some deep religious significance to them, and was also the perfect staging area for a wider war against the scourge of humanity in the 5 duchies. Shurul wasn't just relying on his magical innate power and 500,000 goblins pouring in from secret mountain caverns to conquer us. He had also given to an elite corps of magic-using Gavani shamans shards of Erinite, chipped from his sphere. Each one made the shaman the match of any war mage. Luckily, their skills were crude, but their enthusiasm and the sheer power of the stones left the control of Boval Vale never in doubt. The local lord, who had some inkling that his generously large castle would someday have to defend against vindictive goblins his ancestors had betrayed, conned me into staying to protect the villagers and defend his indefensible fief from the inevitable conquest. I fought like hell those few desperate weeks. I won my own little chunk of Erinite, endured a siege, and met some magical treefolk, non-humans like the Gavani. Unlike the Gavani, they generally don't want to kill us. Found a girlfriend, knocked her up, founded an elite unit of Erinite-augmented war magi, led numerous covert missions to harass our besiegers, led a peasants' revolt against the rightful lord of the Vale, and ended up saving almost everyone, using a powerful spell through a mystical tear in the fabric of the universe, fueled by a 4-hour-long session of magically powerful sex, with my ex-girlfriend. Of course, I couldn't escape through a portal that I was holding open, so I got stranded at the castle with my war magi comrades and only narrowly escaped with my life, mostly because the tree folk figured I needed to warn the 5 duchies about what we were about to get pounded with. And that's how I spent my summer. As I said, it was eventful. Ishi's tits. I had to pee. Things had been almost calm since the great escape from Boval Vale. No one tried to kill me. I just travelled a lot. After we war magi regrouped and celebrated the unlikely fact that we were still alive, we all agreed that the invasion deserved the utmost attention from those in power, and we needed to start pushing the Dukes of Ulshar and nearby Castol to raise a defence of the realm. I split them up and sent them on various missions, and then I made my way back to where I had sent the rest of the villagers, the grounds of the magical school I and my ex-girlfriend had attended. What a spell had done in the blink of an eye had taken 2 weeks by horse. By the time I got there, the refugees from Beauval Vale had all been relocated to a ducal castle 50 miles upriver, and after thoroughly debriefing my old masters at the academy, warning them of the imminent danger, and showing off my new witchstone, that's what the peasants call Erionite, I had to spend another 7 days on a barge upriver to make a similar report to the authorities, namely His Grace, the Duke of Castal, who was spending his summer at his cool riverside northern palace, Wilderhall. I arrived just in time to be summoned to a full ducal council to explain the situation to Duke Rard of Castal, who was suddenly coping with a full-blown invasion of his frontier when he had planned to be hawking and fishing and hunting. Duke Lenguin of Alshar, where Beauval Vale sent its tribute and pledged its fealty, had received 2 other Alshari war magi from my unit to warn him. Duke Lenguin, who was likewise in his summer palace at picturesque Verone, had a reputation as a connoisseur of fine wines, and had an excellent knowledge of hunting hawks, but he had never been to war. I was born in Castal myself, so I went to the Duke of Castal not only because Castal was the next duchy that would have to contend with the invasion, but because by all accounts Rard IV was a wise, just, and responsible leader of men, while his brother-in-law Lenguin was not. That being said, it still took a while to convince Duke Rard and his ruling council that I knew what I was talking about, and even longer before he appreciated the magnitude of the threat, and even longer for him to grant the resources and troops necessary to face the threat. The dead god and his furry minions weren't just another goblin uprising you could throw some local knights at, after all. They were employing battlefield magics that no baronial court mage or common war magi could hope to counter. The duchy needed me, and my newly augmented war magi, they just had to see it. They were reluctant, especially when I named my price, but in the end they came around, after over a week of me playing at intrigue and court politics. Then there had been problems with the magical censorate, and an irate meeting with the censor general, who wasn't at all happy about recent developments, and expressed that displeasure with a warrant for my head. But in the end, after many things were decided and many secrets were revealed, I prevailed. Now I had in my war chest a warrant and commission, naming me a special marshal of Castal, and another one from Alshar, and over 3,000 men to lead bravely into battle. I had been ordered to conduct an expeditionary raid into the vanguard of the invasion of northern Alshar to see if the horde had any chance of being defeated. A force of 3,000 troops wasn't enough to even make a dent in the legions that were marauding across Alshar, but that wasn't our purpose. I was here to make it look like Duke Rard of Castal was doing something, instead of sitting back and waiting to see if the incompetent Alshari could handle it alone. Lucky me. 3 weeks later, here I was, on horseback, in the field, bravely leading my men into battle, while trying hard not to think about how badly I had to pee. Our force had moved out from our staging area at the village of Cleston, the last one in Castal, and had marched northwest as far and as fast as we could. We stuck to the Great Western Road at first, but soon after crossing the marker that delineated where Castal stopped and Alshar began, we moved off the road and headed out over country. The roads were getting too clogged with fleeing civilians anyway, and for lack of anything more productive to do, the Alshari Duke at Verone was drafting every man he could get his hands on. I badly wanted to avoid getting sucked into another round of court politics, so we avoided an unpleasant diplomatic incident and ranged northwest through the scenic Alshari wilderlands. The further from the road we went, the more we saw signs of the invasion. Peasant refugees on the road or crossing fields, nervous merchants moving stock to more easterly locations, priests relocating to sister temples across the river. The local lordlings were shutting themselves in their castles and sending what men they could spare to Verone. I'm sure we looked like just another column of mercenaries. We had crossed through 2 little fiefs without incident, and as far as the tiny lordship known as Grimley Wood,
comprised of about 20 square miles of scrub forest, discouraged fields and rocky hills in the bosom of the wilderlands, before we encountered the first direct evidence of the invasion. Smoke on the horizon in 3 or 4 places. Soon after that, we had a couple of skirmishes between our scouts and theirs. I was pretty certain we'd hit the tip of the spear of their invasion, or one of them. The scant dispatches that had reached Wilderhall before I left indicated that there were at least 3, and possibly as many as 5 columns of goblins marching from Beauval now, each legion comprised of upward of 10,000. Each seemed to have a different task, but all were bent on looting, raiding, and killing along the way. Their stated aim was to kill every human in their path, men, women, and children. I tried not to dwell on that. Needing to pee helped. Grimley Wood was nearly deserted, because your average peasant has a lick of common sense and went elsewhere at the first sign of trouble. The decrepit Mottoned Bailey Castle of Grimley Wood, home and seat of Wilderlord House Grimley, the head of which, Sir Geston of Grimley, was still holding forth, because your average petty noble doesn't have a lick of common sense, was fortified and ready to receive our people if the battle turned into a rout. I didn't think that was a likely possibility. I had taken counsel the night before last, using my arcane powers to scout ahead and measure the strength of our foe. I had a pretty good idea of the enemy's composition. War magic is good for that. We were in luck, in that it seemed to be an outlier of a larger force. There were roughly 700 lightly armed goblins in the dense woods of Grimley Wood, more of a marauding mob than an infantry unit. They had found their way into the thickest part of the wood at dawn. It was a stand of trees too twisted to be timbered. They probably liked it, because it was dank and dark and foreboding, choked into shadow by neglect and overgrowth. It's not that they have bad taste. Goblins are nocturnal, and prefer such places to sleep during the heat of the bright day. Plus, they have the advantage of being largely cavalry-proof. Goblins don't ride horses, and horses don't like goblins. But I didn't let their defensive position worry me. If there was ever going to be an easy victory, it would be here. We had the advantage in almost every way. We couldn't lose. So the previous night, when I realized we could strike and be victorious, I called a quick council, hammered out a simple battle plan, ordered the men readied, the castle prepared, and certain magical defenses and preparations made. So here I was, ready to attack, and I really had to pee. "Marshal Spellmonger," one of the mercenaries called to me, Ancient Fargal, if I recalled correctly, from the Orphan's band of light infantry, a big, lumbering hulk of a man, built more for plate armour than a bowman's jack. He spoke in a wide Wilderlands drawl. "Scouts report most of the furry bastards are in loose formation now, at the north end of the wood. Lots of spears. Some have hung back deeper in the wood, though, my lord." "The spears are for the horses," I nodded. "Probably looted them across Alshar, but I doubt they really know how to use them yet. Gavani used javelins, not thrusting spears, and certainly not pikes. Behind and above them you can expect the shaman and chief, where they can direct the battle in safety." I decided out loud. "Expect to see a bodyguard of about 10 for each of them." "I'll alert the men, my lord," he promised. That shaman had me almost worried. I'd seen him during my field scrying, or at least glimpsed the spark of his shard of Erionite. The dead god had been giving out robin egg-sized chunks of Erionite to the goblin shamans, like it was candy, in preparation for the war, and while they were undoubtedly potent devices, the shamans themselves were very limited in the kinds of spells they could cast. Erionite gave you power, but it didn't give you the imagination or the technical tools to use it effectively. It's a matter of sophistication. Technically speaking, we human, imperially trained war magi were miles ahead of them in technique. It might prove to be one of our only real advantages. I sighed and forced myself to quit stalling. I had to pee and I had to fight, and the sooner I did one or the other, the sooner I could get to the other one. I led Traveller down the hill about halfway, and stopped to talk to a group of archers, who were happily lobbing arrows into their midst, in the hopes that they would strike something, or at least make the goblins keep their heads down. They did so with impunity,
because the range of the average human bow was twice that of the short bows and slings that the Gavani carried. But they might want those arrows later, when they had better targets, so I ordered them to stop while I looked around. From Traveller's Back, I could see where the Gavani were holding up. They had dug into a narrow space at the north edge of the wood, between a massive boulder and small hillock, next to a field full of half-ripened wheat that would never be harvested. They had felled a few trees and created a makeshift bulwark to discourage us from hitting them from their flanks. Their leader must have been one of the bright ones. I called upon Mage Sight. That's a simple spell that can do a lot of things, but right now I used it to view the goblins as if they were but a few yards from me. There were at least 600 of them, and they were armed and arrayed as I'd come to expect of goblin raiders. A leather belt or weapon harness, a leather kilt or breechcloth, a smattering of captured armor, some of it improvised from captured pieces, some colourful tribal jewellery, iron-headed javelins, a sprinkling of short bows and slings, and everyone carried a knife, and one of those traditional iron-headed clubs they enjoyed bashing our brains out with so much. They were outnumbered, out-armed, and in the blinding light of the sun on the wrong side of a river from the bulk of their forces. They had no reinforcements within a day's brisk ride, so they were trapped. Better yet, tactically speaking, they were prevented from moving in formation by the very defences they'd erected. They were planning on waiting for us to attack, no doubt because they had their shaman telling them that with the dead god's blessing and the power of his witchstone, they were invincible against us. Blah, blah, grunt, growl, blah. He might have been right, too, under normal circumstances. A Gavani shaman with a witchstone would have made an assault by even 3,000 a dicey matter, if he knew his craft, and wasn't countered. I'd seen the goblin shaman's magic firsthand. The night of that first attack on Beauval Vale, I duelled one in the vanguard of the invasion, severed his hand in battle, and claimed his witchstone, but not before he'd given me a very hard time with his primitive spellcraft. That was far from the last time. During the siege, I'd seen the power of the Gavani witchstones in all of their glory, as the dead god's minions used them to bind the horde together under his will. Even without the magical head in the giant ball of green amber, they could be formidable. And they did have a sophistication of a sort. There were at least two classes of shaman, the rural sort of tribal witch doctor, and the much more educated and more fanatical class of shaman that served as the eyes and ears of the dead god. They were easy to spot, as they dyed their black fur with lime, to make it a ghastly white, but there was no way to see that when you're scrying. Their spell work was much more sophisticated, and they seemed less prone to arrogant stupidity when they used their power. I was hoping the magical core attached to our enemy was the former, not the latter. Not that I couldn't have vanquished one, I'd done it before, but I was looking for an easy victory here, and that would not have counted. I suppose I could have just ordered a cavalry charge and taken our chances with both spears and magic. That's what an ordinary military commander would have done, and damned the casualties. But that would have been messy and inept. Sure, we would have won, but we would have lost men and horses too. We had a long campaign ahead of us, and I wanted to keep my men as safe and as ready to fight as possible. I rode to the hay bale that had become the gathering place for the officers and captains, likely because one of the orphans had set up a small keg of mead there. I wasn't in the mood myself, had to pee, but I did find the man I was looking for there. I didn't even bother to dismount, for fear of an embarrassing accident, so I called to him from horseback. "It's time to summon your men," I ordered the steely-eyed mercenary archer captain. His name was Rogo Redshaft of Nyrod, a lean and dangerous-looking man wearing red leather, covered by a well-made but unadorned green cloak. He and his 500 bowmen were some of my best-trained forces, mounted for travel and able to work in nearly any kind of country, and his homeland was just over the Pear Woods Hills in the Castali Wilderlands, so this was as much like home as he could ask. There were 500 mercenary archers, too, among the orphans' band, but they were light infantry, unmounted, and acknowledged the Nairobi yeomen their betters. That was because Redshaft's men took their craft seriously. They were excellent archers, either sniping or volleying in formation.
The Nairobi boys began practicing at the butts at age 7, and keep it up daily until they're full grown. It was how they remained a free town amongst a knot of greedy nobles. The Nairobi weren't mercenaries, strictly speaking. Nairod owed service to the duchy for their free status, and this was how they were paying it. I was thankful for that as I gazed with mage sight at the enemy. "How many arrows have you in stock?"
"My lord, the Duke saw fit to send 80 arrows of the first quality for each man," he answered with a slight deferential bow. I still wasn't used to that. He was easily 20 years older than I. "As we've expended none in anger, we have that full complement." "Have you noticed anything about our friend's use of bows, Captain?" I asked, as I watched the distant goblin squint in the glare of the sun. "I value your professional opinion." He shrugged, making his waxed red leather armor creak. "Just that they don't shoot as far as ours, I'm happy to say," he chuckled. "We've marked a rough line ahead that I think is the limit of their bowshot. I got a couple of fellas up there watching, taking the odd shot," he admitted, "but every shot from them furries is far short." I nodded. "But have you seen them volley their fire?" I asked. He looked up, startled. "Why, no, my lord. They've been a-sniping, but no volleys," he agreed after a moment's thought. "Not much for 'em to shoot at yet." "No, that's not it. At Beauval they didn't do it either, or only by accident. They've only used the bow for a few centuries, and mostly for hunting at that." "Ah, firing a bow in war is a whole different matter," he agreed sagely. "Let's give them a lesson, then," I decided. "Have your men and the archers from the orphans take formation here, behind this line. From this angle, with the sun behind us, they'll have a hard time seeing them in flight, so they'll have a hard time keeping their shields up. I want you to prepare to instruct our foes in the art of volleying." He saluted sharply. "Yes, my lord. I suppose they should learn from the very best," and hurried off, shouting orders, all business. His men responded quickly. In only moments, the field began filling up with archers. I was impressed. I hadn't got used to commanding like that yet. Well, I hadn't got used to having people actually listen yet. It was refreshing. I nudged Traveller over to the orphans' field camp and had Ancient Rarick order a company of light infantry to screen the archers while they prepared. Then I sent a messenger to Captain Cadell, the grizzled old veteran who led our mercenary medium horse, the Hell Riders, and gave him orders. Then I settled a dispute between 2 companies of infantry over who should take which duty, and by the time I was done with that little squabble, there were nearly 1,000 bored-looking archers standing around and waiting for orders. Redshaft was waiting a little more patiently than his men, so I rode with him to the front of the formation and addressed them. "Good morning, ladies," I began sarcastically. There was a low chorus of chuckling from the old joke. "You see that knot of black-furred goblins between that rock and that hill?" There was a sea of nods and mutters of agreement. "If you ladies would be so kind, I'd like to see that entire area covered with arrows. I mean, covered. I don't want to see the grass, or anything moving on it. At least 6 or 7 volleys. Is that understood?" There were some lusty cries of agreement, and I grinned. Usually archers are excess baggage on a campaign until they're really needed. Then they're indispensable, but poorly used. More often, the thick-headed gentry reserve all the fun jobs for themselves and the cavalry, to win themselves greater fame and honour and glory and whatever else it is that knights like to eat. First blood was an unexpected treat for the Nairobi, and the first test of my abilities as a field commander, because I wasn't a knight. I was a spellmonger and a war mage, and neither of those jobs usually led to military command. I'd overseen troops before at Beauval Castle, but those were scared peasants fighting for their lives. This was my first time commanding a battle with professional troops this big in open country. I was willing to part with the opportunity to die gloriously in a cavalry charge to keep from spoiling it. As the men got into formation under the shouts of the ancients and the corporals, I was about to relax in the saddle and watch, when my bladder once again reminded me of more pressing business. This time I didn't hesitate. This was the first spare moment I'd had in hours. I slid ungracefully from Traveller's back with a noisy thud, and took 2 steps forward,
while I frantically unfastened my pretty new borrowed armour. 3 straps, 5 buckles, then the gambeson and underclothes. It was a trial, and I'm sure it was amusing to watch. I just barely made it, coating a nearby rock with a powerful stream and issuing a sigh of relief as the first volley went off, 500 bowstrings singing in near unison, and the resulting whoosh of flight. Then the other half of the troop let fly. By the time I was done pissing and fastening up my armour, they were on their 3rd volley, and I was strolling back to my horse, able to think clearly again. Getting back on a horse while in armour, unassisted, was no easy task, and I sheepishly used my witchstone to help me, hoping no one saw me do it. When I was able to survey the carnage from horseback, I was even more impressed with the archers. Under mage sight, the makeshift Gavani redoubt was a mess. The little hollow they'd hidden in was only 100 yards wide, and the whole area was covered in arrows, blood, and snarling, dying little black bodies. It was a lot worse than a similar attack on human warriors. The goblins wore little armour, and their shields had been nearly useless. They sometimes carried small leather bucklers, used in hand-to-hand duels or melee combat, strong enough to deflect one of those little iron-headed clubs they traditionally use. But there were only a few of them among them, and they were ineffective against a 3-foot-long composite arrow with a 5-inch-long steel head, propelled by a 70-pound bow, operated by a man who got paid to do nothing but practice archery every day. As I watched the 4th volley sing into the air, I could hear the moans of despair from the surviving Gavani even at this distance. Some were wise enough to seek cover, up against the boulder or under the corpses of their comrades, but most of them just stood there, their arms over their heads, peering blindly into the sunlight and awaiting death. 4 volleys meant 2,000 arrows peppered that little hollow. At least a quarter of them had hit their mark. They were so densely packed. And by my rough estimate, there were only maybe 200 goblins who had escaped injury. I counted them silently as they scurried between volleys to rally the troops. The archers were preparing for a 5th volley when I felt the wind pick up from the west, and a tingle in the back of my mind that suggested that someone else was casting a spell. There are only a few magical things you can do when you're receiving fire with no way to shoot back. The Gavani shaman had hit upon one he could actually use. Witching the weather is no great feat, once you know what you're doing, and even weak magi can manage to tug on the elemental forces of nature to raise a breeze. A really good one could manage to raise a real air elemental. Think of it as a big piece of angry air that feels really good about itself. There were sea magi who specialized in weather magic, although the official rule of thumb among us, classically trained magi, was to leave the weather alone. Affecting it is one thing. Controlling it is quite another. But a hefty breeze running across your field of fire is going to mess up your accuracy a bit. The 5th volley saw some arrows go astray while high in the air, but enough of them landed where they were aimed to continue the decimation. Had he been fending off only a few archers, that would have been far more effective. But when you're facing massed fire, it's like trying to divert the rain. The wind might move it around, but you're still going to get wet. But I couldn't let the shamans stop us. "Cease fire!" I called to Captain Rogo, and he nodded. He gave the command, and the men all went at ease as one. No use wasting arrows. With mage sight, I could see the addition of another 1,000 arrows hadn't improved the Gavani's situation. But there were still some stirrings of life, as the surviving war leaders tried once again to rally the decimated raiders with screams and shouts and singing. And Gavani singing is rough. When they didn't hear another volley right away, they saw it as a sign of progress and began cheering. It took them a little while, about 5 minutes, but they finally got a little less than 100 relatively hardy goblins together, where they screamed at us and waved their weapons around defiantly amidst the stacked corpses of their comrades. They surrounded one leader in particular, a tall, that is, almost 5 feet, muscular Gavani chieftain, who bore a wooden round shield, a thick-hafted axe, and an overlarge steel cap, all looted from some human stronghold that still didn't quite fit his odd-shaped head. He had decorated them all with Gavani glyphs to obscure the human markings, so he looked more than a little odd. As I watched, He started chanting something in his folks' guttural language that got them all singing loudly. Before long, those who weren't screaming, moaning, or dying were chanting defiantly in unison. It was horrible. Apparently they thought that their shaman's magic had prevented any more arrows from falling murderously from the sky. Their chanting grew more regular and rhythmic, and a few had recovered enough from the attack to pick up bows or javelins or slings, and ineffectively launch a few back toward our lines. Then a fresh group appeared from the south, out of the forest. That had to be the shaman and his guards. At his appearance, the goblin chanting turned into a savage cheering. Help had arrived. I searched him vigorously with mage sight to confirm my suspicions. He was indeed a country bumpkin shaman, not one of the elite acolytes of the dead god. I could see the idiot, wearing a dirty white sash and elaborate wicker headdress, strutting around the field with his bodyguard, stirring up the few survivors' morale. He was quite the showman, doing a mad little dance that elicited howls from his fellows. Then the chieftain gave an impassioned speech that got them roused up again, too. They were all congregating in the centre of the valley, preparing, no doubt, to receive our charge. After all, they knew enough about human warfare to know that after the archers had done volleying, that meant that the big nasty horses would come down on them next. But I wasn't quite ready for that yet, not when the Nairobi hadn't finished with their fun. Captain Rogo, please inform the men that I will pay 5 ounces of gold to the owner of the arrow that ends the life of that cocky little fellow in the colourful hat out there, and a couple of bottles of wine, too. Prepare the next volley.
Oh, yes, Marshal.
He grinned wickedly. You heard the spellmonger? 5 big and 2 bottles to the man whose mark takes that hat. Archers ready! He shouted, as the orphans suddenly had a reason to compete with their Nairobi comrades. I felt extravagant and lordly. 5 ounces of gold is the equivalent of 5 years of taxes for most peasant families. I had a war chest full of it. While I waited and watched, the goblins continued to work themselves into a frenzy of defiance, the shaman at the centre. Then all 1,000 bowstrings of my men twanged at once. For a brief moment, there was a storm cloud of wood and steel that obscured the sky. Nor did my men wait for the arrows to land before they had launched again. Everyone wanted that money, and the wine. I'd barely let them have a beer ration in the last 3 weeks, as we'd made fast time across country. Those boys were thirsty. When I finally ordered them to stop, and ordered the light infantry in front of them to slowly advance, there wasn't much left of the Gavani band at all. A deadly thicket of arrows grew thick as weeds on the field watered by blood. We'd be able to glean most of those back up, too. The few survivors left among the bodies tried to put up a fight, but my men swept through and slaughtered the lot of them. There was no quarter in this war, not if we ever wanted to win. One of the Hell Rider's messengers rode back to me 10 minutes later, informing me that of all the enemy that remained, only 9 had not been killed or injured permanently, and those 9 were being bound to be sent to me later for disposition. The shaman, of course, was dead, he reported, and presented me with the arrow he determined killed him, so I could note the archer by his chop for his reward. Then the messenger looked around and cautiously opened a grimy rag, revealing a dazzling green gem. I'd cautioned them all about even touching any witchstones they came across on this campaign on the very first night of my command. Unless they were properly cleansed of the dead god's influence, they were dangerous even to seasoned magi. If a regular human without talent touched one, it could produce a strong psychic shock that would make them unconscious, in shock, or even kill them outright. The scouts had wisely recovered the shard without touching it. With trembling hands, the young man handed me the treasure. If 5 ounces of gold could buy his family 5 times over, then this stone could buy his barony 5 times over, if anyone would consider selling such a thing. I absently tossed him an ounce of gold as a reward, and sighed as I stared at the pretty thing. This one was like most I'd seen, a rough-shaped stone with a flattish surface on one side where it had been cleanly hewn from a larger piece. A year ago, I would have said that it wouldn't be possible to have a witchstone big enough to cut, but a year ago, I thought I'd have more love spells in my future than war spells. Each of these witch stones had been pared away from the massive sphere that contained the dead god's mysterious head, which explained their tightly bound connection to him. I took out my own stone from the worn silk bag around my neck and stared at it a moment. It had started out life like this one, uneven and rough, but a king of the tree folk had smoothed it and removed the taint of the dead god, and any other stone that remained in contact with the sphere for a day would likewise be severed from the dead god's influence. Indeed, that was the only way known to free one. I slid the new stone into the bag with the others surrounding my sphere, and felt them all pulsing in ways that only I could feel. There was always a bit of a rush when I did that. Having access to power from all of those stones was an intoxicating experience, until you learned how to handle it. But it was necessary, if we're going to win this war. Only by arming war magi with witch stones could we hope to match the shamans in the field. How we were to match Sharul face to face, I was still working on that. "What shall we do with the bodies, my lord?" the messenger asked. I'd forgotten he was there in my reverie over the stones. "Strip them, behead them, and burn them. Distribute any loot among the men, and destroy any weapons you can. Then put half of the heads on spikes in a circle around the ashes of the pyre. The rest will be sent back east, to the Duke, as proof of our mission. The prisoners, too, would be sent back under guard as token of our success. I would have to write a dispatch along with the heads if bold Ascus, captain of the orphans' band, hadn't already written one for me. He was an experienced old commander who took such things as dispatches and mercenary contracts and prisoners of war in stride. We couldn't stay in Grimleywood long, though. This was just our warm-up before the real fight. The countryside was filled with bands like this from here on out, according to my scrying. We were pushing forward to the next large castle in the district. That was the barony of Green Hill, where we were supposed to be picking up another 1,000 Wilderlord cavalry and whatever additional infantry we could. But in the meantime, archers were one area where we would be superior to the Gavani for some time, if not forever. Those stubby little arms just can't draw the massive bows our people used in war, and if they couldn't manage to fire in volley, they were almost useless. While the men were policing the battlefield and dispatching the wounded, I rode back to my tent, handed traveller's reins to a stable boy, and let my manservant, Hamlin, strip off my armour for me. I felt foolish for donning all of that armour and then not using it. I hadn't charged. I hadn't thrown a single blow. I hadn't been in danger from javelins or spears. I hadn't even cast any meaningful spells. I'd just succoured an ignorant foe enough to kill him. Now the late summer heat on the hot metal and leather, not to mention the sheer weight of it all, had me soaked in sweat. "How went the battle, Captain?" Ham asked me, cheerfully. "I'm here. I'm alive," I pointed out. "Which would suggest a positive outcome. Congratulations. Lift your arm, please." "Thank you," I acknowledged, an utter rout, although it's hardly one for the annals. "There seem to be enough of them, Master. Hundreds. And you say there are thousands?" he asked. His jovial expression was there, but his voice was nervous. "Hundreds of thousands, from here to the Mindens. We'll see far more action after Green Hill. Mark my words," I promised. "And it sounded like such a pleasant place," he sighed, as he pulled off my breastplate. It was light, meaning it was only about 15 pounds instead of the 30-pound plate monstrosities most jousting knights used. In an instant I felt like I shed a dozen pounds in sweat, on top of the weight of the armour, and felt instantly cooler. Almost without thinking, I summoned a bit of breeze to encourage that. I was doing more and more of that lately, I noticed, using magic for little things, almost unconsciously. "Dispatches came while you were at battle, Master," he reported when he'd stowed the armour away. "Ryder came in while you were directing the battle. They're in your tent, on your desk." I had resented having a desk in the field, but I was a commander now, not just a flunky in the magical corps. His Grace had insisted, and I had complied. I wish I had resisted more strongly. For the last 3 weeks as we crossed Alshar, I swear I spent more time with my travelling desk and a mountain of paperwork than scrying the route ahead or planning our strategy. "Who is it now?" I asked. Another plea from Duke Lenguin to stop my foolishness and come protect him and his crappy little town from the big bad goblins? The Duke of Alshar had responded to the invasion by insisting he'd defend the northern capital of Verone to the last man. Only he was short on men, and he wanted mine. I'd politely refused his request twice already, but dukes are not used to being told no, and I was, technically, under his command, for all the Castali were paying for the mercenaries. I was using that bit of legal ambiguity to keep him at bay, but he was getting impatient. "Now, Captain, the seal says it is from His Grace Duke Raud," he said, "and it was delivered by someone from court, not a mere messenger from the Lord Marshal." "Oh, she's big bouncy boobs, Ham. How can I run this war if I keep getting all this advice from inexperienced generals?" I complained, as I stepped out of the steel leggings that protected my thighs and annoyed my horse. "The court is just nervous with an untried commander in the field, and one that caused that much of a stir at Wilderhall bears some oversights, I'd imagine," he added philosophically. Probably just more helpful advice, or worrying me about our progress. I wish they would be patient. We've only been in the field for 3 weeks, and I just encountered the enemy in force for the first time today. Just won a battle. Hopefully that should convince someone I know my arse from my elbow. "Do they think I'm enjoying the brutal conditions in the field?" I asked rhetorically. "Shall I fetch the captain's lunch, then? Another bottle of the Bicovar Red?" "Yes, please," I sighed, stripping off my sweat-soaked tunic. "And a tub of water. I need to at least rinse the sweat off of me." "As you wish, Captain," the young man said, walking toward the commissary tents, resigned to his fate, with an insolent smirk on his face. "And I shall tell them how vexed you will be if it isn't properly aerated and chilled this time. Brutal battlefield conditions are no excuse for sloppy table service." I suppose I could have gotten a servant who wasn't a smart-ass, but Ham's temerity irritated nearly all the noble-born commanders under my command, and that alone was worth his monthly wage. He was adept at campfire gossip and the procurement of petty luxuries. He woke me in the morning with breakfast and put me to bed at night with spiced winter brandy and a pipe. And he had other talents. The fact that he was a demon with dice and a decent valet was just a bonus. I sighed at his back and reluctantly went into my battered tent. It was a relic from the Farisi campaign from a few years ago. Of course, it could be argued that I was, too. Inside, I saw the messenger. Tall, brown hair, green eyes, pleasurably slender curves, and a bust that would make a monk whimper. Best yet, her lips were ripe, full and ready, and achingly familiar. "You weren't exactly the messenger I was anticipating," I said faintly, as I inhaled her aroma. There was sweat and exertion and excitement, herbs and flowers and leather, all wrapped up in a soft, warm blanket of femininity. And she's a first-class mage, and an adept shadow mage. Let's not forget that. "I hope that I'm no less welcome for that," she said softly. I noted that it would only take removing 3 buttons, no, 2, to make that dress slip completely off her shoulders. I extended a magical tendril of force to each one, flicked it, and just as I predicted, she was naked in an instant. "No," I sighed, moving into her arms as I lowered the flap of the tent. "You're quite welcome, all the more for being unexpected. You finished your errand at Verone, then?" She nodded and smiled at me slyly. Those eyes. I could wander aimlessly for years in those pretty eyes. I covered her lips with mine and let our tongues duel it out. I'd like to think mine won, but I've fooled myself before. My hand went to her breast and found a nipple. "Is the message you carry of vital import, Lady Isley?" "It can keep," she sighed, thrusting her chin up as my lips found that sweet spot where her neck decides to become a shoulder and vice versa. "At least 10 or 15 minutes. I applaud your sense of priority," I sighed as she unfastened my pants. "You know how much I hate waiting around."